Και ανεβαίνεις εσύ. Εντάξει, νομίζω να το πω άλλη μία, αλλά νομίζω... Και εκπροσωπώ τη Vertical Solutions. Τι είπε? Δεν έχω πρόβλημα.
Το συνέδριο ξεκινάει σε 1 λεπτό. Παρακαλώ πολύ όλοι οι τεχνικοί, οπερατέρ, ηχολήπτες και τα λοιπά να πάρουν τις θέσεις τους. Σε 1 λεπτό βγαίνουμε στον αέρα. Ευχαριστώ.
Αυτή είναι η στιγμή που περιμέναμε καιρό τώρα και ετοιμαζόμασταν. Αμφισβητήσαμε το παλιό. Ανακαλύψαμε δυνάμεις που έχουμε μέσα μας. Αυτή είναι η στιγμή να κάνουμε το άλμα. Εκθετική και βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Νέες επενδύσεις και νέες θέσεις εργασίας. Για όλους. Στην Αλφα Bank είμαστε έτοιμοι. Όπως και εσείς. Έτοιμοι για το αύριο.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eleftheria Pelagia, and on behalf of Vertical Solutions, I would like to thank you, all of you present in Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and all of you following the conference online. I would like to invite Mr. Eduardo Scarer, Chair and CEO of Vertical Solutions, to come to the podium for a brief greeting. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear participants, thank you very much for being here with us in Athens, fourth investment forum co-organized with the Technical Chamber of Greece. It is a conference organized for many years now. It's a one-day conference. We don't want it to be tiring because we believe in being brief and eloquent. We choose every year to have a conference in which we include all the eminent representatives of Greek life. I won't say much because I believe the conference belongs to our speakers. I would like nevertheless to say a couple of things. I would like to say the following. We need to focus on the stock exchange market. We cannot have growth without a strong stock exchange market. Companies who cannot find capital from investments cannot move forward. The gross national product grows only because of investments, and energy is the big issue nowadays. I think that Europe was taken abrupt by that. Mrs. von der Leyen had a very ambitious agenda, but she hasn't thought of that very thoroughly, and Greece actually had more obligations in this framework assumed. We are satisfied with the investments. We need nevertheless to focus in the local industry, which has very high costs to bear. I would like to invite my co-organizer, Mr. Giorgos Stasinos, President of the Technical Chamber of Greece. I would like to thank you once again, all of you who contributed to the organization of this conference. So, Mr. Stasinos is invited to the podium to declare the conference open. Your Excellencies, Ministers, dear speakers, dear participants, dear friends, Technical Chamber of Greece welcomes you in the fourth Investment Forum of Athens. It is an initiative we inaugurated with our co-organizers 4 years ago. We started with energy and then we expanded to the whole of the economy because we believe that growth and investment is the only way forward for all those who produce in this country. Technical Chamber is the chamber of engineers, is the chamber of art, and it is the agency that supports all active forces of this country. We strive for all those who work and need to be remunerated fairly for what they do. We support and we try for all entrepreneurs, for those who risk, not only to gain, because we need all of us to create a more prosperous society and industry, and we move forward, all of us. We want the state to make our lives a bit easier, and our object is more direct link to the society. I won't argue with what we have been doing all these years in the technical chamber. Most of you are well aware how we assist the initiatives we undertake, the projects we undertake and implement. I would like to focus on the future. And that is why we organize this conference. The future for our work is visible, actually. We have ahead the challenge of digital and green reform and funds to move ahead. We all know all the direction from the RRF and the NSRF. A lot of projects have already been described. Those who actually concern engineers mostly. But we know what to expect, but I'm not sure if we are ready to implement all these things. I need your attention, ladies and gentlemen. It's critical to be ready from starters, to be organized well, so as companies to be able to undertake and fulfill not only the designs but also the construction works, the urban planning all over Greece, the maturation of infrastructure projects and the infrastructure projects per se, and the ambitious industrial projects, the Hellinikon project, and all these urban refurbishments. Without wasting time in claims, I believe that we all have work to do, and discounts should be limited. Discounts that are absurd, as I believe, and there is an effort from all of us. We need to have only one objective, to have growth throughout the economy, to spend the money that comes from Europe for all. That is why growth and development will have the whole society along, and we want these funds to become a driving force for all of us. I need to be clear, the project need to be built directly without delays and move ahead, not because we need to bring results early, but in order to avoid the games we are accused of, the projects that finish, or when we have tenders awarded to be delayed. All of us need to work together, and the infrastructure ministry and the ministries of environment, etc., to implement rules. The carrot and the stick. We need to have carrots and also, if necessary, the stick. And since I've mentioned the ministries, and we will have a lot of ministers talking to us, we need to have the same focal point. We need to solve something right away, which is rather a risk with the accumulation of prices in materials. The cost of project has increased. Solutions should be found. the state should revise the prices of materials and take into consideration the budget in projects, not only for the projects per se, but if we don't do that for the existing projects, not substantially for the ones to come, I believe that companies will bankrupt because of high cost, and which is not remunerated, and the projects will not be concluded. All of us who work in real economy, at the end of the day, we know that planning is excellent, money is excellent, but someone has to do the job. The most important resource for us is our human resources. It has been proven historically. We see it now, and for the needs, with the needs we have, and we will have the technical. The engineering companies should organize in order to be able to absorb new personnel, to be able to manage the whole personnel they have, and mainly to be able to find it. And all of us need to make a huge effort. The technical chamber will try hard. We will submit proposals in order to attract new engineers, unemployed, migrants, repatriated, young people from high schools. We've been discussing with the state to take some actions. I invite the state to move towards the same direction with us. We need to attract in our world as many as possible, and the private sector should work towards this direction as well. Otherwise, we won't be able to implement the whole projects assumed. Something else we need to focus on, and we need to start this planning is the future of the companies after these 7 to 10 years of growth. The companies will have grown. The employees will have demands. What is the next big narratives? What are the future jobs at the end of this decade? What technical industries, engineering industries, construction industry will do when these big projects have finished, and what will they do with their specialized personnel? My view, which is shared with the community and the chamber, is that there is future. We have already described our vision. Digital transformation will move forward and advance without being able, nevertheless, to forecast what the case will be in 10 years. But we need, resilience is a key word. Climate change, natural disasters are here and now. Not only climate change is here, but we have knowledge accumulated because of old buildings. We need to rebuild the country from start. You know that we have infrastructure and buildings that are already obsolete. We need to see how to refurbish, rebuild. We need to rebuild the infrastructure of the country, the old ones. This is a huge project. It's now time we plan the future for the next wave of investments that will be that one, to rebuild the country, to make it more resilient and greener. This will be the new wave of refurbishment, taking into consideration our experience. We need to have the strategy of the next 7 years that will get us up to 2030. The resources are here. The trends are already here regarding the projects and resilience and environmental protection. Combining public and private funding, the resources will be found. We are all taught from a local and international situation a lot of things, and we can support it. But in order to have that, we need to mobilize ourselves, plan, and visualize, to organize a national plan. And because most of us we keep forgetting that it is an RRF. We need to talk about resilience in buildings and constructions in order to be able to combine what we have before us right now and in the future. We need to have a central planning. The solution is one. We have the tools and knowledge to achieve that. We live a mid-long-term strategy for the future of infrastructures, or if you want, a national resilience project. We need to prepare it in order for the policies to follow the needs recognized. We need all of us to know where we are heading to. We might have emergencies like a pandemic, for example, but I think crises can be solved when funds are there. If you are a serious player, you attract resources. That is what I described. Rational planning and resource allocations. I look forward to listen to what the speakers have to say. I would like to thank you all for being here with us, my co-organizers. Thank you once again.
Perfect.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Πρόεδρε.
Thank you, Chairman. And now let us start with the gist of our conference. Hellenic economy increased to 0.10. Mr. Saikouras, the Minister, please take the floor. I would like to thank the organizers of the 4th Athens Investment Forum for the very kind and honorary invitation extended to me to be present, address the audience, and present succinctly some thoughts. Since we speak of investments, I should convince you, I suppose, as a minister, that we know where we are, we know where we want to go, and we want the way, how we can get there. I believe we will all agree here, and all the stakeholders of Greek economy corroborate that. And I open a parenthesis here: investors, auditing houses, markets, institutions, European institutions, but mainly and primarily the Greek economy, the Greek market and Greek society. I suppose they all feel satisfied. The country seems to attain stronger recovery rates, unemployment drops, the financial environment is improved, the production is ever enhanced, the money cost tapping in the various capital markets is very low, the competitiveness of the Greek economy is improved, therefore the country is upgraded. This is the reality, as recorded in all indices, recorded on the pursuit and monitoring Greek economy. And this is the result of a very strong and down-to-earth work of a very realistic policy, but also a very consistent fiscal policy, and primarily the implementation of important structural changes, despite the fact that the country has to do with a lot multiple and multifaceted crises. Here we are. The question is, where do we want to go? The country has set 6 goals in the level of economic policy. The first goal is to attain high growth rates, recovery this year, and development from the onset from 2022. Absolutely feasible goal as suggested and proven by all the reports published to date. The second goal, not only to attain high growth rates, but also sustainable growth rates. What does that mean? That means that the constituents of that wealth should be improved in their quality, therefore increase investments and exports with regard and in comparison to consumption. This is also a feasible goal according to the data recorded. I could give you indicatively that according to the European Commission, in the worst case scenario, the country will have an increase of investments by 15% in 2022, when the EU average will be 2%, and in exports by 8% when the EU average will be null. The third goal for the country to leave the increased monitoring regime by 2028, and this is also feasible. Fourth goal for the country to have a single-digit bread loans NPLs by 2022. Equally feasible goal. It already appears that some systemic banks from 2021 will attain this goal. Fifth goal is fiscal balance and adjustment through the recovery and development of the economy in 2022 and attaining realistic primary surpluses from 2023 onwards. And finally, the sixth goal, which of course says as a prerequisite attaining the previous five goals, attaining an investment rate, high investment rate in 2023. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, till now, I've told you where we are, where we stand, and where we want to go. I must also address another question. How are we to attain those goals? And here, all policies serve a very cohesive political plan based on 7 priorities. The first priority, to be close to households and companies in this multiple crisis that we are faced with. It is not only the financial crisis, we also have an environmental crisis, we have an energy crisis. This country, therefore, has to be close to households and companies that are affected for as long as it takes. This is something we do within and outside the country. And as Mr. Carrer said in the introduction, we are here. We are here to stay, so as to build, both within the country and Europe, a secure environment with regard to energy. And therefore, as a country, collectively, cohesively, in cooperation with the respective Minister of Energy and other ministers, we have tabled the priority axis, the European level, so as to enhance energy security in Europe. The third pillar, continuing the implementation of a cohesive fiscal policy towards reduced taxes and insurance contributions. We said so and we did so. Whatever we said in our pre-electoral campaign on reducing taxes in various companies, we have materialized that. I believe that your tax returns corroborate that. At the same time, we also made structural changes so as to introduce incentives and attract incentives, such as tax incentives for the creation of tax havens in Greece. The schemes that we have implemented, and family offices are still to be done, are extremely effective. We continue, therefore, towards the reduction of taxes and social security contributions. The third pillar, in order to have a cohesive fiscal policy, one must have secure cash flows so as to respond to any reshuffling and turmoils of the markets. We have attained that, and we have been very perspicacious in planning secure cash flows of 40 billion euros currently, which is the highest GDP ratio in Europe. The fourth priority, which is very critical for entrepreneurship and investments, great liquidity. Again here, we have 3 priorities. The first priority is to run quickly for regulating the regulations, so as to create a new perimeter of companies which eventually might be bankrupt, what you call, therefore be able to finance them through the credit expansion of banks. The second priority is to pursue the implementation of Hercules, so as to attain the goal of the single digit of NPLs by 2022. The third goal, jointly with the banks, and I see here a representative of the Piraeus Bank that has already made a demand, is exploiting the 12.7 billion euros of the recovery fund, which are destined for loans that can be tapped both by the private sector and the banking system. Here are three priorities which are crystal clear, realistic, so as to enhance liquidity in Greek economy. Fifth priority, to continue implementing structural changes and privatizations. I give you indicatively, we have put into public consultation a bill so as to introduce incentives for the mergers of companies or cooperation of companies. We did that for many reasons. Because we want to help competitiveness, to create employment, to enhance jobs, to create a new generation of bankable companies, but we also did that for public finance, because we know the smaller the companies, the more the incentives for tax evasion. Therefore, for a combination of factors, we proceed in a great structural change as the incentives for mergers and cooperation. We also proceed with the privatizations projects. We have here the head of the fund, LSIP, with which we cooperate greatly, and we have a lot of projects of exploitation of public property and from Tidal. Meanwhile, we have not hidden under the carpet the many structural problems that the country faced in state elements such as Elvo, IAS, EAV, LARCO, the Skaramaga shipyards. We deal with all these with great effectiveness and sense of responsibility. Sixth priority, exploiting 80 billion euros of the recovery fund and the mid-term plan for 2022. You know the priorities.
Εκεί μέσα υπάρχουν πολλές αλλαγές.
There are many changes, both structural changes and investments, in the Ministry of Finance, amongst others, for the enhancement and development of the capital market and the stock exchange. And finally, the seventh priority, the strong voice of the country, as we see it over the last 2 years, for building the new European financial architecture on priorities, amongst others, the integration of the bank association and bank unification on the Stability Pact. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in such a brief introduction, I try to develop with realism and responsibility where we are, where we want to move through these 6 goals and how we are to attain that path through specific policies that serve 7 priorities, which eventually lead to attaining those goals. This is for me a cohesive strategic plan so as to lead the country to a high and sustainable economic growth and the enhancement of social cohesion. In order to attain all that, the role of all of us is of central and focal importance. We as state and you as companies. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bastaikouras. I would like to invite the CEO of Piraeus Bank, Mr. Megalou, for the central speech of our conference.
Αξιότιμε κύριε Υπουργέ.
Dear Minister, dear President of the Technical Chamber of Greece, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference for the timely topic and for the fact that they have managed to bring together the most productive part of the Hellenic economy. And having this kind of conferences once again brings joy to me showing that we come back gradually to normality. I would like to start my brief presentation reminding you all an old Chinese motto according to which every crisis is an opportunity. And of course, in our case, in the case of Greece and the Greek economy, I believe that we have managed to take advantage of this opportunity the best way possible. My optimism is based on the acknowledgement that during the crisis, three main development factors grew that can change radically the development course of Greece. The first pillar or factor has to do with the objectives of fiscal policy. Of course, the Ministry of Finance is the main responsible for this discussion, but I need to say that the exploitation of fiscal space for development policies that have been already implemented can actually give a boost to the Greek economy. The second factor, I dare say, is this wave of funding on the part of the EU in the form of EU budget and RRF. Taking into consideration the EU funds, the national ones and the international ones, capital 40% of GDP will come to the Greek economy in the years to come. These opportunities come forward not only once in a decade, but once every generation. That is why all of us are here today, and it is our obligation, the government, banks, businessmen, and production agencies, to make use of this unique opportunity. Of course, I would like also to say something else. We have a total recall of the banking system. Starting from a weak position some years ago, the Greek banks have managed to improve initially their level of liquidity and then their capital adequacy and their indices. They reformed their networks and operations to initiate digital transformation and with the aid of Hercules program to decrease radically NPLs. For all those reasons, not only am I optimistic about the future, but I'm here to underline that all of us in Piraeus Bank have the ability and readiness to finance the future of Greek economy. The objectives and capacity include infrastructure projects, networks, energy, construction, digital transformation of the public and private sector. We examine every opportunity that may arise in agri-food, logistics, shipbuilding, culture, tourism, and new technologies. Today, Piraeus Bank has invested more than 2.5 billion euros in renewables, with 3.5 billion on the tourism and real estate, and 2 billion invested in shipping and agri-food respectively. We want to give the Greek businesses the opportunity to adjust themselves to new model of growth that will allow them to become more competitive in the market, decrease their operational costs, and enter new innovative areas of activity. We take advantage of all modern funding funds and opportunity, assisting healthy entrepreneurship to overcome the impact of crisis and become a driving force for growth and employment in Greece. I would like to wish you all the best with this conference and say that I am at your disposal to discuss all business proposals you may have. Thank you all very much.
Το έργο, ο σχεδιασμός, η υλοποίηση. Οι άνθρωποι, οι ικανότητες, η τεχνογνωσία. Το όραμα, η επιτυχία, η υπερηφάνεια. Εμείς στην Ιδρακάτ πάμε την Ελλάδα ψηλά.
Λοιπόν, καλή σας ημέρα. Σας καλώ...
Good morning. We welcome you to the first roundtable on the subject of investments or as a leverage for strong and sustainable development. We will have with us shortly the Minister, Mr. Stavros Niarchos. Well, the participants of this panel have already taken their seats. Mr. Grigoris Dimitriadis, the CEO of the Supreme Fund, Mr. Vasilis Katsos, who is president and co-founder of VNK Capital, Mr. Alexander Tsinel, who is the CEO of Rapport Greece, Mr. Alexander Sarigeorgiou, who is head of the Insurance Company Association of Greece, as well as president and CEO of Eurolife, and Mr. Yanos Xanthos, as president and CEO of an X Group. In order to save time, let us start with the speeches, and since we still wait for the minister, let us start with Mr. Dimitriadis, the CEO of the ESIP, the fund.
Καλημέρα σας και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. And congratulate for the organization. It is a great joy to be here today. Due to the climate crisis, the way to sustainable development is a main strategy of the European economic and environmental policy. In order to attain that, planning that is important, but the implementation of the strategies on environmental protection is fundamental, as well as securing prosperity for future generations who have to view things in the long term. The European Green Agreement is definitely towards this path. Yet, the all the more frequent climate crisis made it imperative to respond immediately. The interventions of big institutions are quite often. Only some days ago, the International Energy Organization rang the bell. The energy transfer is delayed, so more investments have to be made. For Greece, this is even more important because those investments are the oxygen for our economy, and we're doing well with that. Foreign investors, and we see that often in the contacts we have turned their importance, their gaze to our country, and a series of interventions show that there is a definite positive shift towards the economy of our country, and we'll see how we'll attain that. Microsoft, Pfizer, Cisco have already taken the decision to invest in our country and have started doing so. And the density of those moves is very important. Besides, the minister will elaborate on the subject, with whom we have excellent cooperation. Definitely, however, this doesn't suffice. The big challenge is to see how the perspectives of sustainable development will be yet again another opportunity to attract more foreign investment. Besides, we also have a preferential field of action, be it the alternative energy forms, renewable energy sources, blue economy, tourism. And in the Hellenic Corporation of Athens and Participation, we have that as a priority. Besides, the greatest CO2 footprint in our country is related with companies that are connected with us. The PPC example is significant, and it leads this energy transfer, since only some time ago proceeded in creating a cooperation for renewable energy sources. Even in its strategic plan, it has invested of 3.4 billion euros over the next 2 years, earmarked for investments in IS in the Balkans, and more than 1/3 of its budget is earmarked towards IS. Additionally, important projects with green identity we can see in ADAP, the water and sewage company that is, as they have declared. 1.1 billion euros is to be invested, and it will be very useful in order to reduce the leaks we have in water for the construction of a better sewage system, recycling, and other digital interventions. Same applies with GEOSE, another company, and the advent of the first trains with hydrogen technology, which is currently prepared. As a responsible investor that we want to be, we will also proceed in upgrading the services offered by our companies for the enhancement of their competitiveness, each and everyone in their separate fields. And that's why in our strategic plan that we have prepared, and it is under approval from our main shareholder, which is none other but the government, we have as a main pillar integrated in our strategy the ESG policies. And of course, the resources of the recovery fund, where 58% is earmarked towards this sector, will help that. Equally important is TAIPED, which, along with its new unit, the well-known PPF, will integrate the sustainability principles on the basis of its planning for all the works, all the projects that it will assume. The country wants to attract investments, and already does, in this field of sustainable development. Therefore, as it happens with other European Mediterranean countries, we deal with challenges such as overexploitation of resources, the emphasis on infrastructure systems, and on sustainable infrastructure consumption. But this is also our incentive to accelerate our efforts and enforce them. In any way, we see an investment momentum, and we must maintain and further enhance it. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, προτείνω να δείξουμε ευελιξία.
Well, we need to be flexible, so we will have the minister's speech first. How much time am I supposed to talk? 5 minutes. You will just give us something to talk about during the discussion. Okay, Thank you very much for the invitation. Above all, I wish you all the best with this conference to make it an institution accompanying the increase of the improvement of Greek economy and have always good news like the ones EOV yesterday had its forecast for the Greek economy growth 8% plus, and for 2022 the growth will be 4%. If these forecasts become true, we achieve them, we will have achieved one of the fewest countries that have remedied the losses of the pandemic in 2021, and in 2022 we won't be talking about recovery but with growth on a solid base, because growth does not come from consumption alone. It comes from private investments and increase of productivity and exports. This is Greece we all dream of. The good news is for the Greek economy in the past 10 days with the Prime Minister. We inaugurated Athens 3.0, and which is in the American Stock Exchange, which inaugurated the construction of Athens 3, and before we left the room, it has already submitted an application for Athens 4. Next day, we went to Thessaloniki to inaugurate the Pfizer investment from August 2019. The initial agreement was for 200 jobs. Today, 400 people have already been hired, and by the end of the year they will be 500. And as we were announced, they expand their investments in Thessaloniki, and according to EOV, we will have a benefit for Thessaloniki more than 600 million euros. With Mr. Pierakakis, we inaugurated Cisco's new center. It is one of the biggest investments in Greece. I dare say, I don't want to repeat myself, that if all goes well with Mr. Xenokostas, we will make an announcement regarding the Elefsina shipyards solving pending issues of decades. That will be after the Skaramangas shipyards solution. We set the basis, in other words, for a solid shipping industry in Greece, another step forward for the improvement of the status of our country, and 2 more minutes to share with you something I consider exceptional. Okay, everything is perfect. The investment environment is positive. Enterprise Greece and Taipei create miracles. We take steps forward for everybody. Everything is excellent. But ahead we have an exceptional opportunity that will never, an opportunity of a lifetime. What is this opportunity? How did we have the industrialization of Greece and the West? Well, we had all the production lines transferred to Asia. 80s, 90s, 2000s. Why did they transfer these production lines? Because industrialists could not bear the costs. The Chinese workers worked back then with 60 a month. The Western employees with $600 a month. But now things have changed because the Chinese salaries have increased and the shipping cost has increased. So what led production lines to go from west to the east is not that competitive anymore. Technology industry 4.0, AI and robotics creates more space for industrial production in Europe and in the West. If you add that the pandemic shocked the EU, Europe understood that they didn't have gloves, masks, medicines, nothing for the first time. I hear the commissioner say what we need to do to change this course. Huge European industries are in contact with governments in Europe to reverse this trend, and this is an opportunity for Greece. Why shouldn't we have some of these production lines here in Greece? We have the geographical position, we have political stability, we can exploit new technologies, we have educated personnel, and we have a government with a vision. If all of us work productively, I am sure that this part of this industry is coming back to Europe. Some of them can be in Greece, and the period of decay which started back in the 80s can be reversed. We will always be a tourist destination, but it's time to visualize ourselves as a country with production lines. The opportunity is ante borders, and we at the government are willing to make things come true. Join us, and in the next years, the Athens Investment Forum in 22-23, we will be able to announce even greater news for new investments in Greece beyond microphone, Pfizer, DeLonghi, and others we have already brought. Thank you very much.
Το να μιλάς μετά τον Άδων είναι ένας ακατόρθωτος άθλος, έτσι.
Well, having you speaking just for 10 minutes was really a great feat. Mr. Carrer, thank you for organizing not only the invitation, but especially for the organization, because this is one of the first fora that are affected within the heart of the day after, indeed, which means that when we have the end of the pandemic and thank God, return to normalcy. And it is in the heart of the events because our country now turns the page. And I'm not refer to that on political terms, but crystal clear, I refer to the substance of things, which for me is encapsulated in the concept of investments. Our country will have this year a record, if I'm not mistaken, that will exceed direct foreign investments, 10 billion euros. And that's real money. It's not just a lip service, it's money that is invested in real economy. And this we can see also in our daily lives, from something very, very simple, from the people in our houses, from dinners in our house. And we see now the business flair, we see the willingness and the appetite for new things to happen. I referred to more than 10 billion euros of FDIs. What's most important, however, is to see through the numbers. And if we go there, we see a 30% of FDIs regarding two Greek investments in two Greek groups, two Greek multinationals with multiple activity that grew within the crisis on different paradigms but common characteristics. We can speak about figures, and I give you far more, but to take any more money. What is important to see is the model where that was based. And this was clearly an aggressively investment model when in 2007, 2008, I tried to put into an easy scheme the whole model, what is the strategy and our dogma, so as to convey it, encapsulate it for our people in the company. I had the 3E in Greek: research, extrovert character, investment, all starting with a capital E, epsilon in Greek, saying that within the Greek company cannot excel abroad unless one has a differentiated and innovative product. There's no meaning investing in this product if we cannot gain through an international distribution network, if one cannot offer this product through a network, and having also the capital adequacy so as to support those investments, to have it sustainable, therefore. So this is the single way for the development of the Greek economy. This is the development for Greek companies. And this is something that we also see in our company, in VNK. This is the dogma for our investments. This is how Novis, Lambda, Yal Group, and other companies, which in their own way bear the flag of our country in the international business community. Food, pharmaceutical sector, energy are sectors which are the driving force for the day after. They will attract and continue attracting FDIs. And this is, if you like, the national team of Greece for the day after. And in this, it is towards that we should aim. But what I've said, we should not omit the remaining 60% of FDIs. The other 60% of FDIs regards to a great extent broad public sector companies and Greek companies that have tapped from foreign capital markets, and the hundreds of billions that were tapped from state bonds with excellent success and over coverage. All that have a common denominator, and that denominator are two things: stability and reforms. Give it in more plain forms. Will to solve problems. These, for me, are the two basic things for the day after. And whatever we see is what we see now is the result. All that has started because we clearly see that change. We should not forget the great path we have ahead in reforms. The minister knows it very well. It is a reform can unlock huge amounts of investments. It was not one. There are many reforms that were affected for the Ellinikon, for the airport. An investment that was pestered and was delayed for tens of years, and now it is really starting. But this doesn't stop there. We have, it is a change in the field of pharmaceutics.
Ξεκλείδωσε επενδύσεις οι οποίες υλοποιούνται στον χώρο του φαρμάκου από...
It is a series of companies, of Greek companies, that exceed 1.2 billion euros over the next 2 years. That is the way ahead. We must pursue, we must go ahead in this direction unperturbed. And so forth, so in the energy. The reforms there are clear, are seen, and we see the funds that are earmarked. The way to development passes exclusively through investments, and we must all refer to stakeholders, but in this fora we all know, each and everyone, who the stakeholders are and what our responsibilities are. So we must open as businessmen, as investors, we must open the purse and redirect investments to the productive tissue of the country. Therefore, ignite the production machine. And I'm so glad listening to that after so many years. This is a great pledge, and this is the main thing for the driving force of our country. The investment wheel must trickle down from the big multinationals to the middle business class. We must have this trust environment to have the sparkle that we will be torched ahead and start speaking again about development, growth and development, not merely recovery. So in conclusion, I consider that in this stage, a plethora of greater expectations has been fostered. We must be cautious. The way ahead is very long, quite thorny. It will not change overnight. A big road has opened, and we must continue. And this is a marathon that we must run, but as sprinters. And we must all keep up the pace. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tinel, you have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the organizers to give me the opportunity to speak once again about Fraport Greece and about what we did over the last 4.5 years now. Before I start into my short presentation, I wanted to point out something that is actually remarkable. You may have seen this chart before. It's the timeline of the project, but what is really interesting about this whole chart is when you divide it into two phases, in the phase of the preparation of the concession and in the last 4 years. It took almost 6 years, from 2011 to 2017, to set the stage for this project and to set the stage for Fraport Greece. 6 years in terms of tender preparation, expression of interest, carrying out a tender, awarding, finalizing the agreement. And it took us only 4 years to actually complete the project. So we rebuilt a total of 14 airports in just 4 years and brought them up to standard. Quick reminder of what our concession is about: 40 years of concession to upgrade, operate, maintain, and develop these airports throughout the period of 40 years. A substantial and sizable upfront payment to the Greek state, and an investment of 440 million over the last few years. Now, 4 years is not a very long time to build. If you think about permitting, about zoning, about getting all the approvals from various authorities. Yet, we started immediately, the moment we took over the airports, we started basically investing, and we started the works on the 14 airports. We were I was very happy and glad to be at the time, this is about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago actually, when we did the first groundbreaking ceremony at Thessaloniki Airport. And now we have a brand new airport since almost a year in Thessaloniki. So this is actually the physical work that you can see and the physical reflection of what we did across the country at 14 different locations. We built 5 new terminals. We refurbished and renovated 5 terminals. 4 of them have been just remodeled and with smaller interventions. We touched 12 runways in total, and we built 12 fire stations. So that's quite an amount of work for just 4 years, if you consider. This is the physical reflection across all the airports. I'm just showing you a couple of pictures. So this is now the brand new airport system, Fraport Greece. 14 different airports in serving 14 different locations. And as the minister said earlier on, we are serving mostly touristic traffic. So we are actually part of the touristic web and part of the touristic industry here in Greece. We were very fortunate to have the Prime Minister attend our inauguration ceremony in Thessaloniki on May 19. This was a great celebration for all of us at Fraport Greece, and unfortunately we did not yet have time to celebrate the way we would like to celebrate, bringing people together. Now, why could we not bring people together? I think this is the reflection of the biggest crisis in aviation history and perhaps also in the touristic industry. You remember that Greece, since the year 2011, this is the passenger traffic development for the last 15 years. There has been a steady growth of traffic into our 14 airports since the year 2011. We reached 30.2 million in 2019, and we came to a very abrupt stop in the year 2020 for obvious reasons. The drop was incredibly steep, and we only reached 28% last year. This year, we hope to recover to 50% of 2019. That sounds great, but it still is an absolute catastrophe if you look at the overall scenario, not only for us, for the airline industry, for tourism industry, literally for everyone involved. Now, since the topic of this forum today is the impact of investment and what does investment generate, I wanted to turn to a more positive outlook rather than the crisis. What did our investment do to the communities we are operating in? And obviously, we know what we did. We invested. We created jobs. We created new opportunities at the airports for businesses to work. But and the reflection here is 600 direct jobs at Fraport Greece. Actually, it's a bit more now. It's around 650. And around 14,000 people that work at the airports. We count this by the number of ID cards that we issue. So this is a number that is really based quite solidly on our own data. Now, but we don't only want to talk about ourselves and what we see as our impact on the communities. We have other institutions doing research on that, and I'm very glad to show you today the assessment of EOB, looking at the socioeconomic impact beyond what we invested. As a reminder, we invested 440 million. We create these jobs, but there's much more coming and flowing from this investment, and EOB has measured these numbers. I've been talking to the researcher yesterday who was working on the study, and he said he was actually surprised of how big the impact was. I think we're still at the beginning to trying to understand what the impact is on the overall economy, apart from the direct effect, the value added that Fraport Greece created, but also the secondary effects, the indirect effects, and the induced effects as our investment flows through the value chain in various, in all our economies. So these are some numbers that we have seen, and you can see our impact is actually the dark at the bottom. The induced and indirect and catalytic effects, they're much, much greater because of the additional passengers we attract, the tourists we attract, the tourists spend money. That, again, creates new opportunity and recycles the whole, our investment multiple times into the economy. EOB has even looked at what this kind of impact was at the various locations, various cities or destinations that we are operating, and it is quite remarkable. I think we're just at the beginning to understand this, and it is, I think, a great showcase for what private investment does, how quickly it can produce results, and the ongoing effects it has. One last thing I would like to say is that I have shown you pictures of airports. I've talked about investment. I've talked a lot about hardware and infrastructure. What's very important is that we also invested a lot in education, in training, in processes, and in improving the passenger experience overall. So it's not just that we build hardware, we pour concrete, and we put new machines, but we also invest in processes, and we continuously try to adapt to new requirements. We have been, just an example, we have been able to adapt our airport operations within 3 weeks to COVID requirements last year. So this was an enormous speed in order to adapt ourselves to the new situation. We have moved literally all training that was done in classroom style last year. We have moved 99% of all training onto electronic platforms within a few months because we couldn't travel and we couldn't get together. So we also invest in a lot in people, in the way we work, and in innovation, and in speed, and in responsiveness to our customers and to our needs. There's lots of things I could say about what is our future mission and what we want to do. Obviously, just pick out the main is to continuously develop our destinations, to attract new airlines, to bring more traffic, to bring more business to our destinations. And with this, I would like to leave this impression with you. Thank you very much for having me and for listening to me. Thank you.
I would like to start by thanking Mr. Carrer and the co-organizers that allowing me to be here with you. I've been representing Eurolife FFH, Fairfax Financial Holdings, which is well known in Greece, one of the few who believed in Greece from scratch and invested in the country. And he is the being our main shareholder. He says that if you want to prosper, is a business-friendly government. Business-friendly government is not a sin. It brings wealth and prosperity. And I'm glad because the climate in this country is optimistic. That is why we talk about investments. And I think it's not Greece, but Greeks. The investors believe in Greeks first. Investments and insurance. When you invest your house, your car, you have a health insurance, etc. From the moment we get your money until we pay you back, in between we invest this money, and as a consequence, internationally and in Greece, the biggest investors of any kind to be insurance companies. In the European insurance market, 10.6 trillion euros are invested by insurance companies, 59% of the European GDP. In Greece, 17.8 billion euros are the investments of insurance companies, 10.6 of the Greek GDP, which means simply that in Greece, all governments have chosen the state to take the risks mainly, and not the private sector. If we were in the EU average, we would have, instead of 18 billion investments, 100 billion of investments. In what kind of investments are these? We always look at the quality of the look of business. Insurance companies are of the highest quality because of their business. They invest in the long term. Company that sells insurances, life insurances or house insurances, they have a lifespan of investments more than 10 years. So the investments from investment companies are stable, long-term ones. And where do we invest? In bonds, primarily, in shares, and also a private equity, and in real estate. One of the biggest joint ventures of Eurolife is Euralia Hospitality, with a lot of projects in Athens, the Peloponnese, and on the island. So investments that go to real economy. And let me share with you something which is not that positive. From these 17 billion of investments, only 7 billion are in Greece. 10 billion is outside Greece. It has to do with the Solvency II, supervised by EIOPA and locally by the Bank of Greece. This is a risk waste. It allows you to invest wherever you want, but you need to have the right capital. What I say, in other words, and I don't want to take more of your time. I need to open a parenthesis nevertheless. We need to focus our investments in green investments, sustainable ones. At pan-European level, we have some initiatives by the Commission and at the level of insurances by EIOPA. According to Insurance Europe, our association, 150 billion are expected to go to Greek investments from 3 trillion, because the frameworks are so strict that actually punish you if you violate the rule. So at the European level and in Greece, we should not have any misunderstandings. The supervising system should give incentives in order to allow investments. In Greece, we have said already, as a Hellenic Association of Insurance Companies, it is important for the government, the Bank of Greece, and the insurance companies to find a way to bring some of the funds abroad to Greece. That can happen only if we work together. If we see the rules as they stand, as they are, investments will go where they have to go. But I see that in other countries there is some work and the investments take place within the regulatory framework and return in the countries per se. That is what we have to do in our country, because we're talking about a lot of billions that can be invested in the Greek economy. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Carrer and the organizers for their invitation. I'll try to be brief, and I would like to share with you what we have done as a group in the past 2 years in Greece. We will going to inaugurate in a month from now. No, it is the anniversary of the inauguration we had at Syros shipping yards with Mr. Georgiadis. Well, nothing from what we have been achieved without the support of Mr. Georgiadis and the Ministry of Development and Deputy Minister, Mr. Papathanassis. The 4 points we focused, we started from Neorion Syros shipyards. We have completed the project. 2.5 years we have paid off 10 million euros from the previous period and 3 million to the Social Security funds. And we have paid off the providers as well. We have focused on the environment since the shipyard has been neglected for many years. As a result of that, the jobs passed from 180 to have 650 right now, and 380 who have been pensioners were allowed to take their pensions. 100 ships of Greek ship owners are maintained in our shipyards every year because in the past years they had to maintain their ships in Turkish shipyards. I need to say that in Syros we have agreed with Cisco to create, along with the region of Southern Aegean, an innovation center focusing on new technologies, not focusing only on the ship, but further down. We want to link the port to the ship and the city. Two more American companies will sign with the center. We need to bring know-how to Greece. We will bring it, and we have funding for startups and education program in new technologies. The Elefsina shipyards in 1.5 years now we've been trying to manage the debts. I won't say more. Later today, we will have some announcements with the minister, and we will submit the file for shaping up the shipyard. Our focus is to make the shipyards operating only with green energy. Last Friday, in Beyond exhibition, we presented a platform called Livebox. It is made in Greece. Some of the features have already been used in the connections of the citizens with GovGR. It started for shipping, B2B, but we move further with the consumers. It will be available in 2022 for the consumers. It is a platform. We try to have AI facilitating our lives. Our vision is simple. We want to make Greece a shipyard hub, a technological hub with advantages not only for the people, but diplomatic advances for Greece as well. Let's have our discussion now.
We'll start with you, Mr. Minister. I reassure you that everybody noticed the great enthusiasm you spoke on the occasions appearing for the transformation of the productive basis of Greece. Well, opportunities there were in the past as well, which, however, would come and go. This is a very sad history, sad story in Greece, and perhaps it has been a misunderstood and has been ambivalent stance. I remind you the great mania on the public investments which due to the Olympic Games were affected in 2004, then they were left to get deserted. So what is it to make us believe that the change is here to stay, that it will be maintained after the current political cycle, and we will not have again the same grudging, the introvert character, the problems of the previous year, the problems of the past? I believe that what Mr. Katsou said, that we must stop considering the business-friendly environment and stance of the government as a sin. I believe that this has been conquered by this government, and I believe that this will have a duration, because this has been inculcated in the Greek people's mindset. Let me give you an example. The Lambda investment in Elliniko, which was one of the biggest projects that we managed to complete under my stewardship. I was the parliament representative, Nea Demokratia, in 2004. At the time, in the email I had, in my messages and all the other, I had denouncements that we sell out our state assets for nothing. Then came the first time leftist government, Syriza, which I compare to, draw a paragon to the inoculation. This was a vaccine, a jab. This experience was the vaccine that gave us precisely immunity vis-à-vis the leftist parties that have destroyed Greece after 1974. Again, when we became government and I was minister, again I was accused not for selling away Lambda, but why I did not proceed at a faster pace. So this change of mentality with the Greek people is something that gives me ground to be optimistic that this will be an ongoing change. Of course, I have no illusion. As it happens with jabs, the antibodies gradually drop as time goes by. So we must reiterate this kind of inoculation of vaccination. And so we work very intensively so as to bring in FDIs in Greece, improve our co-citizens' lives. When our co-citizens will have acquired experience of what they witnessed under the leftist government and the life they have under a liberal government, that is more jobs, well, better paid, and nice buildings and infrastructure surrounded, they will opt for their interest, will be the better life. Well, the country has not been governed all those previous years by a leftist government. Is it purely an ideological issue? Well, from 1974 and onwards, the country was only governed by the left. It was the ideology, governance, and supremacy that made even Nea Demokratia, New Democracy governments to rule under the principles of the left. Happily, this ideological supremacy was bent to the extent that I have contributed in that. I feel proud. This is what I've been telling you, and that's the simple example. And you can easily grasp that. When I was a member, an MP of the ultra-right party for the abolition of the sanctum of the universities, I was extreme right. When I voted for that in 2019 as a minister in the Kyriakos Mitsotakis government, along with the government of PASOK, of the party of PASOK, was common ground. The ideological distance between 2008 and 2019 was precisely the distance covered by the Greek society, from leftist groups to liberalism. With liberal ideas, the country will go ahead, investment will be attracted, unemployment will drop, and we will offer a better life, which is at the end of the day the desideratum in the political life. Thank you. Mr. Dimitriadis, let me turn to you. You know that this assets and participation fund was perhaps misunderstood. So I would say that perhaps the way it acted was a little bit ambivalent. Is there any change currently? And please tell us, this role of this Supreme Fund, that is the Corporation of Assets Participation, is it just to leave things to make civil servants as redundant or whatever? No, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. It was established as something investment, something that was imposed by the Troika and so forth. The reality is that such a corporation exists in all countries of the EU and also other countries. It is actually a kind of a corporation where all public property is collected, a large part of the public assets, And the reason for the establishment of such an institution is to exploit, to make the best use, not to sell out or let others make a killing. No, it's what the opposition says. For instance, for the PPC that you mentioned, the opposition says that you sell it off. Quite the contrary. And again, with the PPC environment, this is very characteristic. What happens? Actually, a percentage that was under TAIPED, we should have a public tender and have it adjudicated to the bidder, the higher bidder. Through this process now, the increase of equity, what does it mean? The money that were first to be diverted to TAIPED and then only be absorbed by the public debt, it remains in the company. Therefore, we have a broadening of the equity, foreign investors are attracted, and the money that is being dispersed by foreign investors is used by the company for a new business plan, which promotes both the goals for doing away with the lignite and its expansion in the Balkans. And it is a token of this maturity, because when 10 years ago we were in the middle of the crisis, then there was the need, or it has been considered so, to proceed in privatizations because the economy is very weak, so as do whatever we can so as to open the economy. Now it's a different viewpoint, and this shows a decade of huge maturation. This is what the corporation does, not merely selling off, but exploiting. So we have a radically different role. Therefore, we have the trust that we have an operating economy, and we will see how we can have long-term benefits, which will not merely be used, directed for paying off the debt, but have something in return. This is something that will be integrated in our own strategic plan, and it is something that the institutions really applauded. And it is for the first time the institutions showed in the PPC that we are mature to do so. Actually, we have conducted certain surveys to see what people expect from us, and the truth is that indeed they want, on one hand, to have the services offered improved, because the utilities and public services must offer services, be it in relation with PPC or public transportation or quick transfers and post, whatever, you name it. But in any case, those companies should both have a positive impact on the services they offer, but also have as many investments as possible, both for these companies to have better services, but on the whole. So it is a shift, both of the Greek economy that wants more investments, and they are most welcome, as we said beforehand, with the case of Fraport as well. Now that we're trying to exploit the remaining, the Kalamata airport and all the other, actually they are asking us, the local society, how quickly we are to do it. And if we had pictures of before and after, everybody will understand that the people who are passengers fully perceive the move and the value of that move. Thank you, but let us leave behind the state. I'll turn to Mr. Katsos, because you know your case, Mr. Katsos, is what we say a case study. How did you start from a family company, a drugstore at the crossroad of the Rikni and Patission, if I'm not mistaken? You proceeded, you made a small pharmaceutical industry, you found investors from abroad, you created your investment company without having any kind of state support and without ever having asked for the assistance of the state. So let us jointly examine what is it that someone needs, an SME, so as to become big in this country, with all the particularities, the problems, or whatever. I heard you wondering beforehand what will happen with investment, how people who have the ambitions and have no money, where they're going to find the money. Well, allow me to respond, making a bridge with the previous question. When we speak of selling off whatever, to me, things are different. There is what the market calls fair market value. So when what you have has a value and is interesting, has a stability, you have a value and stability in your work, and there is interest, the fair market value is big. When you are a post seller or you have a low value, then you are not interested for investments. So let's go back to your question. What was it? What was the drive? And what has led us there? It was the Greek state. In 1997, we almost went bankrupt, precisely like Greece, without having announced it. When we went bankrupt due to the Greek state, due to certain actions, counter actions or whatever, and our absolute dependency from the state led us to a dire situation. It is there that they said enough is enough. We must turn our looks and our sight abroad. This is how we started. But another nodal point is that to one extent, to one degree, we started in a kind of romantic. Let us sell Greek drugs to the French, German, so forth. Well, happily, 3 months ago, we realized that we were not that well placed and organized as we should be. So we started working, we invested, we conveyed the know-how, all the things that we added, and we opened again to the international market. So this is what we said before. This gives the possibility to be able to tap capital from abroad, offers credibility when one invests one's own money and therefore takes the risk, is a real businessman. Mr. Hadjigiou said so. We must first, Mr. Sarigirou said, we must show our willingness that we open the purse. If this happens and we show that our companies create a value, then we have the super value, the added value that will come from abroad as well, as presented by Fraport, on what is the ultimate return on local economy. Because this is the point, the recurrent added value. There is an investment made, and each euro invested in a productive machine has a huge impact back to our country. We warmly thank you. You know, investment has two branches. One branch is the investor, the businessman. The other is the employees, the people who work there. Mr. Xenokostas, having heard you beforehand, pre-announcing something very positive. I had a recall when I was a young reporter in 1991 under Mitsotakis government. Korean investors had appeared in Elefsina and they were chased after. I literally say so. I cannot remember the look of wonder they had. They tried to understand why they were aggressed by trade unions, representatives of the employees, I don't know what. And I'm positively, of course, impressed by the fact that the employees of the Elefsina shipyards have already approved the shaping up refurbishment project that has been submitted. So I would like to know what has happened. Well, just a moment, says the minister. Did you see, Mr. Papadopoulos, that in 1992, see what I told you, that under Karamanlis government, Mitsotakis government, again, Konstantinos Mitsotakis, again it was the left that ruled. Yes, vis-a-vis that chasing away the Korean investors, I have a prejudice. I have a kind of prejudice, so I don't want to mention much. But anyway, I would say, from the viewpoint of the employees, because we have witnessed all this change in Neorion, in Syros, and now we started witnessing in Elefsina, we should start on the first subject. The people working in Neorion of Syros, or in Elefsina now, are the same people. If we take away a 1% precisely, not higher, 1.3% percentage that are against, all the others are the same. So what made people who the day before worked in one way now work in another way? I give it succinctly in one word: truth. From the very first moment, I sat around with the employees that came and found me, and we discussed, and I said that I commit myself telling the truth, that I will be telling always the truth. And this is an agreement we made, all the truth. Once one agrees, then the next word is competitiveness. In order to be able to survive in the global market, regardless of theories, plans, or you name it, everything concludes in one single word. Are you competitive? If you are competitive, the customer will come. The customer doesn't even want to know you, doesn't want to embrace you, know you. Once you come, you must do a series of things that will make him loyal. So, around the issue of competitiveness, we plan everything from the beginning through multitasking methods, different methods. But anyway, at the center was the person. The people themselves took the initiative to administer the shipyard on a daily life. You know, the shipyard is not the issue of a registration number, it's its people. And that's how we all understood that we must go ahead on one single plan. And through this plan, the employee will gain, offering what the company was, that is his labor, his work. So if we can circumvent this 1%, which I cannot analyze. I don't know whether they've got a political party identity. I believe they merely have a self-conservation sentiment who may survive through destruction. That's why they fight everything against. But everything has radically changed. In my field, in the Neoria series, we know what has happened. They want it reiterated in Elefsina, and this is a cascade that took away and washed away any reaction. So people merely want to have a place of decent circumstances, decent conditions for decent working conditions. Thank you. I turn now to the Fraport CEO that manages the 14 regional airports, except Venizelos. We've listened to what has happened the previous years.
2022 in terms of passenger traffic in Greek airports?
This is a very challenging question because obviously under current circumstances, it's very difficult to predict. Now, when we put together the feedback we get from tour operators, from airlines, from the tourism industry, from what we see around, we are currently planning with around 80% of 2019 traffic. So this year, last year we were below 30. This year we'll be around 55%. That translates into around 17 million passengers. And next year, we could be at 25 million passengers throughout our airports, which means a big recovery for the Greek economy and Greek tourism. Could it be more? Definitely. I think that the Greek government, through its very carefully thought through policies.
And you are ready to service more?
We already serviced 30 million passengers in 2019, and some of our airports were still under construction. So now we're ready to serve them.
Even Eleftherios Venizelos has a new building, huh?
Yes, so we are ready to serve them. The question is more of what will happen in other markets. This year, big markets have been closed. The US has been closed. Asia has been literally closed for tourism. All these markets will open up again, and so we will see a lot of dynamic unfolding next year. We are very confident. We have a lot of very good feedback from airlines, so airlines will be deploying a lot of capacity. At the end of the day, it will, however, depend on many, many factors, including Greece remaining competitive. I think that's a key issue here. We hear a lot that prices are rising and all players are adapting their pricing policies. We must be careful not to cross the tipping point where this can become counterproductive. Okay. But from what we see right now, I'm very hopeful for next year.
Thank you. Κύριε Σαργιώργιου, σας ακούσαμε να κάνετε και μια έτσι
Mr. Sarigeorgiou, you've mentioned how people perceive insurers and how insurers perceive investments. But nowadays, things change. Pandemic, climate change, we had wildfires during the summer. The Greek insurance market, is it ready to deal with the needs and the new challenges? Yes, the insurance market is ready. And the seal for that, the proof of that is that we had Solvency 1, so now we have Solvency 2 since 2016. Billions of people, billions of money are in the market, so we have the adequacy. Nevertheless, we have people who don't have insurance, people who talk with their bankers to have 10 basis points in their deposits, but they don't have insurance for their homes, their cars, etc. That would cost them 200 euros yearly. So the main thing that the government should implement to have some tax deduction when you insure your house. And usually people pay housing taxes, but there is no tax deduction when you insure your home. I think that it is something quite important to be done in Greece. We are 95% public sector, and we should have to examine if we are mistaken in that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and we give the floor to Mr. Papadogiannis, who is a journalist, along with Mr. Fokion Karavias, CEO of Eurobank.
Χαίρετε. Είμαι ο Γιάννης Παπαδογιάννης.
Hello, I'm Yannis Papadogiannis, and I will have the joy to participate in this discussion about investments, economy, the banks, and I will have this discussion with Mr. Fokion Karavias, CEO of Eurobank. Mr. Karavias, there is a lot of optimism for the future after the end of the crisis, the health crisis. Quite recently, you said that you might have the highest growth rate since 1960s, but at the same time, we see some negative news, increase of prices in raw materials, distortion in supply chains. Do you worry about all these? Will they cause any trouble? Good morning, Mr. Papadogiannis. I need to repeat myself by saying that the Greek economy is at a period of strong growth. The challenges will always be there, nevertheless. And we see that there is an international increase in prices due to a distortion of supply chain because of the pandemic mostly, but is due also to some geopolitical reforms. At the same time, we see an increase in the price of fossil fuel, natural gas. In Europe, we see an abrupt increase of the electricity price. In Greece, in Europe, we have a trading system of CO2 emission, but nevertheless, this mechanism cannot facilitate things when we have emergencies. We don't have a similar mechanism similar to the one existing with the banks. Europe, nevertheless, has to deal with this issue united and with coordinated efforts. And the proposal of the ministers, prime ministers of Italy and Greece was right to have a European supply of natural gas, and not separately by each country. I believe that we should not invest in nuclear energy. It's not green, and nuclear wastes are not environmentally friendly. And we have seen that there are accidents that have affected our lives. There are nevertheless opportunities for our country. Greece has a competitive edge in renewables. This crisis leads us all to the assumption that we need to facilitate and move faster in these kind of investments. And I have heard the Prime Minister talking about the coastal wind parks. And there is this new trend to bring production from the east to the west in order to decrease dependency from countries like China. That will bring new opportunities, especially in manufacturing for our countries as well. We don't talk about a Greek crisis, but an international one, and I believe that the international community, one way or another, will find a way to deal, and I believe to deal with it. And I believe from the second semester of 2022, these disruptions will smooth. More specifically for the Greek economy, the data recently announced surprised positively even the most negative ones. What can we be cautious of in order to avoid any disruptions? Yes, there are weaknesses in the economy, challenges, the legacy of the crisis, of the health crisis, etc., and the productive model in our country. Well, public debt is one, the dual deficits, the NPLs, and the investment gap are four of these big challenges. 100 billion concerning investment gap in the years to come with the investments announced. We need to fill it in total or at least partially, and I believe that the recovery fund and other funds are of great assistance. As far as NPLs are concerned, I believe that the banking system has made advancements in the past 2 years, and I'm quite glad that Eurobank was the first one to pave the way, and we had the other banks following in the financial results, as we have already announced in the third quarter. We will present for the first time after 2010 single-digit NPLs, and that will pave the way, I believe, to upgrade the Greek economy in investment grade. Critical issue of double deficits. They led us to crisis. We corrected them during the crisis. We have a disruption during the pandemic that was global, but it's critical to bring these deficits within limits. We need to set our own national target goal in order to avoid any further problems. And the debt is huge. There is no doubt it increased more during this last crisis, but it has some positive characteristics we need to repeat. It has a low interest rate and 40 billion of stock as a percentage of GDP is the highest in the EU and probably in the Western world. The inflation created of 2 to 3% is good news for the debt because it will decrease because of the
κυρίως από τον παρονομαστή, θα έρθει μέσω της ανάπτυξης.
Of inflation, and I think that this will be rather positive. We must never forget, Mr. Papadogiannis, that demography is #1 problem for Greece. This is why international organizations like IMF talk about the development of our country around 1% because of that. There are no easy solutions. Eurobank has undertaken an initiative, and I'm well aware that you are aware of that. A few months ago, we presented this initiative in the presence of the President of the Hellenic Republic in order to raise awareness about how critical is demography for our country. And as part of this initiative, we do work together with Greek international organizations so as to create a roadmap the state could follow to decrease this problem. You talked about the recovery fund. The expectations are huge. It's not worth repeating that, but it will concern more big companies, and the smaller ones will have more problems. Why do these difficulties exist? Are there any initiatives that can be undertaken to have more companies participating in that? Yes, we need to clarify that, nevertheless. A lot of things have been said, but let's start by RRF per se. It is essential for the economy, but a lot of people say that we used to have funds from Europe in the past, but they didn't help us change the production paradigm of our country. We focus mainly on consumption, and in order to absorb these funds, we focused on consumption. That means that we increased our imports, and we all saw that this productive model is a failure. This time, things are different because RRF is focusing mainly on investments, and with the guidelines it has, green transition, the digital transformation, research and development can lead us to changes in the productive model of our country. You rightly said that there is a worry. The companies that will benefit from that are the big ones and the medium-sized ones, but the recovery fund is not for the loans, are the subsidies as well, and there are some projects like Exikonomo Katikon, which will distribute money to smaller companies as well. Beyond the RRF, especially for smaller companies, there are other European projects and the programs of the Greek Development Bank, and via the banks, these programs focus on small enterprises. In Eurobank, we're ready, and we invite our customers to inform them about these programs because they give them huge opportunities and they need to take advantage of. You are aware about the criticism for banks that they do not help a lot. Nevertheless, there is this new idea that banks now are more bureaucratic now than before. Is it because in the past few years you focused on NPLs mostly and you detached yourselves from the real market and economy? I'll try to be frank. In reality, crisis made us as a field more introvert. Yes, bureaucracy has increased in the banking system. Quite recently, the public, which has been characterized by bureaucracy, showed us the way to digitization and decrease of red tape, but the crisis we experienced was beyond any imagination, and something that we haven't discussed thoroughly during the crisis. We lost a lot of highly educated employees. They went abroad. We had a weakness in attracting new talented employees, but now things have changed. We try to attract people from abroad, and that will be to our benefit, and I think that the banks should take steps to reverse this trend. But because of the crisis, monitoring and supervision of the banking system became stricter. Imagine how bureaucratic it is to open a new deposit account. Internationally, we had a correct decision taken. The banks should contribute in managing financial crime. We had to invest in technology more, but at the same time, we became more bureaucratic in order to tackle this problem. Quite recently, there is this idea already implemented that the banks should contribute faster to the green transition of the economy, putting in their criteria other criteria like the energy footprint of an investment. But this means more bureaucracy and more time for approving a loan. So it is a combination of things that have led to a more bureaucratic model. Our will is to work hard to reverse this trend, and technology is our ally in that. Last question, brief answer please. What are the competitive edges of Eurobank in the market, and what are your priorities from now on? There is the idea in the market that all four big banks in Greece are similar. Well, it's partially right. Nevertheless, in Eurobank, we are different. From our revenues, only 60% comes from works in Greece, 10% comes from our portfolio investments that we built in the past years. This portfolio will be kept because we believe in the future of real estate in our banks, and the 30% comes from our activities outside Greece. We are the third biggest bank in Bulgaria. We bought out some banks in Bulgaria. In Cyprus, we have a very strong presence. In Serbia, we have a smaller presence. We try to enhance, but nevertheless, beyond the differentiation of revenue sources, Eurobank is different from the rest of the banks. I won't say more on that. Nevertheless, we will have the opportunity to discuss that in detail in the near future. Thank you very much, Mr. Karaveos. I give the floor to the next session. Thank you very much.
Τα χρήματα δεν κινούν τον κόσμο. Εκτός αν κάποιος έχει τη θέληση να τα απελευθερώσει. Το όραμα να τα κάνει σύγχρονες επενδύσεις που σέβονται το περιβάλλον και ανοίγουν τον δρόμο για την ενέργεια του μέλλοντος. Να τα βάλει να δουλέψουν σε νέα, φιλόδοξα έργα που θα δημιουργήσουν καινούργιες θέσεις εργασίας. Τα χρήματα κινούν τον κόσμο, αν δεν παραμείνουν χρήματα. Αν γίνουν πραγματική στήριξη για τις ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις. Για να δούνε την επόμενη μέρα πιο αισιόδοξα. Γιατί για εμάς τη Eurobank τα χρήματα κινούν τον κόσμο μόνο όταν μας πηγαίνουν όλους μπροστά.
Ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Χαίρετε κυρίες και κύριοι. Είμαι ο Γιάννης Πολίτης και είναι τιμή μου που...
Hello, I'm Yannis Politis and I'm glad that I participate for the fourth consecutive year in this forum in order to moderate a very important session. The subject is how we will come back to recovery. You know that the major issue is always the constructions in Greece. We went through 10 years of very deep depression because everything was frozen in construction. All of a sudden, everything is revived. Money is cheap, so big investments of the public start. And private sector.
Εδώ σήμερα είναι μαζί μας οι άνθρωποι που θα συντονίσουν
So, we'll see all these big projects.
Στην Ελλάδα ακόμη για υποδομές.
We must see what is needed in Greece, in what way it will be done, and most importantly, how we will maintain what we already have. Some years ago, we were saying that we had no road infrastructure. You had a 50-50 chance to reach Patras when leaving Athens due to the many road accidents. This is done away with. We've got an excellent road network, but now we've got environmental changes that have to be observed and have to be taken after. We're supposed to have the minister with us, but now he's trapped in the parliament. We know what happens when we have a plenary session and the minister is trapped there. Cannot leave, of course. But we have with us the alternate minister in substance, Mr. Karagiannis. So we also have with us, as you see in the agenda, I will be announcing each speaker once they will be taking the floor. We've got the leading executives of the construction market that will contribute in this brave new development round. Each one will have a 5-minute presentation, and then we'll have a roundtable discussion. I hope that I will cover all the eventual questions you would like to have and address to the speakers. So we start with the Deputy Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning in a very special event. I would like to convey you the sorrow of the minister, Mr. Kostas Karamanlis, who could not attend, but I believe to a certain degree I will manage to substitute and represent him gallantly. The forum organized here is evolving into an institution in the Greek public discourse and actively contributes in the very fertile and creative exchange of views. This is why our ministry has set it under its auspices. Therefore, I would like from this podium to thank and congratulate the organizers for the impeccable organization, but also something more, that even the way the title has been set is to the point. The construction sector is indeed the key for the development of Greek economy. And equally to the point is the selection of the speakers, of the participants of the round table that is to follow, those who are to present the issues. I have representatives of two major companies under our ministry with whom I have the great joy to cooperate on a daily basis, but we also have the paramount representatives of the construction companies and the consultancy companies who are very valiant partners in our daily effort to give a boost in the infrastructure projects. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is in a very special conjuncture. Following a multi-annual financial crisis and through an unprecedented health crisis that brought about this pandemic, it is a real feat for the Greek government and the Greek state that in this conjuncture our economy takes important steps ahead. In other words, what do we try to do? We try to build and consistently serve a new national policy of development and progress, so as for our country to exploit at last its comparative advantages, so as to manage over the next years to be in the foreground. We want to invest in sectors where our strategic location gives us preferential positions, such as logistics, combined transports with our train network and our ports that can make them real hubs. And generally speaking, the new generation infrastructure projects that will revive the market, but also dramatically change the image of our country. Projects that serve the new development paradigm. Not fragmentary, however, but all integrated in a single strategic plan with a crystal clear strategic goal. Greece, our country, must be transformed into an infrastructure hub of the broader area. You realize, therefore, those of you in this venue, that the role of our ministry in this effort is critical. Ladies and gentlemen, we have elaborated an integrated work plan of 30 billion euros, and we are methodical in proceeding in its implementation. We have already contracted more than 2 billion euro bills, and this merely concerns our ministry, not the government at large. In order, however, to fully perceive and grasp the size of this figure, let me say the following. The previous government of the 4.5 years has contracted projects of 800 million euros. Now we have managed to have quadruple result in less than half the years. Therefore, we proceed at a pace of 10 times the projects of the past. I will not want to tire you with details. What are the projects that are blocked and what are the new projects launched? I believe that more or less you all know them. The National Road Patra-Pyrgos, the Line 4 of the Metro, E65 of the Nationwide, all this indicatively. On the other hand, also the new projects that are to be launched within a couple of days to be announced. We have called for tenders, anti-flood works, road safety of 675 million euros that are to be published, the flyover, the new metro stations. I would like in our current meeting to dwell on two other critical parameters and underscore. First, our government never misses something that would have been a rule for previous governments. We never announced a project without having already earmarked the fund and a specific timetable. We do not pay lip service. We present crystal clear and well-studied bills when we make announcements to our citizens. And both the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, and the Minister of Infrastructure, Mr. Karamanlis, are adamant about that. This is how we perceive politics. And actually, in this effort, we also explained in an open mind and no dogma every available tool and instrument. I should mention here that only with regard to PPPs, by the end of 2021, there will be calls for tender of approximately 20 projects of an overall budget of 4 billion euros approximately, while we also fully exploit community resources and the great opportunity of the Recovery Fund. The second that I would like to point out is that these works are integrated in a single plan of where we are directed to, and this has been briefly presented on multiple occasions. This is precisely what lacked from our country on most cases. In the previous years, along with great projects and necessary projects that were implemented, there was an equal number of unfortunately sunk projects, or projects that we did not need really, that may have responded to petty politics rationale. But in these distorted notions of the past and their impact, the current government puts an end. The projects included in our plan serve the overall national plan, solve serious problems of local societies. They are really needed by our country, and they make citizens' daily lives far better, but also attain something else. And this is the third point I'd like to refer to. They give a great boost to growth, because infrastructure works has been fully verified that they have a huge multiplying factor for the Greek economy. Each euro invested generates hundreds of others, which are also in turn invested. Thus, we have a dissemination of this investment, and at the end of the day, a growth of the economy. It is wonderful to have investment of a big investment fund, but we will have primary investment there, but the rate there will not be disseminated as it would be desired. It is quite different, on the other hand, if this same growth rate is attained by a single investment, such as the infrastructure works, which will bring about both broad dissemination and mobilization of other companies, will create new jobs. We give a boost to SMEs, as is the case for raw material companies, for instance, SMEs, and will give life to whole areas, and will create new, smaller scale investments around the original one. Construction sector, therefore, operates par excellence this way, creates strong potential and creates internal pockets of development, and thus we have greater dissemination of prosperity and economic growth. The difference between the two cases I mentioned is qualitative. In the continuing, however, it evolves and is transformed to a quantitative one. It's from the cases where growth attracts further growth. This we see it also in the increase of jobs offered, and actually in many cases of high caliber and high skill jobs, which at the same time is attractive and well paid. Therefore, not only do we have new jobs created and jobs for the unemployed, and especially for the young people entering for the first time in the market, which of course is extremely important, because this is how we can revert the brain drain, but also new jobs are created for scientists who in the previous years had to leave. Therefore, we repatriate the good brains. We have brain regain. So not only do we put an impediment to brain drain, but we also create brain gain. So we have turned the page. You realize that the construction world moves ahead, and we might have to move along. I hope I didn't tire you. I know that I took a little bit more time than I should, but I believe that it will be very interesting to listen to the interesting presentations of the next speakers. Thank you.
Καλώ στο βήμα τον κύριο Χρήστο Βίνη, είναι ο
Mr. Vinis is invited to the podium, who is chairman of the board of directors and CEO of Ergose. Yes, the minister was right. We will have scientists coming back to the country, but the problem will be with low-skilled workers. Well, in Greece, we don't have any low-skilled workers. Thank you very much for the invitation in this exceptional forum. Ergose is planning today implementing projects with a strong footprint that change the transport in our country, projects that create added value to the economy and society, promote the strategic objective of Greece to become a hub of Southeastern Europe. From the first moment we came into office, our focal point was to solve the problems that were barriers in the projects needed. In order to overcome the problems, in order to promote the projects and implement them, we tried to find solutions to acts, and we called for tenders and contracted a lot of projects. The progress and the results are depicted in the absorption of European funds for train projects, and their growth rate is positive after many years. We accelerated the processes for important infrastructures, upgrading the network of the country, and we have contracted projects of 515 million euros. In New Panteleimon areas, we will have one stop, mobility in Larissa, e-mobility of the sector Παλαιοφάρσαλα, Καλαμπάκα, Kiato Rhododaphni, e-mobility from Rhododaphni region, and the second phase of development of the train station of Athens. At the same time, we are ready to contract 6 important projects that will link Greece with Southeastern Europe and important ports of Greece. Ports of Patra, Lavrion, Rafina, Port of Thessaloniki and Kavala will be linked with rail. Ergose has promoted governance, organizing its projects around the recommendations of the World Bank. We have concluded the tenders, and we will be at the last stage soon. We also have concluded the processes for hiring a technical consultant during tenders until the contract signing. 6 project managers that will assist Ergose during the construction phase will be also hired. Dialogue is a tool to get over the distortions of the past. We discuss everything in order to solve the problems before the tendering. Having already a lot of projects underway and putting future projects in rail, Ergose is struggling to create a sustainable network. We take advantage of the experience of our elderly people. We recognize their contribution and invest in them. We increase and enhance the knowledge of the employees. Modernization of the Greek railways is a challenge for Ergose and a great opportunity to make our country a modern country now and in the future. And now I would like to invite the CEO of Attikon Metron, Mr. Nikos Kouretas. And when we manage to build trains, we will be a European country. Yes, I think that we have visualized that. All of us have contributed. And as the Deputy Minister has already said, we are ready to have these projects done. Mr. Kouretas, you've got the floor. Good afternoon.
Thank you for this very successful conference. We tried to be complete with the scaffolding for the metro station within 35 days. Line 4 was still on the tendering process, at the end of the tendering process, due to the various legal issues that had arose. The Thessaloniki Metro, who had just managed, amongst various recourses to the courts and court delays, who had managed to approve the transfer of antiquities. All these works had been done by the previous government without having get all these approvals. The Piraeus tram was seized. All that in the pandemic. Today, in Line 4, following the signing of the first contracts last March, we have already set the first work sites, from Katechaki to Veikou, to Akademias, to Kolonaki Square, and the others follow suit. In Thessaloniki, we now implement a realistic roadmap and time table. We have followed and have done away with all the judicial frictions, and we proceed. Respectively, in Piraeus, not only have we finished with all the works, but we plan of delivering the first stations next summer. Finally, the tram, as you know, by the mid of November, will be delivered in Piraeus. The first pilot itineraries have already started today. Let me say a couple of words about the last discussion on the occasion of Line 4 and the turmoil it will bring about. Let me mention, however, the impact of the metro in the environment, the macro climate in Athens. The first thing I would like to say is that the tender and the bills were approved many years ago. It was launched in 2018. The study of the Line 4 was launched in 2004, but was finalized in 2016-2017. We all know and acknowledge the importance of greenery and trees for quality of life, especially in the big cities such as Athens. Trees bring down temperature, offer shade and freshness, improve the microclimate of the area, filter the air, clean from impurities and pollutants and are noise barriers. How are we to construct these stations, these terminals? In most cases, will be constructed with an open well, and the work will be done underground in order to cut as few trees as possible. Attikon Metron sits next to those big wells. It's a work. It's site works. We need site, of course, and place for the lorries, for the excavation, and so forth. We cannot avoid cutting down certain trees. Obviously, we make the biggest effort so as to cut as few number of trees as possible. Well, excuse me for interrupting you. If I show you the emails I get to my TV program, I've got hundreds of mails for Kolonaki Square. What you have to do with those trees? Well, I can tell you officially that Attikon Metron proceeds in very cautiously. So I would like to also stress that we will replant a big part of trees that can be replanted in places that will be suggested by the municipalities, by the 4 municipalities that the Line 4 goes through, and in full respect of the environmental laws and rules. The second is that for all trees that will be cut, not only the balance will be set, but following the incitation of the Minister, Mr. Karamanlis, and the Deputy Ministers, Mr. Karagiannis, double the number of trees will be planted on a and following specific study and place to be suggested by the municipalities. The environmental impact study has been approved since 2018. The environmental benefits are multiple, as you will be seeing from refurbishments of squares done in the past. I can give you succinctly that through the operation of Line 4, we will have 340,000 more passengers on a daily basis. We will have 53,000 less of private cars. We will be saving 216 megawatt hour of energy and 418 tons of CO2 emissions on an annual basis. From all the above, we realize why metro is the most environmental friendly transport means, which contributes in reducing the environmental footprint and the improvement of urban sustainability. And this doesn't concern solely us. Recently, the Supreme Indian Court, 1 month ago, issued the following ruling on the case of a new metro line constructed there. There was a recourse of certain citizens on account of cutting down 7,000 trees, and respectively in Rome, during the construction of Line 3, which is the one that goes through the Colosseum, 109 trees were cut at a specific point, which were not even replanted. In Brussels, during the construction of a single metro station in Place François Regard, other big trees were cut down. Let me also remind you two, which are very characteristic, which were the example of very frivolous cases in Agia Paraskevi and the Agronomy University. Yes. The pictures with such cutting down of trees, as we see it, indeed is extremely sad to all of us. But with so many environmental benefits that we are to draw, we should not see the tree and miss the forest. And finally, with the current metro lines, 1, 2, and 3 lines, that is, 1.4 million passengers per day circulate with 69 stops. This is one of the smallest networks worldwide in such mega cities such as Athens. So we have to grow it. We owe it to the environment and next generations. Thank you.
Would like to thank Mr. Kouretas for the excellent news. I will come back with some extra questions. And now we will go to Mr. Mitzalis Konstantinos, CEO of AVAX Group. Your Excellency, Deputy Minister, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for honoring me with their invitation to come to Athens Investment Forum. A year ago, during our previous meeting, was the speed of how with which our country would recover. For our sector, the discussion was the fastest maturation of projects. We had to take advantage of public and private funds, and especially those of the Recovery Fund. As constructors, we had asked not to miss 2021 and contract as many projects as possible. There was an effort from the part of the Ministry of Infrastructure to include more works in the Recovery Fund, and an effort is done for the tendering process in many projects and the maturation and tendering of new ones, contracts for new works, projects, Line 4 of Metro and E65 National Road. One of the problems in 2021 was the increase of prices in certain materials. The outcome of the energy crisis and the shipping costs has now led to find solutions. We need to revise the prices, and hopefully we will see some results, because the conditions of financing projects from the construction companies is becoming very tight. And we also need to take that into consideration during the next tenders coming soon, because we will have a very negative effect, the budget to be lower than the construction cost. We are at a period of growth for the country and our sector. So let us be optimistic that quite soon the timetable of delivering new infrastructures in the society will become obvious. I won't repeat myself by saying how we contribute to the Greek economy. I think that the projects leave their footprint during construction, and they change our daily lives after their completion. The construction sector has achieved in contributing in many ways in the growth and development, and not within the framework of the traditional construction works. With the know-how we do have, and with the expansion of our activities, construction companies are ready to play an important role in implementing the ambitious the program Greece 2.0, like green and digital transitions, including projects of energy storing, new infrastructure that will serve transition to a more sustainable transport system. These are works that the technical companies can not only complete, but play an important role in their maturation and funding. The program Greece 2.0 point includes a lot of other projects. The efforts of the Ministry of Infrastructure had as a result to include a lot of infrastructures, watering works and upgrading of the road system. We expect that a lot of money from RRF will go to PPPs. I am sure that the construction industry will manage to live up to the expectation of all of us. The projects will increase growth and development in Greece. Nevertheless, I want to mention something which is linked to the construction industry. Something that we are all discussing lately is climate change. Climate change has a lot of dimension, but nevertheless, two are the main aspects. First, the effort to revert this catastrophic threat for the planet by states. I won't mention that, but the second dimension has to do with the actions and the measures that need to be taken so as to get ready to deal with the consequences of climate change. I'm not an expert, but I believe that we will all agree that to revert climate change will take time. We're not talking about 5 to 10 years, but the next decades. Nevertheless, the destructive fires and floods are two of the consequences of climate change that do affect the daily lives of citizens and can destroy the infrastructure of the country. This is what I wanted to share with you today. I take into consideration that this phenomena has increased in volume and frequency, and I'm not the only one to say so. International organizations along with OECD and others have started examining the consequences of climate change and submitting proposals. We need, nevertheless, to work at national level. The state has already promoted anti-flood projects in various areas, and a lot of them have been tendered for urban or semi-urban areas. But a study that will conclude with suggestions is a decision that need to be taken soon. I think the next step is to have a committee that will suggest conclusive opinions on how to deal with these problems of floods and fires. And they should focus on two fields: how to support the existing infrastructure and the technical works, supporting them, and in urban areas, priority Athens, Piraeus, and Thessaloniki, and other bigger cities and islands, in order to protect them from floods. That does not reverse only risk of to lose some lives, but the risk of destruction of houses and property. And specific measures should be taken as soon as possible, concrete one, that will be supported by regulations. I mention ideas like revising the specification of new projects, invest on emergency calls for extreme phenomena, change in the heavy maintenance regulation. And I will rest my case with the following. Optimism is there, but the challenges are also there. I will say once again that the construction industry will meet the challenges, and being aware of the willingness of the Ministry of Infrastructure allows me to be more optimistic. Mr. Mitzalis actually talked about how to maintain these projects and include them in the new environmental conditions. Mr. Perdikaris, member of the Board of Direction of Yekterna, are you from Lefkada? Is that so?
Γιατί είναι και ο κύριος Κουρέτας Λευκαδίτης. Άρα είμαστε προκομμένοι.
So, how it happens that most of the things happen in Lefkada, such a small, if not the smallest municipality of Athens, of Greece, excuse me, I wonder. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank for the invitation extended to us for participation in this conference and warmly congratulate the organizers. We would like to present certain thoughts on the subjects of constructions in Greece and for the great challenge ahead for the exploitation of the Recovery Fund. The Recovery Fund has primary resources of 31.6 billion euros, and the overall investment resources that will be mobilized will be 58.16 billion euros in a very specific time frame. To date, since August, 4 billion euros have already been dispersed. At the epicenter, we have green transition and circular economy, digital transformation of the country, employment, skills, and social cohesion. This program is a historic opportunity for the country to which we have the duty to respond, and we are doomed to succeed. And actually, this must happen in a well-defined time frame. It must be effected with very strict timelines. This will bring about to a strengthening of social cohesion, and thousands of people will find job. We will have a mitigation of social imparities. The country will be self-sufficient as far as energy will concern. We will have a reduction of the energy cost, and therefore our economy will become more competitive. Through digital transformation, we will fight bureaucracy, the great plight of the Greek state. The state will become more citizen-friendly. Thus, we will boost our economy. Through the development that is to be effected, we will increase the social share, new jobs will be created, and we will have a brain regain. This way, we will be led to what we would like to have as a goal, that is sustainable prosperity for all. Now, let us come to the construction sector. The construction sector, following a 12-year shrinkage, continuous shrinkage, it is a challenge to be, once again, the main driving force of Greek economy and one of the main tools for the implementation and succeed of the Recovery Fund success. Now, what are our weapons? First of all, the existence of resources. We said that we'll have the biggest available capital to flow in the Greek state. This is an unprecedented opportunity. We have an institutional framework that we were equipped with in 2021. We have an accumulated know-how as a sector and as a society, and we also have a willingness of the society to do away from stagnation and take a leap forward in combination with historical progress to be achievers, and we have set national goals. Now, what are the deficits? The shrinkage of the work power as a collateral damage of the limited construction activity of the previous period. Actually, in a recent study by IOV, it seems that we are the country with the smaller inflow of technical personnel in production in the whole of Europe. Although the average inflow rate of young technical personnel is 9.8, for us it's a mere 2.1. We have the increase of the energy cost, the increase of the raw material cost, the illicit competition in the market of constructions through the extremely low offers and tenders, and the ministry tried to offer a solution with the recent solution, and the well-known problem of red tape of public administration. Now, what else should be done so as to succeed in this challenge and respond? Everyone should respond on one's own means. We must forget old mentality, continuous confrontations, and adopt a new, improved culture and mentality in many issues. We should establish two totally transparent procedures, and we must all rally in this effort. No one is redundant. As a group, Terna, we will be present with all our forces, as we always did, especially during the crisis. We promote participate in investments of more than 6.5 billion euros value, so as to contribute through increased added value participations in this national effort. Today, we are at the starting point. We are consciously declaring our aptitude and readiness, and we are at the disposal of the state so as to constructively contribute wherever we can. We owe it to ourselves, to our country, to the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pedikaris. Well, your company helped us arrive faster at Amphilochia. Hopefully, will help us arrive faster in Lefkada as well. Mr. Souretis, CEO of Intracat SA. You've got the floor. Minister, dear guests, participants, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, challenge, and congratulate you on the organization. After many years of decline of the economy, the growth rate globally and at pan-European level seem to recover, especially in Greece. The first quarter of 21, we had stronger financial performances than expected. And we had rating agencies talking about recovery and growth of 6%. And in Brussels, the institution talk about 7% increase. And the requirement is, of course, to make use of RRF and NSRF. We have 30 billion euros from funds for 2026, green growth, waste management, energy upgrading of buildings, transport infrastructure are honored. These funds, these projects will be supported by NSRF for Greece 26 billion, focusing on clean energy, digital infrastructure, road transport, and units of recycling in construction industry, which suffered a lot trying to recover after 2008. The pandemic created a lot of problems in a difficult timing. Works were delayed because of the lockdowns, and also material prices have increased. The average increase of prices from August 20 is for iron 58%, for oil 70%, and the energy, the average electricity price in the connected ATMIE network was 56 euros, whereas in 21, 107 euros the megawatt hour. These are critical issues that need to be solved if we want the companies to survive. To solve the issue of prices is important. It should be fair and objective. The system of prices until 2012 is rather weak in order to solve the issues right now. This analysis take into consideration equipment and performance of that period. The methodology of construction of the works has changed. The equipment has changed. The participation of the employees, the workers, and so we need to find an innovative solution in order to deal with the issue substantially. We need to take a legislative initiative, a direct remuneration that will deal with this emergency and assure the continuation of the project, and a process of price observatory that will follow the trends in the market and solve problems now and in the future. The change of the real cost has led the constructors neither to lose something or gain something, but the state is invited to cover this gap. If this will not happen, we will have claims, and some of the works will stop. The ministry understands the criticality of the issue and probably will find a solution. The second thing is to accelerate the tendering of projects. A lot of big works projects have matured, so we need to accelerate processes for tendering. This is important for the state in order to absorb funds and private investments, etc., and for the construction companies that suffer from lack of projects and have negative results in their budgets. How can we achieve that? A decision should be taken for tendering by the state, and the services should promote the processes, reinforcing the mechanism with specialists. The construction industry in our country is rather competitive and has survived from various crises. Minister, we want your support so as to become the locomotive that will support the projects of your ministry, will absorb the funds from RRF and NSRF and boost the economy. Don't allow the construction industry collapse. Take initiatives. You can do that. Take care of these unexpected price raises. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Σουρέτη. Ο τελευταίος...
Thank you, Mr. Suretis. The last speaker in this round table that will finish the first round is Mr. Manolis Sigalas, who is the first Vice President and Managing Director of Hill International. Dear colleagues and guests, allow me to congratulate the organizers of the Athens Investment Forum, and let me say that it's a great joy and honor for us to be present here for the fourth consecutive year. 2 years ago, from this very podium, we had openly expressed our optimism and the faith in the development and growth prospects of the country as they started shaping. Today, and despite the pandemic crisis, we're extremely glad seeing a very positive scenario in full deployment in the field of infrastructure. The efforts of Greece and the Hellenic Republic have a tangible result for the market. Now the international investment interest in high value is consolidated, and the common denominator is that the prospects for our sector are very positive. And this is because, on one hand, we see international large-scale builds launched, and at the same time there is a renowned pipeline that can be financed throughout the country, and they concern the broader sector. Merely suffice to say that only in Attica important investment is just on the line, with main goals the line 4 of the metro and the project of products
που έχουν ξεκινήσει οι πρόδρομες εργασίες και αυτή τη στιγμή είναι σε εξέλιξη δημοπράτηση.
We have in process the tendering process of the main infrastructure projects, and the bids will be presented promptly. Ελληνικό by itself, the first stage of the construction will be over the next months and years the main source for important contracting in the local market, and all present know it very well. At the same time, there is an important subject to the pipeline all over the country in a broader spectrum. We have energy infrastructure, combined logistics. We have projects in the field of health, tourist infrastructure, social infrastructure, urban refurbishments, PPPs, private investments. There's a very heavy pipeline. There is no doubt that the recovery fund and the plan Greece 2.0 is a game changer in the construction sector, and we, of course, on the conditionality of important and consistent effort, we have a bright new 10-year future ahead of us. Let me point out, however, that rain bulletin is not only available for Greece. There are REF capitals everywhere. See on this slide what is in the pipeline in other European countries. Of course, we have an excellent package with regard to the GDP and our population, but in absolute figures, let me just say that Italy, for instance, has 190 billion euros in the pipeline, Poland some 35 billion, Romania 29 billion euros. So it is indicative that the absorption of all those capitals will be difficult and there will be great competition for securing resources and human resources mainly.
Κοιτώντας μπροστά, πάντα θετικά και...
Looking ahead and constructively, the challenges of the sector also evolve into a new environment. Along with other good things that have been heard from the previous speakers, let me dwell on the following. First, the country has to get to be mature and materialize a CAP program of historical dimensions. The growth rates in our field have been accelerated, will be rampant over the years. And here, not only the public, but also the private sector must be transformed quickly. The chain and the engineers, the contractors, the subcontractors who have weakened their forces over the previous years due to the lack of work have to accelerate, step up. The extrovert character of the sector, now that we do have an important work to do, now that work will be offered in our country, this is the time, this is high time we programmed very seriously in a strategic plan and strategic alliances, the extrovert character of our sector over the next years. And I believe that we can work correctly and attain that. Third, obviously, young engineers must be supported, investment must be transformed into good jobs, well-paid jobs. These jobs will not be offered by the state, will be offered by the private sector, and this is the goal that we must all serve any way we can. As far as we are concerned, our team, International, will continue working, Hill International, on the investment plan for the country so as to respond to the demands of the new country. We continuously bring back young colleagues, young engineers. We recently announced the initiative #class of 2021, which regards the recruiting of younger engineers. It is people who will support the projects in the field and in practice. And our vision is that these same people, these Greek scientists and engineers, will be in the foreground in the international scale 10 years after. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sigalas. I would like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, we only have 10 minutes, at our disposal. So please be succinct in your answers in the questions that I am to raise, and I'll start with the Minister.
Question of the whole society. Why do you persist in PPPs in all projects? Taking advantage, Mr. Politis, of your tolerance to give some answer to some of the questions raised. Not to all questions, but to most of them, yes. I think all the interventions were very interesting, nevertheless. I would like to tackle a couple of issues to clarify certain things, and it is important for the citizens to understand what is the case. Line 4. It is the first time that the Ministry of Infrastructure, along with Atikometro, is dealing with the municipalities that will occur in urban areas with a new perspective of how these public works should be carried out. The green balance will be double. That is important to understand. What we approved, we will plant twice as many. Second, the areas that will be used for the constructions will be the smallest ever used for public works. And I think the citizens also should understand that, well, it will take time. The big projects of infrastructure are important and will need to show understanding, but the benefits will be multiple. We experience the traffic jams, and they can be solved only with this kind of solutions. Having cars in turns in Athens downtown will solve the problem. No. We need, nevertheless, to find a way to decrease the circulation. Regarding metro, I gave my answers, and we will be in contact with local societies. Increase of prices, quite important. I have heard the representatives, and they are right. We saw the prices. Will that influence the private contracts as well? Yes. That is why the ministry has to act right away, consistently, serving public interest above all. We are ready to do so, and by the end of the year, we will have the interventions necessary to solve this issue. I heard something about tendering. It is important to have this discussion. Construction in infrastructure is a tango for two. The state and the constructors. We need to dance together. We implemented a new law which solves issues of timing. In the Ministry of Infrastructure, and Mr. Sigalas knows that well, because he is one of our advisors, we will have with us the private sector to assist. And your question regarding PPPs, we believe in that. We believe that with the private sector is not an opponent. We need to grow together. That is why we believe in PPPs. So we will have the know-how of the private sector. It is a flexible tool and something that not too many consider. In our country, what we want to achieve beyond this construction explosion is the maintenance, and PPPs play an important role there. Unfortunately, the public sector was incapable of maintaining big projects. Yes, we move ahead, we have changed mentality, and we want the constructions to come with us and dance together. So in order to have the tenderings run smoothly, to have the construction field along. One question for Mr. Kouretas and for Mr. Vinis. Now we have a lot of disturbance in Athens downtown. What are the timetables? Well, the construction will take 8 years. That doesn't mean that it will take 8 years everywhere. It will be less. Well, if we find antiquities, well, the fastest we start, the fastest we'll finish. And our other big problem, trains. When are we going to have a line like the ones abroad? In Italy, we traveled with my kids from Milan to Venice in an hour. At least one line, one railway line, fast. Well, we won't go to Lefkada one way or another. As I said, Mr. Politis, we used some administrative acts to move things forward, and we will have a contract that will conclude the line linking Athens to Thessaloniki in 3 hours. Will we have that soon? Well, hopefully so, unless we have some emergencies like the fires. By September, October, we will have done that. By at Diakofto, we have a European specifications, a European standards train to go. Thessaloniki next year at the International Fair with a fast train. Yes, Mr. Mitsalis. As you all know, despite Pierakakis' miracle, a great part of the public sector is quite slow. In order to issue a license from Chania, Kerkena, Messina, we have 15 or 17 months of delays. The urban offices are absent, and these environmental studies are time-consuming. How can we accelerate these things? We have seen the intentions, but how will we accelerate things, Mr. Politis? I have said in my speech that for the next years we will try to solve these issues and decrease the consequences of the emergencies. The ministry adopted, when Mr. Karamanlis came into office, the execution of anti-flood works in big highways, Olympiaodos, Ionian Odos, Maliakos, etc. And there was an anti-flood program issued, interventions of millions in order to protect the roads per se and the adjacent areas. So, more or less, we took this decision and we had the studies, preliminary ones. In a couple of months, and I give you examples in order to show you that these delays are not so about what? The anti-flood works. In February, we had the studies of environmental impact, and we haven't got them yet from the Ministry of Environment. Is it rational to say that I protect the environment easily? In order to protect the environment, the Ministry of Environment delays us. Well, this is the deep state, Mr. Politis says. No, I respect the laws, of course, but at some time, what are the laws? These are directives, European directives. For a construction, we need to have environmental licensing, but in some things, we need to have an exemption. When I try to prevent a distraction, don't delay me. Well, the minister is well aware of that. But the investment program has created problems also in the ministry, but in quite soon I think that all these barriers will be lifted and things will accelerate. So I give the floor now. It was a rather interesting discussion we had with the speakers. I will continue. I will go to sit here and meet the president of Attica Bank. Thank you all, ministers, ladies and gentlemen.
Χαίρομαι πολύ. Συνεχίζουμε λοιπόν, είμαστε στην ίδια ενότητα, στο ίδιο θέμα.
So we continue on the same subject with Mr. Konstantinos Makedon, who is the head of Attica Bank, but also is under another capacity. He is head of the Engineers Fund and Contractors. Engineers and Contractors Fund. Could you please be quiet because we are now on TV? Please, please resume your seats.
Είστε, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Κύριε Πρόεδρε,
Mr. President, what we say on a daily basis, return to normalcy, is it real? That is, could we have any big or small contractor who has solvency to come to your bank and take a loan?
Τα επίσημα στοιχεία δείχνουν και χθες και
Well, listen. A respective speech was given in the Parliament where we proceeded to the day after of the banking system. Of course, it takes some time. And there has to be a consolidation, both, and it is the product of the fiscal policy and the guidelines given by European institutions. Currently, through the tools and instruments Hercules 1 and 2, and the ex-financing instruments and RRF, we are all ready for this day after of the banks and Greek economy. Okay, from the experience of bankruptcy, we all learned something. We took a lesson. What did bank learn from that? Giving loans at greater caution, or can it not change? There will always be a risk. Well, the pledge for the society currently and our country. Please, says Mr. Politis, I apologize. You are quite noisy and I can't hear the interlocutor, and there's a problem with the TV channel. Welcome, Mr. Hadjinikolaou.
Άκουσα από τον αέρα τι ώρα θα φτάσετε ακριβώς και ήσασταν...
I heard on the air exactly what time you are to come, and I've heard it from your radio. You are very precise and punctual. Well, the point is sustainable investments that go through both climatic change and the labyrinth and the puzzle that we have to solve with regard to the footprint that we have on the society and the environment and our protection. RRF is not only recovery, it's also resilience. Let us not forget that. So, therefore, setting new rules where now you are all more cautious. The one who observes the prerequisites to get a loan, there is such a liquidity. Well, there are the so-called intelligent instruments created. On one hand is the COVID crisis procedure offered to the European Investment Bank, Development Bank, loans that are guaranteed, offered to the banks so as to offer low-interest loans and secure loans. So you get a guarantee from the European Investment Bank to offer loans at low interest rate. I put it in layman's terms, says the journalist. Yes, the perspective is to have low interest rates such as the European banks, what they offer. And this also helps our extrovert character and the sustainability of the banks. The second element is that we now have special branch instruments. That is, along with the investment bank, the Engineers Fund created such a tool, which is special loans for capital flow, for work capital, which is very important. At what interest rate could we have a view? Well, depends on each demand and the process and the size of a company. But let us not forget that this is very important, because the government has offered new incentives for mergers, expansions, buyouts, tax exemptions, So the goal is both for the banks to open their bases, but also the companies to grow, to become bigger, so as to have easier access to bank loan. Okay, now let us review. Let us see the access of banks to the big projects of the country, because these are the ones that will make the difference and bring about the explosion, if you like, of development. They offer the jobs to scientists and engineers to come back. This will give a growth. What is your contribution? Well, listen, there is the necessity of big investments, but on the other hand, of a plethora of small-scale projects of energy, of environment, which are friendly to new infrastructure, but similarly, the transfer from brown to green investments. Well, this is most important because investments and investors themselves, with their existing investments, must protect them, must shield them. But this is a pledge that needs both front-load financing and participation of the banks, and in parallel, exploiting of bonds which have been issued. There's a great offer of bonds lately, and the necessity. So banks must cleverly invest. Well, listen, let's ask, someone has a big tourist installation and is energy consuming and comes along and says that I want to make this investment green. Are you available and at his disposal to offer a loan? And how will the state assist him? On one hand, banks themselves should build and find such instruments so as to attract investment from the European Investment Bank. There's already such a bond by the European Commission. The central government already has issued such bonds. In 2015 till 2020, $1.3 trillion of green bonds were issued. In 2021, it's $1 trillion. You realize, therefore, that the banks are encouraged to view these instruments, to combine RRF and respective active actions and adapt really, and in consultancy, the prospect borrower at this transfer, so as for the hotel, for instance, to become green, but also the broader area. That is, the islands themselves must find such tools. That would be the footprint. So, do you intend to offer loans to municipalities? No, we are to finance projects. That is in combination with RRF, other resources, as far as our business plan is concerned. So the advantage of Attica has its long history, the relations of the state and the engineers, and has intervened on many occasions in the development and the growth plans of the country. What is the comparative advantage currently? What is a fifth pillar, our comparative advantage? That is, we are outside the four systemic banks. So we are ready for a front-load financing. We are ready to move to new investors. We are just on the verge of a new equity growth. We have the know-how with the engineers, of course, and we prepare ourselves in a flexible way to act as consultants and advisors, to offer fresh breath to those investments. Imagine that 1.5 billion over the next decade are in the field of energy and the environment. Therefore, this green transfer and this pledge of the country, along with the climate change, we are ready for that. So I retain that you are here present for small and bigger investments of private or public character or mixed character, with flexibility and preferential interest rates if someone moves towards green development. I reiterate, on a consultancy also role. Yes, but not yes, I understand that you also offer a consultancy team to the prospect investor. Thank you. I'm extremely glad. Thank you for what I learned. Every courage, and every success in your work. Thank you.
Στο Ταμείο Εγκυοδοσίας ΕΑΤ-ΤΜΕΔΕ και ενισχύουμε τη χρηματοδότηση Ελλήνων μηχανικών, μελετητών και κατασκευαστών, προσφέροντας νέα δάνεια κεφαλαίου κίνησης εγγυημένα κατά 80% από το Ταμείο Εγκυοδοσίας της Ελληνικής Αναπτυξιακής Τράπεζας και του ΤΜΕΔΕ. Ανώτατο ύψος δανείου 200.000 ευρώ. Διάρκεια δανείου έως 5 έτη. Δυνατότητα επιχορήγησης της προμήθειας εγγύησης. Για αιτήσεις επισκεφτείτε το www.επενδύσεις.gr/MIS. Attica Bank. Αλλάζουμε μαζί για κάθε νέα μέρα που έρχεται.
Καλησπέρα σε όλες και σε όλους.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome the CEO of Alpha Bank, Mr. Vasilios Psaltis. It is a great pleasure to have a discussion with you today, which takes place at an interesting time. Interesting. Okay. In inverted commas, we journalists want to have vivid developments, and we are at that period. Mr. Psaltis, I'm talking about the fact that we are experiencing an energy crisis this very moment. Energy prices have skyrocketed. And at the same time, we talk about green transition. It is an energy crisis, and I hear a lot telling that it will last for long and have consequences on the finances of the households and the businesses. So, what are your estimates about the intensity and the longevity of this crisis? Imagine what we have experienced all these past years. The form you're talking about is a V crisis. That had a lot of side effects. It deregulated a lot of products, and besides that, we had some fiscal policy tools to intervene seriously. So transition from where we were to where we have to go has a lot of transition periods. The increase of fuel prices and in commodities is what creates pressures. We have three reasons for that. The first has to do with the fact that we have a difference in basis. Last year we had decrease in energy consumption, and after the lift of limitation, demand increased rapidly. So the adjustment in the supply chain did not come as fast. So this imbalance of offer and demand created that. But this sounds coincidental, one might say. it will pass soon. But now we are at a transition period from an energy mix which has coal as its focal point to green growth. So the problems are because this increase will influence households. That is why a lot of governments try to create a safety net to absorb distortions. The second is that in case the intensity is extended, the developmental narration will be destroyed because of the high prices. We will see shrinking of corporate profits, and if the intensity lasts for long, that will affect the transition to green growth. It might accelerate it or delay it. Yes, you're right, because yesterday it was published that lignite units are ready to operate in case we have an energy crisis. Well, that was a criticism against Europe, to put it this way, because we haven't got storage units yet and we're not ready to transit. Is right, but every transition takes time. Well, how long will it take? Well, I don't know. It will be influenced by two things. Supply chain need some time to adjust, but demand will be adjusted to increased prices. This will meet somewhere in the middle. In this climate, Europe, you have already said, is accelerating the renewables. Recovery Fund places emphasis on reinforcing this kind of investments. I need to ask you two things. What is the role of the banks in this effort, and how ready or strong are the banks to finance this kind of projects? The Recovery Fund focuses on green transition, and it is at the core of the EU policy so as to have zero net emissions in 2050. The banks have opportunities and risks with this transition. They have financed until now projects towards green energy, and I dare say that everything that has to do with circular economy, decrease of coal footprints are opportunities for the banks, and we will be there in Alpha Bank in order to use us as an example. Have used in our strategy 3 pillars that try to depict that. The first is that it is our strategic decision in our big clients that they have a footprint, a high coal footprint, and want to become greener, to support them. The second pillar is financing RES directly. We have a portfolio of 1 billion, and via RRF we are going to increase our footprint, and our preparation is that in June we increased our capital in order to be ready to assist all those businesses and the narration of our country. Are the businesses mature to develop these projects? A lot of businesses, smaller and bigger ones, are at the stage of planning. We have some of them which are ready and others that are on their way. The smaller ones might take longer, But I think that everybody is preparing. You have mentioned you mentioned the big companies. What is happening with SMEs and the financing, their financing, because banks are criticized because of their approach to SMEs. Yes, you're right. We are trying, nevertheless, in a simple way to communicate that in our public discourse, explaining why some companies are not entitled to green loans because they have problems with NLPs or their plans are not well worked. These are actually some of the areas that can prevent them from getting money, irrespective of RRF. Investors talk about responsible governance for banks. This trend influences not only the way they operate, but also the criteria via which they decide to finance. Your credit policy, how often does it change? Well, it does change often depending on the conditions. Let me tell you something to understand it better. People think of environment and climate change, but this is also in our credit policy because for transparency reasons we are obliged to have similar reports. But our supervisors do work on a plan of limits. They will link the credit with progress. And imagine what that means at pan-European level. There are social issues, human rights, diversity, social security are issues that are also influencing. There are areas of increased risk that are outside bank finance. And what will bring change is corporate governance. When we have internal control, transparencies, etc., will facilitate or other plans, transition plans. Well, soon we will all have stress tests as banks. We feel our role is that to be able to explain that we have a change of the model and we need to prepare our customers. My last question. It is evident that the society and the economy are in a transition stage. The pandemic was an accelerator. How banks are prepared for the new reality? How will they be incorporated in this transition process? The banks are one of the sectors mostly supervised, so our benchmarks are already set to us concerning our credits, climate change, etc. Something else that we have advanced in is in technology, in our relationship with the customers and our internal organization. The Greek banks, from point of view of funds and monitoring, are already there. Extra steps that need to be taken is to become more extrovert and communicate more with our customers. Thank you very much, Mr. Psaltis. Mr. Psaltis, CEO of Alpha Bank. Would like to thank him for being here with us.
Γεια σου, Νίκο.
Καλώς όρισες. Τέλεσμα. Τι γίνεται. Δώστε μου μισό λεπτό και ξεκινούμε. Ναι. Ναι. Λοιπόν, θα ανοίξουμε τώρα την...
Now, let us open the discussion on energy, energy transfer towards green transfer, on the challenges and the opportunities and the role of the RRF.
Υπουργό Περιβάλλοντος και Ενέργειας, τον κύριο Κώστα Σκρέκα.
So let us start with the Minister, Mr. Skrekas. Welcome. I'll welcome the CEO of the Ελληνικά Πετρέλαια, Greek Petroleum SA, Mr. Andreas Chiamisis.
Πουλο της Έντισον, τον κύριο Νικόλα Μόντι.
Mr. Monti.
Τον κύριο Κωνσταντίνο Ξηφαρά.
Mr. Konstantinos Xifaras, CEO of DEPA, Mr. Ioannis Arapoglou, who is the alternate CEO of Copelouzos Group, Mr. Mathios Riga, CEO of the Energean Group, and Professor Giorgos Ioannou, who is the CEO of the Hellenic Energy Stock Exchange and the Energy Stock Exchange Settlement Company. I'll start giving the floor to the Minister. You have the floor. Or would you like to stay here? What do you prefer?
Λοιπόν, να σας καλησπερίσω και εγώ.
Welcome. Let me thank the organizers for the honorary invitation and the organization of this most important forum, which gives the opportunity to discuss issues concerning not only Greece, but the whole of the world. And one of these issues is dealing with a major global crisis. I do not refer to the pandemic, I refer to the other big crisis, which is the climate change. And therefore, the major pledge of the whole planet is how we will be affecting the climate change, if not the climate collapse, how we can do away with the causes that cause it. And I say so because we saw what happened to the planet and what all countries and societies suffered due to a public health crisis, precisely because we were unprepared. So we cannot turn a blind eye. We must be prepared for the next global crisis, which is already here. So we cannot remain as impartial and indifferent. We must protect ourselves and the next generation. So the effort, this ambitious effort of Europe to be the first environmentally neutral continent by 2050, that is the CO2 emissions and absorptions in Europe to have a zero balance, those aspirations are towards the right direction, and the contribution of Greek in the European vision has been fully expressed by the Prime Minister. We can be in the foreground, and actually this was proven when in September of 2019, in the New York UN conference, announced the timely and earlier decarbonization amongst the member states. And of course, when the Prime Minister of the time announced that, very few had understood and had managed to evaluate where the CO2 values would be, which currently are at 60 euros, and very few could see that producing electric energy from lignite in Europe would be extremely costly and not interesting. Of course, we realize that in order to reduce CO2 emissions, four criteria must be fulfilled. Reducing the production of CO2 from the electric generation from minerals. We must substitute, therefore, this electric generation from renewable resources. The second has to do with emissions in transports. Therefore, the whole effort lies in reducing CO2 emissions during transports and promote electric vehicles and alternative transportation means in order to attain that. And this has to do also, the other has to do with our building stock. Each time we turn on the air condition, we emit more or less CO2, and that's why we proceed in a huge wave of upgrading the building stock of the country. And of course, there's the fourth main branch having to do with industry and CO2 emissions in the secondary production, where again we have a very strategic, ambitious strategy so as to have a transition to reduce CO2. And of course, there's the defense sector and others where, again, we have specific strategies to be deployed. The point is that, indeed, this strategy is 100% right. We all know it. That is, if we manage to be environmentally neutral by 2050 and have the rest of the world follow, yet the planet's temperature will increase by 1 degree. Imagine what will happen if we do nothing. Imagine how more intense this extreme weather phenomena will appear. We do have a huge surge of rainfall, to have huge canicular heat waves. The first one that was registered in history happened in our country in 1987. It only lasted 5 days, and we had 3,000 victims. The next new heat wave took place in 1996-97, lasted 6 days. The last heat wave, this August, lasted 11 days and was a combination of 2 waves. And this, I must tell you, brought about huge difficulty and at a crisis the energy system of the country. After combined effort and good cooperation of all institutions, we didn't suffer from blackouts. Yet this shows where the country is led and where the world is led. So we all realize that the strategy is right, reducing CO2 emissions, that is. The point is that there are also adverse voices in Europe, because this whole effort has coincided with very costly natural gas prices. They are 5 or 6 times higher than originally, and this has led to an increase in the prices of electric energy.
Σε όσους χρησιμοποιούν φυσικό αέριο για να θερμάνουν το σπίτι τους.
And for other uses, industrial and so forth. This has nothing to do, however, with green transition. The increased price of natural gas in global markets has nothing to do whatsoever with the European Union decision, with the Greek decision. The decision of all those who fully share this vision has nothing to do with reduced CO2 emissions. Quite the contrary, the increase of natural gas prices is due to the fact that because we didn't do what we should do 10 years ago, that we're still extremely dependent on fossil minerals and combustibles. And we have very low offer now due to the pandemic, and very poor forecast and increased demand because the economy reignites and convalesces following the pandemic. This is the simple causality of the phenomenon. This is the reality. Therefore, whoever says that it is due to the decarbonization or to the effort to do away with fossil minerals for the increased energy prices hasn't grasped the notion how energy is generated and how we use it. If by 2030, 70% of electric energy in our country is generated from renewable energy sources, we'll have far lower electricity prices and better visibility and better estimations on how prices will be in the immediate future. Therefore, the goal is for the near future, and the overall effort is to impose, and we do whatever is demanded so as to attain it. And what do? We promote the appropriate legal framework for renewable energy sources in storage systems in interlinkage with neighboring countries. We recently signed an MOU with Egypt in order to connect Europe to Africa through a submarine cable of transfer of green energy from Egypt to Greece. The cost to produce electricity in Egypt is far lower, is 40% lower or 50% lower than producing electricity from photovoltaic panels, even in Greece. So this can help in this green transition of our country and Europe at large, and secure the supply of energy, along with all the other geopolitical, of course, collateral benefits from the MOU signed. We proceed because we have estimated, according to this plan, investments to be attained will be up to 44 billion euros. In order to have, therefore, a balanced investments, and these investments not to bring about an increase in the prices of electricity, we exploit the money that can draw from the RRF and the NSRF in order to reduce the invested capital at its source, and thus the remaining capital to be used for the overall system, so as to have lower electricity prices burdening the consumers, be it households or businesses. We promote the installation of IES.
Λίγες εβδομάδες θα ανακοινώσουμε.
In a few weeks, we will be publishing in public consultation the new bill on the second stage of streamlining and simplification of the licensing procedure for IES installation. 450 million euros from the recovery fund will be used for funding the substitution of batteries and generators through the storage of green electric energy at its point of generation, and be used at a later stage. We also be funding doing investments in the interlinkage of Greek Isles. The big linkage of Crete will bring about a reduction of the bills that may reach 500 million euros, and this will happen from 2033 and onwards. We already announced that we will have reduced regulated dues with regard to the use of the network, because we have the first stage small interlinkage with Crete. We also proceed with a huge refurbishment plan. By the end of the month, we'll be announcing the new plan Execonomo, I Save, that is a program for energy saving in buildings. We want to upgrade 600,000 buildings by 2030 so as to reach the goals of the reduction by 55% of the CO2 emissions by 2030 in relation to 1990. And we proceed very dynamically with the project. I have electric vehicle extended to taxis and public use vehicles, and we will be using 40 million euros from RRF so as to substitute old pollutant taxes, 2,000 taxes of old pollutant conventional engines taxes with new ones, with a funding, a subsidy of 20 million euros. Finally, we have 22,000 euros per taxi. Finally, at an economy of lower CO2 emissions and protecting young generations and securing low energy prices for the consumers, be it households all companies, as I told you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And now we will have a brief 5-minute interventions, and I will start with the CEO of Hellenic Petroleum SA, Mr. Siamisis. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session. It is interesting, nevertheless, we do hear the pros and cons of it. I would like to differentiate my discussion because we've been discussing about energy, believing that energy is all only electricity, which is not true. 50% of the energy map shows that the energy offer comes from fossil fuel, liquid or not. This figure, even with more active scenarios, will drop to 40, 30, but it won't fade away. More people, most people, when they talk about energy, they coincide it with electricity, but there should be an approach that won't put all eggs in the basket. How to improve electricity production and proceed with RES. This is what we want. But since energy, and especially in mobility for many years, will be determined by liquid fuel, is important to have efforts to improve this pillar as well, because it is an important part of the emissions and contribution to environmental pollution. In Hellenic Petroleum, we have initiated a very ambitious project some years ago, which has a lot of initiatives included, starting from simple things like governance, corporate governance, the structure of the group, and our strategy, of course. We are committed for a substantial improvement of our CO2 emissions, decreasing it by 50%. We are extremely dynamic in a field, and we will confirm our strategy with an increased production in RES and the pipeline, quite important for Greece. But at the same time, we have targeted to make our main activity more environmentally friendly, with investments in hydrogen, biofuel, CO2 absorption, go hand in hand with the rest. What I would like to say about RRF is an initiative, an important one, but we should to put it in a framework. The money for energy transition from RRF are some billions. The total investment program of energy industries is quite higher. In the next 3 years, 5 to 6 billion is just part of this value. And I should include the energy sector as well. What does that mean? It means that from the private sector, needs to be more mobilized. Recovery fund focuses on infrastructures mostly, not in storage or improving the energy behavior of buildings or e-mobility. It doesn't cover some things. We will invest 300, 400 million for hydrogen production, for capture of CO2. Where shall we find this money? We need to see that as well. And before I rest my case, I would like to say that we need to be realistic. in approaching things. And if you want to be cool, when we talk about energy publicly, energy has some characteristics. The cost, the provision, the supply, and the security of the supply. Well, in the short run, we might have some problems, like the cost, but the prices that go high right now is not a result of the energy alone. All supply chains were disrupted because of the coronavirus, and this is a reaction of the system as it tries to rebuild the supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Siamisis, CEO of Hellenic Petroleum, and I will give the floor to Nicola Monti, Chief Executive Officer of Edison Group.
Sorry for obliging you to listen to me in English, but I'm still not prepared to talk in Greek. I have a presentation to guide through my intervention, if it's possible to. Oh, yeah, it's already on the screen. So I will try to make some comparison about the situation in Italy, which has something to do with Greece, because there's a lot of energy interconnection between the two countries. So if you can move ahead with the first slide. I have no device to move ahead the slides, please. Maybe. Thank you. Thank you, Matthias. Good. Thank you. Well, we know all the targets fixed by Europe, 55% reduction of CO2 emissions at horizon 2030, and then net zero, which means balancing emissions with natural contributions at horizon 2050. So Italy is slightly greener than Greece, because the 55% target reduction for us means 51. As in the energy mix of Italy, there's a larger component of renewables. So for instance, in power generation, we are already starting today with 40% already generation by renewables. Anyway, it's a big challenge for Italy, as it is for all of the countries, to reach those targets at the horizon 2030. You see that the national Italian plan, the energy strategic plan at the horizon 2030, means to triple the production of renewables, wind and solar, and particularly in solar, you see a big increase in production. But overall, there is a 10% increase in energy consumption. It means that there is an increased electrification of consumption. So the final users will be more electrified than in the past. And you see a reduction of the thermal component, which means basically a reduction of gas uses, not much relevant, but there is a reduction, and also a reduction in the use of gas for the production of electricity. But this includes a partial replacement of gas with what we call green gases, which are H2, so hydrogen, and biogas. So we have a recovery fund, as you have here in Greece. Italy has been one of the fortunate countries to get a large proportion of the EU Next Generation Fund. We will receive in the next 7 years 208 billion euro dedicated to the recovery. And about half of that amount of money, 100 billion, is dedicated to, we can say, overall the energy sector. So 70 billion to the transformation of the energy sector, and the remaining 30 to the issue of sustainable mobility, which has to do to the way that we use electricity. The main component is energy efficiency. So there's a large part of the funds dedicated to renewing especially the public and private buildings, which is very interesting, whereby for grid-scale power generation is not that much, because the majority of the 60 to 80 megawatt of new solar and wind energy to be developed in the next 8 years will be financed by the private sector on a merchant basis. H2, hydrogen, there are 3 billion euros dedicated to the promotion of the industry of hydrogen, which is definitely something very interesting, not just for this decade, but to build an industry which will be able to deliver then a result much tangible, much more material in the next decade. Trying to move ahead, but it doesn't move.
It's the battery.
Huh?
Battery?
Okay, here we are. So what is Edison doing in that trajectory? We are an integrated player in the energy chain. We already have 2 gigawatts of renewables and almost 5 gigawatts of thermal plant. We are still investing in gas because we need to balance the growth in renewables with programmable capacity, with flexibility. So we are investing in 2 new combined cycle power generation plants, which have been granted a capacity remuneration mechanism in Italy, which is largely needed in order to sustain those kind of investments. But we cannot avoid having a balancing thermal capacity, and the most efficient one is gas, to guarantee the balancing, the adequacy of the electricity system. So a big growth in renewables have to be balanced with the capacity and the adequacy of flexible capacity. Then we are trading 15 BCM of gas, 50% is LNG, so we're covering 20% of the market, and it has to do also with the role that we can play in the Mediterranean basin, and also in the future with Greece. I will not mention the rest, just as you see the figures of the turnover 2020 compared to 2021, you see the first half 2021 is 50% higher than the economics in 2020, where we went through the pandemic. So the mix of the portfolio of energy of Edison is shifting from 2017 to 2030. In 2017, we had 1/3 of component of renewables component. This green component is becoming 2/3 of our energy mix and our EBITDA at the horizon 2030. So we are definitely going and investing in the direction of the energy transition. So we invest in renewables. We have 2 gigawatts today. We want to scale it up to 5 gigawatts at the horizon 2030. We are investing in 2 combined cycle. We are investing in green gases, production of biogas, and we are partner in 4 hydrogen pilot projects, and we are investing in energy efficiency, mobility, and in innovative services to customers. So coming to Greece, we find today a very favorable scenario to keep investing in the country and to keep our position and support to the energy transition of the country. As improving scenario, stability and regulation is needed, of course, to sustain the investment policy of any investor, and most of all of a foreign investor. The decarbonization targets and the growth in renewables is exactly following the same path as Italy. Greece is increasing the connections with Italy, and it offers opportunity to optimization and balancing between an Italian player and a Greek player, and also the liberalization the full liberalization of the market would encourage then the possibility to propose innovation to increase energy efficiency proposal to customers. We are in Greece since 20 years. We went through turbulent times in the past. Now we see definitely a brighter future for the country itself, but most of all for the energy sector. We have a platform together with our colleagues and friends of Hellenic Petroleum that we want to scale up. We already have partnership with DEPA on the gas midstream sector. There are definitely further opportunities because of the position that we have on the LNG market. We are, for instance, developing a small-scale LNG chain in Italy in order to support sustainable mobility, so the use of LNG in heavy road transportation and in maritime transportation, which allows today already to reduce by 25% emissions in those two sectors in which there's no sustainable economic alternative for the time being. And we're also looking with interest to invest in the grid-scale renewable sector. So definitely the message is interest in market to be in, a lot of synergies, a lot of similarities with Italy, and the willingness for us to remain in the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε. And now, Mr. Xifaras, the CEO of DEPA. Thank you, the organizers, for the invitation. I will continue on what Mr. Skrekas has read. If the prices went high due to energy transition or green transition, I think that the reasons are rather deeper than that. We need to take into consideration that Europe operates as a beacon in the decisions leading the world. We have only 9% of global emissions, but either countries alone like France or the EU Commission takes initiatives in order to have a more friendly environment for the citizens and globally. The climate change is here. Our children will experience it in a more intensive way, so it's here. So decisions were necessary, especially for Europe, that will lead to a new situation. Renewables with more penetration in energy mix, it's hydrogen, which very abruptly but offensively Europe introduced it in its policies. The prices have increased, had decreased in the past years because of shale gas, but now they have increased. The markets always balance, either because of the offer or the demand. We are amid a storm, after a health crisis. We have experienced lockdowns. Now, in these restarts, we have this explosion of demand. No production cannot increase, so it was expected. Europe this very moment regarding natural gas from pipelines gets the same gas it used to get a year ago, but LNG needs to change. Well, it's not that there is no gas, it's more expensive. I dare say that the policy of Europe here in the past years to ask to have hubs brought new liquidity, but that allowed to have better prices from the producers. We are at a transition stage. We know well that penetration, even though it might grow, we might have the nominal capacity, but we won't have the peaks needed. It's part of the industry. As Mr. Siamisis has already said, the gas and fossil fuel will have a generous participation in the mixture in the next 30-40 years. So stability in the market will be brought by fossil fuel, either we talk about gasoline, oil, or natural gas. It doesn't mean that this mixture cannot be improved, but with less mixtures and less problem. We all work on that. and we move forward towards an economy which will be less dependent but with no lower costs. The policy is the correct one. There is no alternative if we want to have a better future. But this might be costly occasionally because of balances, geopolitical balances, or because of the trends. As far as our approach is concerned in DEPA, from the first moment we took over, we wanted to renegotiate our contracts where LNG prices were decreased, and now that they have that creates certain issues, but 20 and 21 were good years and allowed us to feed the market, our customers, to have stability in the supply, which is important, and along with the government, we announced the discounts we will give to the consumers. We are processing with the providers and the companies, and the first quarter of 2022, we will be able to give cheap energy to households. We are in the center of the tempest. We need to be very cautious. 2021 is not a representative year of what we are going to experience. We need to be ready, and the government should take that into consideration. Energy poverty won't mean a lack of access, but what percentage of money will be spent on energy in Europe, at least. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Xifaras, CEO of DEPA. Mr. Ioannis Arapoglou, Deputy CEO and General Manager of Copelouzos Group. Thank you for the invitation. Transition to Greek energy concerns the change from an existing model to a new one based on renewable and energy efficiency. With RES, I tackle the traditional energy forms and the new ones, green hydrogen or floating platforms, in order to cover the needs. The decision is taken, the goals have been set. We want to have a penetration of up from 20% to 35% by 2030, and from 29% to 55% with regard to electricity consumption, and of course decrease CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030, and we might overtake Italy in that. Why do we achieve that? In order to tackle climate change, to protect the environment and climate, and of course eliminate phenomena like floods and wildfires. And of course, because we want to have sustainable growth and cover our needs in energy needs.
Benefits are multiple. We shall achieve that and many more, because with the new investments, we will be creating new labor posts, which means that the country will increase the skills that it has and its know-how. We shall benefit and revitalize local economies and the overall economy. And broadly speaking, we shall get better the quality of Greeks. RES, I think, that will increase the pressure on the increase of the energy price. It will increase the wholesale price as well because the production cost is lower than conventional. And to the benefits, we should add the development of infrastructure, development of transfer, the development of the constructive side, and of course, tourism, especially in the areas that will be phased out. Phasing out is a main pillar of transition into green energy. Our country has set aspirational goals for the phasing out, aspiring to be clear until 2030. Today, lignite accounts for the 11% of electricity production, and different units will leave some space for the penetration of RES. The prerequisite for the good penetration of RES is, of course, the investment in storage units. This is very, very important, and the support of new technologies for the offshore and green hydrogen, which should be a good alternative and a safe and qualitative fuel, which has many applications in different areas of the economy. Main prerequisites, of course, are the decrease of red tape, the provision of a stable regulatory and investing framework, the upgrade of the electricity grid, the flexible bank credit, and the constant updated education, not just of the labor force, but of the totality of the society, so that everybody may understand the benefits and the usefulness of RES. Now, when it comes to us, especially from the RRF, we believe that it is the catalyst, because all questions were there. Now, the RRF set some money to the table, proper targeting, since it targets a green economy and green transition and digitization. They need to mobilize private resources, setting timelines. We do hope that it will move on and will accelerate all the changes needed for the institutional framework, like the minister said, to achieve a rapid transition into green economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Arapoglou. Thank you indeed for that. The alternate deputy director of Copelouzas Group. And now let me give the floor to Mr. Mathios Rigas, the CEO of Energian Group. Thank you so much. Thank you, Did. You know, I represent the sector that is the one we are accusing today. We are the devil creating destruction, producing, that is, oil, natural gas, which, as we heard by all previous speakers. Please, your assistance. Why? Because I would like to be the troll of this discussion. Are we absolute in our choices? Since from the point we were the bad boy of Europe, we became too soon the best guy in Europe, whereas we could follow a slower pace by taking our time, to put it like that. Well, look, as Greeks, we have a tendency to follow the extremes. So largely this is what has happened up to now. I believe that the policy followed by the government is totally good in the long run, but there is a reality. The reality today is that natural gas has 100 euro per 1 megawatt hour. When we bought Edison, it used 15. Now, crude oil has $85 per barrel. The Hellenic Petroleum are distilling petroleum. DEPA sells gas. Copelouzas Group wants to bring and introduce import LNG into Greece. We need it, for sure. So the question is, are we going to introduce it? Are we going to import it or produce it? It is a question that Europe has to decide about. I have been listening to Mrs. von der Leyen this morning, who said that we have 90% dependence in Europe. Let us keep aside Greece from imports of natural gas. And the solution is the diversification of energy sources in order for us not to depend on Russia. Since we decided we're not going to produce it, either for good or bad, I don't judge it, it's a reality, we must see where we're going to import it from. I have a presentation, but let me go directly to the end of that, because I see and I believe that this is the gist of it. You see here that we are present in 9 countries right now. These 9 countries, I separate them in the ones being northern to the Mediterranean, Israel and Egypt. We have two totally different policies. Europe Greece, Italy, where we are active, we have taken the decision quite rapidly to opt for the climate change. Israel and Egypt took a decision and they said that we're going to produce whatever we can now because in 20 or 30 years this thing might not be needed. What was the result of that? The natural gas prices right now in Europe are more than 100 euro per megawatt hour. To understand what this means in prices in oil, this corresponds to a price of $160 per barrel. 160 dollars per barrel. So when we're talking about $80 to $90, this is a bad scenario. In Israel, we have 2 billion euros, and we have been committed to produce the 40% of the consumption in our country in natural gas. Prices are close to 18. So, to reply to your question, the reply is not just Greek, it's a European one as well. North Africa decided to produce natural gas and for us to import it in Europe. So right now, since we do not want to depend on domestic production, I'm saying again, either bad or good, this is a decision, I'm not judging it. We must find where we're going to bring the gas from, the one that will be used to be competitive, in order for us to go to the next day. In Greece right now, we as a company, and let me tell you a few things about us. I will come back to the first one. I don't know if I can go back to my slides, says the speaker. Could you please upload again my presentation? Thank you. So we, in these 9 countries where we are present, as a company that produces energy, we were committed first in the world. It was December 9th, 2019. We wanted to go to net zero, and we're decreasing constantly carbon intensity. That is the CO2 emission per barrel of oil to go down to zero. We were the first ones committed to do so, and we shall do it. How? Though through investment. Investment in areas where we improve the efficiency of our factories, and last but not least, through the greening of Prinos. Prinos, in the oil production of oil we have in Greece, we convert through an investment plan supported by the government, and we thank the government for that. We turned Prinos to the first green reserve. What it means? What does it mean, green oil? Oil produced from energy bought, which is renewable. And all CO2 emissions are committed and they go back to their source. We need to create the first project of stocking CO2 that will give the solution that the minister alluded to before for the industry as well, because either we like it or not, Hellenic Petroleum may not stop emitting CO2. So the solution is to store it someplace. This is the solution that we want to bring as an industry, not just as a company, in order to help our country go to the result that we want, which is the zero emissions, or keep a balance and be close to net zero. Investments made are too many. We're focusing on Israel, of course. As I said before, the 40% of the country will buy gas from a Greek company, Energean, which is listed today in the London stock market. We are the only ones listed in the stock market, the ESG. And this whole discussion has been brought forward many years ago. Through these investments in the different countries where we are active, we can see quite largely the reality that I said before. So having said that, I would like to come to a conclusion and let us have the discussion. The question is the following. Since we decided that we don't want to produce natural gas in Europe or in Greece, what are we going to do to diversify the sources, bring gas close to the prices that will be sustainable for the consumer? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew Rodriguez, the CEO of Energean. And I would like to invite Professor George Ioannou to take the floor, CEO of the Hellenic Energy Stock Market and the company, liquidation company for the energy stock market. Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their very good job for this event, and especially the technical chamber, because, you know, I'm an engineer, so the technical chamber is always at my heart. I will try to give you a different approach related to the financial life, that is, the financial view related to all these developments that are taking place in energy and especially in electricity through the network of the energy stock market. Since it's a very new company, it's a new institution that has been included in the Greek reality, always I must have a first approach about what we are and whom do we have as a shareholder. We have DESFA with us, who is the operator, ADMIA, which is the transmission operator of power operation, and DAPE, that is the administrator of RES and the guarantees for the sources. So all main stakeholders are here and they are a part of our corporate scheme. At the same time, in this scheme, we can see AHEX, that is the energy stock market, and the Cyprus stock market, with institutional participations. An element that sets us apart from all other stock markets of energy developed both in Greece, in Europe rather, and in Southeastern Europe, I'd say, is the fact that we have a participation from EBRD, which is an international bank institution that gives a guarantee, a safety valve in our approach. Then we are responsible for the spot markets and all the other markets of electricity. We are NEMO for the spot market, and right now we are in a situation that will lead us into a platform about natural gas related to what was said before. At the same time, we have a subsidiary, a liquidation, and liquidates all transactions pertaining to the spot market. Now, the issue of our discussion was all this plan included into the Fund for Recovery and Resilience at the European level and, of course, in our country. Through the very important and intense efforts made by the Ministry and all stakeholders, we have a very effective support of this transition towards a greener reality, overcoming the threshold needed in this whole framework from green activities. And the different elements underlying exactly this course of ours is that there must be significant development of RES within the mix. I'm going to show to you later on some data, increase of interconnections within our country, domestically that is, through the cyclones and other points. Crete was mentioned by the Minister, and of course parts that will be helpful in what we are naming the climate equality, the climate balance, this transition that will help the climate. Now, what is going to be our role in this overall game that skips, of course, the stock exchange? We see an energy sector that is developing rapidly. Things related to efficiency, how we can deal energy in an effective way. Points about artificial intelligence, analytics, and all these pieces related to smart grids that will be able to create changes and move on with data. Big participation of RES in all their aspects. Let us not forget that a very important point will be hydrogen. That is ante portas, of course, storage, because we see that storage is a point that will literally change the game when it will be able to be cost-effective and be implemented in the best possible way. Let us not forget that storage, many times in storage, we do include hydro as well, because this is a very important point. Let us not forget flexible units of natural gas that help the balance of the system and the resilience of the system so that it can move on. It is a transition fuel, it is a fossil fuel, but we must keep on supporting it. And of course, the development of multi-points of entry. As said before, we don't want to produce, but we must import. So entry point for the natural gas to guarantee intensity on behalf of offer so that these points may reach our country. For sure, interconnections with other countries. The minister alluded to that equally before. A very important movement that has taken place on the plan on the interconnection with Egypt. But for sure, there are plans for added capacity in the relationships with our northern neighbors and Italy. Furthermore, this happens in a market that will be able to act in an effective way. What is the role that we can play, we, as the energy exchange? Well, to be able for RES to have a substantial role within this interaction of electricity, they should be a part of our market. They are a part of our market, either through the PEP, the ones coming with the old tariffs, but mainly through the bodies of cumulative representation who are active participants. And it is very important when it comes to how they are included in the market. As HENEX, of course, we are the pioneers in all this story related to interconnections in the overall European grid, which promotes the target that we promoted. Since we are an exchange that produces prices, tariffs, these tariffs are signals, credible signals, so that we can justify investment. Since we mentioned the RRF and the private companies, significant data is expected related to energy. It will be best to have multiple signals, not just from abroad, but also from our own country, so that we can channel this investment. Of course, we are the main part of this target model within this implementation, and I think that we're doing quite well. Let me show 2 slides so that we can understand the importance of RES in how the electricity market evolves in our country. Please, could you speed up because there will be no time for discussion. Okay, you see that we have even reached the 55% participation of RES within the total mix, and this has a direct impact on prices as well. When there is an intensity of RES in the mix of electricity, we see that the prices are lower. These are the 3 main plans that we have for direct implementation. CRIT was mentioned by the minister. Its inclusion will be done in November. The platform of natural gas and constant transactions in the framework of the domestic market. Thank you so much for your attention. I think that it was quite short. Thank you indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for that, Mr. Ioannou. Now, let me follow a reverse order. I will start from Mr. Ioannou. Let me ask you, Professor, at what phase are you with the expansion of the energy exchange in the natural gas sector? Thank you, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, for this question. This was one of the main points that I would like to enter with. The energy, rather, we're creating in the energy exchange a platform for transactions on natural gas. Those who have natural gas and the ones needing natural gas, they will be able to transact to create this curve that ends up with a proper delimitation of tariff. In cooperation with the operator, DESFA that is, we are finalizing the platform, and in early December, we believe that we can be ready so that this important project can be finalized. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor. Thank you indeed. Now, let me come to Mr. Mathios Rigas to ask you the following. Mr. Rigas, your company is the only Greek company that has production of natural gas as well, in an era that the prices have been skyrocketed and they are creating problems in economies and consumers. If the Greek government asked you, if you had to play the role of a consultant, what would be your advice? How a country like Greece could be able to mitigate the consequences of this very bad conjuncture? Well, the obvious reply is that there must be less consumption, which is one of the targets set by the minister. But until we get there, there are two ways. As I said before, either we will produce it in Greece by promoting drills in some areas, and of course, some areas are decided by the government. They need no intervention here. In some others, we are also present, and we will be present in the future as well, since the different plants will finalize to produce Greek hydrocarbon. And the second way is what I said before, that is the introduction of gas from countries with which we have strategic and geopolitical connection, Israel and Egypt, and diversify ourselves from the main source that we have now, which is, of course, Russia. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Let me come now to the CEO of LP, Hellenic Petroleum, Mr. Skiamisis. You have said in your interviews that the future of drilling and of oil products goes through the adaptation into the new environment and not through their replacement. You've said that before. You've said that in your speech. The question is, how important can be the role of liquid fuel in a future that gradually embraces green energy? And the main pillar for this activity in the refineries, but also the part of commercialization, can they adapt it to the new environment? Thank you. Quite good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good question. Thank you. Because you are right. The most realistic approach is that the role will decrease. And in order for us to keep the level of the activity that we are having in a sustainable model of energy, I believe that it is inevitable to change the way through which we are operating. When it comes to the environment, there are three general categories related to the pollutants: Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. Our intention is for Scope 1 and Scope 2, that is energy, and the pollutants emission that we have in our industrial procedure, to decrease by 50% in the production until 2030, and until 2050 find a way to get to net zero. So industry-wise, because we must not forget the industry in our discussion. Constantly we keep on forgetting about it. We see the environment, we see the climate, consumers, but consumers need jobs. They need the industry. If we move on, if industry goes to Turkey or Europe, then the Greek economy will not work. This is another discussion that we will not open right now. I believe that the effort to decrease and mitigate the environmental impact in refineries is important. In this framework, we can talk about the production of green or blue hydrogen. A very important role will be played by the commitment of the CO2. That is why we talked about storage and the introduction of biofuel and new technology friendlier to the environment. Thank you so much. Now let me come to Mr. Monti to ask you, Mr. Monti, what is the role of technology in achieving the targets of zero emission?
There's been published a report from the International Energy Agency a few months ago, which was saying that to reach the 2030 targets, so the 55% reduction, then 80% we will use existing technology. Only 20% will be linked associated to innovation and technological development. But if you look then at the period 2030-2050, 2/3 of that will have to be covered by new technology. So that means that we need to massively invest in research, innovation, digitalization, and technology. And when we say technology, I also include technologies that we already know today, production of hydrogen, but is not sustainable economically, so we need to scale up that industry, and also carbon capture sequestration, for instance. We know the technology, but we need to scale it up to make it sustainable economically. So there's a lot to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Monti, for that. Now, let me turn to Mr. Xifaras to ask you whether DEPA is ready to face today's challenges, meaning that many people are saying that the period of the energy transition in green energy will be a vulnerable period, a period full of risks. Do you share this view? Are you ready to tackle them? Thank you. Thank you for the question. The company, let me remind you that this company is a wholesale company when it comes to selling gas, and through its subsidiary, Natural Gas of Attiki, and the retail of electricity, natural gas. What we have understood is that, apart from the fact that we need to sell gas, that is commercialized energy products, we have the role, since the Greek state participates by 65% and Petroleum by 35%, we must have a critical role in the energy safety of our country. This is costly for the company many times. Every 2, 3, or 5 years, the company gets this role. Then it has to shoulder this role. The second most important thing is we said that we must become an integrated company. That is why we took a decision a month ago, and we entered the field of RES, that is, have a diversification in our income. First of all, we announced our participation in a park of 500 megawatts in a maturation phase, and then in participation with other 9 companies, the most important companies in Greece, I would say. We are running the project of White Dragon, which is a project that has a full footprint in the supply chain of hydrogen. Hydrogen is important because, as it was rightly said, it is an expensive product now. It's not competitive, so it takes subsidies and grants so that it can be competitive and in order for us to be able to commercialize it. Let me remind you that RES took significant grants lately for the last many years, so that their investment can be truthful and have a satisfactory RRR. Even the factories took mechanisms of financing. So we believe that the same might happen with hydrogen as well. I'm talking about green hydrogen, in spite of the fact that blue hydrogen is important, because for us, it will be one of our main sources. White Dragon right now is related to green hydrogen. Furthermore, what is important, apart from the product, right now we can improve technology about it. The technology of hydrogen has electrocytes and, of course, the different cells, the different hydrogen cells for storage. If we manage to receive a grant by the European Commission, this will put Greece into an industrial level, and will put it in a technology that will set us the pioneers. Companies should produce the product here, and it will make the difference. Thank you so much, Mr. Xifaras. Mr. Arapoglou, I would like you to tell me, in your view, what the government should do to guarantee a rapid and effective energy transition. And for sure, let me tell you, please tell me rather some few words about the challenges that you are facing as a group, and what about your investment plans as soon as possible, please. Yes. Now, let me tell you that the ingredients of success are many. We as a group, we are happy to have the financial resources, the proper expertise, the proper know-how, the proper personnel, big experience, and credible partners. So what we would like for the government to do is to offer the proper institutional framework, simplified licensing procedures, as the minister said. Shortly there will be a bill, and that's all. We believe that this is what we lack, and we're very close to achieving that. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Prior to me going to Mrs. Krekas, I didn't ask the CEO of LP, of Hellenic Petroleum, a comment about electrification. What are your projects? This is a sexy topic, so I should ask you about it. One comment about it, please. Yes, sure. Look, we are the biggest company when it comes to fuel of circulation in our country. We see electrification not as a threat for our products, and commercially this can lead us to cannibalization, but we see it as an opportunity. We have moved on. I believe that our company as a profile opt for making some steps, implementing them, and then going outwards. I believe that in the next month there will be the possibility to convey the plans that we have in this part. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Minister, let me turn to you. What about some news today in this conference about, and I want to know what they will say in the news this night. We have in front of us an unprecedented energy crisis worldwide, affecting the economy in all its sectors. The question is whether the government is willing enough in due course, if things deteriorate, if these emergencies in the international markets move on, will the government take additional measures than the ones announced? That is, in other words, if you will be closer to the consumer in the future, or whether each one might move on its own. The reply is simply yes. The government and the Prime Minister himself have expressed that we are not going to leave unprotected the Greek households vis-à-vis this energy crisis, which is a perfect storm. What does this mean? It means that there is a fund on energy transition quite rapidly, earlier than the European Union. Europe has announced that there will be the fund on the social fund, that is, corrects himself the minister, the social fund to support vulnerable households in these areas and in these periods that we will have expensive energy prices. We did so 4 years earlier than Europe. And this replies to the other question that was raised during the discussion, whether Greece might come from a bad student to the best one, and if this transition should be more prudent, I would say, following a different timeline. I will get to that as well, because these are very good questions. First, Greece should become better than Europe, not just a good student in Europe, but a better student than Europe. The Greek society should approach the well-being enjoyed by European citizens, the developed European countries. Greece proves that it can get better than Europe. Our decision and the establishment of the special fund on energy transition, where we can see different financing sources from the pollutant auctions to support the households, prove that we can become the pioneers. The fact that Greece moves on with speedier phasing out compared to other European countries proves that we can become the pioneers. The question is the following. Should we move on much speedier, much faster than the other ones? Let me reply. The lignite factory shut down by the PPC today, they are doing so because they have completed their flight time, and if we need them to keep on working, we must invest billions of euros. Let me ask you a simple question. Would you invest 1 billion euros to build a lignite factory today in Greece, having a production cost after the carbon taxation of 120 euros per megawatt hour? Or would you invest 1 billion euros in PV parks that have a production cost of electricity 35 euros per megawatt hours? Of course, the reply is very easy. Even without the special taxation, a new factory of lignite production would have a production cost, if we include also the invested capital, more than 50 euros per megawatt hour. Now, some production, 35 euros. First point. Second point. Yeah, what about the question about the 1 billion? It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it was a rhetorical question because I would invest it in new types of news online. Yeah, yes, you're right. No, I'm joking, Minister. Well, imagine somebody sitting behind the screen achieving a temperature of less 5 degrees Celsius. Yes, they could follow my TV show, a loyal spectator. Good. So the question is this a decision by Greece or Europe? Well, let us examine the world. What are the investments made in energy in the world? In 2019, 300 billion euros in RES, 150 billion in natural gas and nuclear plants, only 50 billion in lignite factories. So I'm asking you, is this an error for Greece? Is this an error for the Greek PM, who saw 2 years earlier what the world sees 2 years later, and he decided the timely phasing out? I believe that the reply is self-obvious. A nice opportunity to ask you about it. What are the first investments that will be financed in our country by the RRF? Investment on saving through Execonomo Katikon, the new Execonomo, amount to 3 billion euros of leverage. 1.5 billion will come from the RRF. Energy saving in professional areas and the businesses, 350 million euros. Well, κινούμε ηλεκτρικά, I circulate in an electrified way, 200 million euros. 80 million euros for the installation of chargers throughout Greece. Investments related to urban rehabilitation, 450 million euros, and another 450 million euros on the urban plan of Greece, because Greece in 2021, we needed to be better than Europe. If we really want to make it happen, we must have an urban planning that each one will know what is going to be built where. And of course, a series of other actions related to the storage systems, 450 million euros. This will start shortly. We have also submitted the institutional framework to be approved in the new year. In the new year, we'll start the new plan for storage facilities and, of course, interconnection and the upgrade of electricity grid. Thank you so much, Minister. I would like to thank all panelists for this discussion. Thank you all. Thank you as well for your patience and for the fact that you're here with us. Thank you.
Αυτή είναι η στιγμή που περιμέναμε καιρό τώρα και ετοιμαζόμασταν. Αμφισβητήσαμε το παλιό. Ανακαλύψαμε δυνάμεις που έχουμε μέσα μας. Αυτή είναι η στιγμή να κάνουμε το άλμα. Εκθετική και βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Νέες επενδύσεις και νέες θέσεις εργασίας. Για όλους. Στην Αλφα Bank είμαστε έτοιμοι. Όπως και εσείς. Έτοιμοι για το αύριο.
Our future depends on the choices that we make today about how we produce and use energy every day. This is why we must change. We have believed this for more than 130 years. We are Europe's oldest electricity company. We see day by day whether we are doing our work well, whether we are really changing things. We believe we are, and continue to do so. We are becoming the energy that is changing everything in order to build a future of sustainable energy together.
Hi, nice to meet you. Καλησπέρα σε όλους και από...
Hello to all. My name is Maria Sarafoglu, a journalist from Antenna. And let me welcome you to the second part of the third session entitled Decarbonization, New Infrastructure, Changes in the Energy Landscape. Since this morning you have taken a glimpse about what goes on in this perfect energy storm that we are living. And questions are too many, not just about how we're going to tackle it, but also about whether there's going to be any problem in the supply chain in our country and in Europe overall. I would like to introduce you the dear guests, our eminent guests, with whom we're going to discuss all topics. After having some short remarks, Mr. Andreas Steger is the National Gas Union Vice President. Mr. Manos Manousakis, Chairman and CEO of IPTO, ADMIE. Mr. Anastasios Manos, Chief Executive Officer of HEDNO, the DIE. Ms. Maria Rita Galli, Chief Executive Officer, Hellenic Gas Transmission System Operator, DESFA SA. Mr. Konstantinos Sifneos, Vice President and Project Director of Gastrade, Gastrade rather. Mr. Pieros Hadjigiannis, Executive Chairman of the Board, Attiki Natural Gas Distribution Single Member Company. And Mr. Dimitris Arandopoulos, Natural Gas Business Unit Manager, Heron Energy SA, member of Gekterna Group. I would like to start with a brief presentation of Mr. Andrea Steger. You have the floor, Mr. Steger.
And Kalimera to everybody.
I'm very grateful to be here today in Athens. I've been here for several other business reasons in the past, and it's very good to be here today. I know it's challenging times, also after the lively debate we have been heard in a few minutes ago, and I'm here today representing the International Gas Union. What is the International Gas Union? It is the association that is comprising more than 150 members around the world and representing more than 95% of the global gas value chain. So it's very important as an association to speak the voice of gas. And let me start with the word gas. With gas, we mean different molecules. It's not just natural gas, but it's gas, natural gas, green gas, synthetic gas, hydrogen. That's to set the scene into this panel that we will follow shortly with the decarbonization and new infrastructures changing in the energy landscape. And indeed, the energy landscape is changing very fastly. And I would say that from the gas industry perspective, I think we have to be positive. Positive in the fact that we have a lot to be delivered and, of course, some risk to be managed. But I would say 2021 is a very important year for the gas industry because gas has never been as important in the energy matrix in the world, and its value is going to increase significantly. In Greece, we have seen recent developments in the gas sector that are very promising, and more to come, I would say, for the panel to take the floor on that. Let me also open the window to a broader picture and a broader landscape. Of course, energy is important for at least three different reasons. Energy access. Every human on the planet should have reliable, secure, affordable energy access. If I take some additional elements there, top 10% of the world countries consume 20 times more the bottom 10% of the world. Just to give you another example, 1.1 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa have the same electric power capacity as Germany. Of course, these are situations which are absolutely necessary into the consideration of long-term future and how the energy landscape will transform itself. So we are not just decarbonizing, we have the need to decarbonize or reduce carbon footprint while ensuring energy access to a lot of population and growing population. And of course, again, the socio-economic development is, in that respect, very crucial at the same time, together with sustainability and environment. Sustainability and environment is crystal clear, crucial, and priority in Europe, for sure. We have declared in Europe to be net zero in 2050. When I speak about 2050, I say speaking about 2050 is very easy. To arrive at 2050 makes me having a headache. But indeed, again, to arrive to this aspiration, we have natural gas and a growing portfolio of renewable and low-carbon gases to be one of the foundation for and a catalyst for this new energy landscape. At IGU, we interconnect people, companies, expertise. We have more than 1,000 volunteers from the upstream to the distribution and technology, joining forces to bring common knowledge sharing and innovation. Of course, these are some good pillars to look at on how we are going to develop. I'm on purpose not talking about transition. Transition is my transition because I'm not reading well and I'm for sure looking at how my glasses will be permanently on my nose. But energy is developing and moving. And of course, we have the need to accompany this development in many different ways. We have not one fits-all solution. For sure, again, gas can play a very fundamental role there. And I think in that respect, again, IGU was perceived in the past as the player of natural gas. Of course, natural gas is the bulk of our industry. Globally speaking, we are representing about 4 trillion cubic meters of gas in the world. So this is a figure, 4 trillion. But at the same time, we are convinced that we are the place where the industry and the financing and the investment can take a look at, in a better way, to innovation and real developments in order to progress in these dynamics. And of course, we have to avoid any kind of misunderstanding. We want to be the global voice of gas, but of course, we want to be a partner in this evolution. And a partner means that we recognize the Paris agreements and all the NDCs in the different geographies. And the challenges will be very important. Again, I was very interested to understand the Greek path towards phasing out coal. I was part of that path in Italy in my previous capacity. But I noted down that in 2020, about 30 gigawatts of additional coal capacity were put online in China only. So we have a clear challenge to be met globally. I think, again, to be rapid and on time, the combination of gas and renewables have already delivered good results. And I think this partnership can be, of course, fostered. I would say that Europe has benefited a lot from having natural gas as a backbone to rely on to pursue renewables penetration. But I'm sure in this respect, and Greece is a witness of this phenomenon, new infrastructures also will be needed in Europe also. It's not just having to rely on the present infrastructures. New infrastructures will be paving the way to additional sources of gas, as we have heard about, but also these infrastructures will be paving the way to new gases. That's the other very important element. So with that, and without further ado, I would like to, again, thank you for the invitation, and very happy to engage with question and answers afterwards. For the moment being, let me close these initial remarks with a very simple statement, which I think is applicable to today and to the future. Gas works. Thanks a lot.
Well, Mr. Steger, thank you so much. Θα ήθελα στο σημείο αυτό να καλέσω τον κύριο Μάνο Μανουσάκη.
And now I would like to invite Mr. Manos Manousakis from IPTO for his own presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me in this conference. In the last 2 years, we experienced an unexperienced climate crisis. We see extremely high temperatures and extreme weather phenomena. During the last weeks, we experienced a crisis of prices. It started from natural gas markets, but disseminated now in all sectors of the economy. The answer to this crisis is shared to change the energy mixture and transition to clean energy. But in order to do that in sustainable terms, strong networks are required that will convey clean energy from the production area to the consumption area. IPTO invests 5 billion euros right now and for the next decade in order to assist this energy transition, since the environmental burden units of the islands close down, and of course it tries to enhance the energy exchange in southeastern Europe. In this framework, and being more ambitious, the government seeks to create new energy routes between Europe, Cyprus and Israel. The reason is obvious with connections, strong connections. The single European market will be more effective and efficient, and of course will have better prices mid-term for all consumers. At the same time, with strong connections, we assure energy capacity and security. When we have countries facing troubles, they will be able to import energy from other countries. And if in Greece we will have a surplus of production from RES, we will be able to export that to the benefit of the country and the market. In the last 4.5 years, IPTO built strong networks throughout the country, assuring benefits for the consumers and the economy. We had the tender for Santorini, and the project will start soon. And we will have a new tender for the connection of Olegantros, Milos, and Serifos, of a budget of 400 million euros, and we will complete it by 2024, co-funded by the Recovery Fund. We connected mainland to Crete recently, and from that project, the consumers save 1 million euros yearly, and we will have Attica linked to Crete, a project that will be fulfilled by 2024. Crete will be fully interconnected by then, and all the pollutant plants of the island will stop producing. With these works, we contribute to energy transition. We create a new area of 17 gigawatts, exceeding by 2 gigawatts the goals of the energy plan, and we will have a net profit of 4.5 million euros for the consumers, with zero CO2 emissions for electricity production throughout the Aegean, and we extend energy security for Greece, since we enhance the capacity of the system. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Manousakis. And now our next speaker, Mr. Manos from the DA, is invited to the podium. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like also to thank the organizers for their invitation and allowing me to participate in this panel. The networks managed by the DA are strategic infrastructure, not only for the economy and the citizens of our country, but for the development of the market of energy as well. In the framework of goals set and need to be met in the framework of climate change at national and pan-European level. The DA has an important role to play in this transition period and need to be the catalyst in the transition of the Greek market in a market of Greek consumers, implementing successfully all the goals of the next decade as provided for. And we have assumed some projects to introduce RES in the system, energy storage, enhancement of interconnections and systems to be able to cope with the new demands of the market, smart meters, etc., in order To do that, we have new technologies as an ally, and we act so as to modernize, reform in a modern company offering services to the whole market. The DE had to deal with other issues until 2019. It was faced with disinvestment that led to a non-modernized network, which, in order to modernize, will need a decade to keep up the time it has lost. I need to underline that it was the only distributor in Europe. Its assets reduced in the past period in order to deal with the demands of the demanding environment. In 2021, we had our plans from 2020 to 2029, which will allow us to have a long-term programming and increase investments by 230 millions, and with a view to increase that to 400 millions in the next years. And in order to meet the climate challenges, the penetration of RES is important, as well as the digitization of customer service. The network of which is the focal point of interest because of the incidents lately. As we all know, the distribution network is a network that has been built decades ago, starting from 1950s. It is a network which historically has old and modern components. As far as the subterranean networks are concerned, we are ranked last in Europe, whereas in other countries, these networks are 70% in Europe, and other countries have submerged all the networks by 100%. In order to do that, we will need more than 20 million. The disinvestment of the past decades cannot be counterbalanced overnight. Nevertheless, we need to actively introduce these subterranean networks, especially at critical points. Nevertheless, in our struggle against time was to improve the network and upgrade our services. We will enhance the project of smart meters, and we try to implement GIS technologies. These projects will need 3 years of hard work in order to see the changes. The network is 6 times the perimeter of Earth. Changes do take place, will take place, but the time is extremely brief. For the network and our interventions in order to fix the failure was lack of components. In the past years, there was no full control in order to have the materials necessary to overcome problems in the network. We missed a lot of main components like transmitters, for example, and we lacked various
για να μπορέσουμε να ολοκληρώσουμε τα έργα μας. Προχωρήσαμε λοιπόν άμεσα στην καταγραφή και στην παρακολούθηση.
And we lacked basic material for the transfer of energy. Now we are trying to fix that. We try to cover the gap of supply, and within 2021, we have already ordered columns, electricity columns, in order to be able to meet the challenges of the destruction of some of them because of the fire, of the wildfires, etc. As far as the transformers are concerned, we had a tender of 100 million euros recently. With this simple or more complex actions, we have invested, we have increased our investments by 60% and decreased the time of restoring the failures in the network whenever they occur. In 2020, when we tried to build the DE, we improved all the indices, performance indices by 20%, which shows that we had placed the proper people in the proper posts, and irrespective of the problems created by the pandemic. At this point, I need to tell you that the distributors in Europe had a decrease of 4%, whereas the DE had an acceleration at the same period of 17%. Last but not least, because the proper operation of the network should meet the needs of the public, we use technologies to improve the customer experience. What is the aftertaste when cooperating with our company? New services were introduced in complaints that can be filed digitally, or failures of the system that also can be filed digitally, and the citizens can upload pictures of the failure in the network via a mobile phone. This is a dynamic process which is upgrading constantly in order to have our digitization fulfilled as fast as possible. Technology will be our ally in fixing the failures with new appliances and the use of tablets for our personnel will be handled easier and faster by them. It is understood that the services are improved and the capacity of the system improves. Of course, failures are omnipresent, and especially when we have extreme weather phenomena. Nowhere can we find all over the world networks that do not fail from time to time. The answer is how fast you can fix all these failures. In the recent wildfires of August, the DE has proven that it can meet the expectations of citizens. As we had said, everybody will have electricity as soon as possible. Our strategic planning and daily interventions seek to minimize the complaints of citizens.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Manos. You took a bit more of our time, but let me welcome now Mrs. Maria Rita Galli, Chief Executive Officer of Hellenic Gas Transmission System Operator DESFA. You have the floor, Mrs. Galli.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to participate to this event. And let me, let's say, express the wish that, let's say, we will see significant reduction of CO2 emission going forward, but we will also see an increase of diversity in these events and in these panels that today is still a little bit low, if I may say so. So moving forward to the purpose of today's panel in particular, that is the role of infrastructure in the decarbonization and delignitization of Greece. Let me say a couple of things. That it is certainly true that the energy crisis we are in is not driven by the EU Green Deal and is not driven by the decision to go net zero in 2050. But it's also true that natural gas consumption has increased significantly, and in particular in the countries in Southeast Europe, and Greece is one of them, due to the fact to the right decision, of course, to phase out the lignite. And just to put things in perspective, the natural gas demand in Greece has doubled since 2014, and has increased approximately 47–50% since 2018. So these numbers are a significant testimony to the effort which the country is putting in, let's say, phasing out the lignite and replacing it with cleaner sources of energy. But at the same time, in order to support this increasing gas demand, there is an increasing need of new infrastructures. And infrastructure in the energy sector are long-term investment. They need 30, 40, 50 years to be amortized. And therefore, it's very important to have a clear energy policy that defines what is going to be the role of natural gas as a transition fuel in the next 2 and 3 decades. And also consider that in order to carry out investment, and in our case, we have now just revised our 10-year development plan leading to approximately 800 million of investment, it's very important to have a visibility and the stability also of a clear regulatory framework. Last but not least, a consideration. The energy crisis today would have been much worse for Greece if we didn't have important investment which have occurred in the last few years. Think about the third tank in the Revitusa terminal, which increased, let's say, availability of at least LNG as a storage, but also the interconnection with the TAP, which occurred only last year. Let's imagine if we were going to face this winter without a TAP. TAP is a new source of supply, but this has required a 5 billion investment, of course, at European level. Thinking about what we are doing in Greece we have a significant need to expand the grid, in particular to reach the region of the country which have not yet access to natural gas. And this is very true, in particular for the west part of the country, starting from West Macedonia, where we are running in order to deliver the pipeline which is going to be needed in order to supply natural gas and replace lignite once the production of heat and electricity in the region will be definitely out of access to lignite power plants. In this respect, we have quite a significant and ambitious project to complete the realization of a pipeline of approximately 160 kilometers, high-pressure 30-inch pipeline, which should be ready, let's say, more or less 2 years from now, which is a very compressed and very challenging time frame, but is very necessary in order to enable all the region of West Macedonia to completely phase out lignite. And I had yesterday the opportunity to meet with the governor and many majors in the region, which are really looking forward to have access to a clean energy source. I would jump the details of the project, and because all of these information are available on our 10-year development plan. But what I would like to point out is that, let's say, we need to look at the challenges of delignification under 2 perspectives. The short and medium term is we need to deliver natural gas. The long term, we know we need to have decarbonized gases. And so we need to design and construct our infrastructure in a way that will be future-proof, infrastructure that will be able to, let's say, evolve with the evolution of the fuels which will be transported. And that's why the pipeline for West Macedonia is the first pipeline in Greece, and I think one of the very few ones which are being designed today in Europe that are going to be already built on a 100% hydrogen basis, certified hydrogen basis, both in terms of the pipelines and in terms of the construction techniques. This brings me to the next consideration. So what we need to do to think about the future. The future, as I tried to say before, is something where, and also Mr. Steger explained it very well, we cannot rely only on electricity. The minister mentioned that, of course, we are going toward more and more renewables, but as also the CEO of Hellenic Petroleum clearly pointed out, we cannot do without liquid or gases. We cannot do without molecules, because there are sectors of the energy system which cannot be supplied only through electrons, and certainly not inefficiently and not in a storable manner. That's why we are very convinced that there is a great potential in the, let's say, in the coupling of the electricity and the gas systems, And this coupling, which will let's say, no longer be only gas to power, but also power to gas, and this brings to new gases, hydrogen, synthetic gases, will create a very resilient system because will enable also to store much more electricity that is produced today through interruptible sources of energy in a way which can go beyond the one-day capacity that the batteries can offer. And in this respect, let me say that it seems that everything is very futuristic, but when we talk about the need to look at what we can do on our grid to make it ready for the future is not so far away. And let's say these are just a few of the projects that today are discussing Greece with respect to hydrogen. So in Greece, there are a multiplicity of projects that are, of course, in a very early phase, but that indicate the willingness of the country, many players, public and private players, to develop green and blue hydrogen production and to develop hydrogen consumption, and so to grow a production and the demand. And as you can see, all these projects, and these are not exhaustive, I heard about some PPC projects as well that we didn't have time to include in the slide. These projects all require a reliable system that will be able to connect production with supply. Therefore, let's say we are convinced that the investment we are making, and they are significant investments, think about the fact that the grid in Greece has been not expanding until 2014. So only after the privatization there has been, let's say, a relaunch of an investment plan. But what is really very important that all the projects we are looking at will be hydrogen ready and will be ready for the future, as well as our own network will be transported and repurposed, transformed and repurposed to be able to accommodate the carbonized gases. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Galli. Thank you.
Thank you. You are excused.
Να καλέσω στο σημείο αυτό τον κύριο Κωνσταντίνο Σιφνέο. Είναι αντιπρόεδρος.
Mr. Sifneos is invited to the podium, Vice President and Project Manager of Castrade.
Ακούγομαι. Ναι. Ωραία. Μια θερμή καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon, everyone, to all of you, my friends in the panel, and all of us attending the conference live or in presence. I would like to thank the organizer for organizing this excellent discussion and allowing us to be part of it. I will focus on a strategic level, and I will try to show the role of natural gas and its infrastructures towards energy transition and the need of a complementarity of infrastructure regionally and the strategic role it is invited to play the LNG terminal in Alexandroupoli. The problem, temporary or less temporary, faced by the global and European society lately, linked to the increase of the prices of natural gas, is linked at the same time with energy transition and energy dependence. The steps to achieve the goals of 2050 should go side by side with the development of technology, energy storage, and not jeopardize energy security, bringing populations to energy hunger. A rational approach and strategy will lead with safety to the achievement of goals. In another case, we will have to face a lot of difficulty and time will be lost. I remind you of what we did back in 2007 with the PV boom in Greece. All of us understand how critical critical is natural gas as a transition fuel. I liked what Maria showed earlier, how the column changes into green gradually. That means that natural gas, and you can show the next slide if you wish, will continue to increase by mid of next decade in our region. This is more obvious in southeastern Europe. Is dependent for energy production in coal, and delignitization already introduced will bring an increase in the use of natural gas mid-term at least. We see that in the increase of demand in Greece, and we will see that in the next 3 or 4 years in the wider increase of the demand for natural gas in the Western and Central Balkans. At the same time, another important factor of the energy costs is the dependence on routes and supplies. I don't bring coal to Manchester by saying that we are, when I say that we are dependent by one source of supply without saying anything else. I say that because I need to underline how important it is to have infrastructure of natural gas such as to avoid single dependence and that promote regional complementarity to promote supply and fair competition. You have to use your remote control. Okay, thank you very much. It's true that there is a network of various infrastructures developed in our country that can operate in complementarity, fulfilling the strategic pillars. And I talk more specifically about, Mrs. Galli talked about the project, the terminal station of Revithousa, TAP, interconnectors between Bulgaria, Greece, North Macedonia, Greece, and the storage capacity of the region. The substance of this existing infrastructure and the future ones is to be able to complement each other, and I think that they can do that. I believe, nevertheless, the most important part of the chain in operating that is the terminal LNG of Alexandroupolis, the Alexandroupolis terminal that links Greece to southeastern Europe, increases liquidity and the flow, and competition, and gives an alternative to dependencies from one single supplier and allows diversity of supply. Alexandroupolis project is a step before the decision, having assured its commercial sustainability. It's now part of NSRF and will be supported with 1.6 million. The agreements will be signed next month, which is the last step, as we have announced, and we will keep the timetable. The commercial operation of the project will start at the end of 2023. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sifneos. Now, Mr. Pieros Hatzigiannis, have the floor, Executive Chairman of the Board at the Key Natural Gas Distribution Signalement Company.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα. Καταρχάς, θα ήθελα να
Hello, hello. First, let me congratulate the organizers of this conference, and let me wish for this conference to become, for the next years, an institution for the promotion of dialogue pertaining to critical matters on energy. It is my great pride, it's my honor to be here in a panel with energy stakeholders and reps of the political scene. Undoubtedly, energy companies will have ahead an era of big challenges, including adaptation to the post-COVID era, the commitment for the decrease of the environmental footprint of our companies, and our transition to cleaner forms of energy. The inclusion of the new energy mix, the investment on development of infrastructure and the expansion of the network, as well as the unstoppable provision of energy to all consumers, because this is what we want. Natural gas to be brought to the end consumer, including the areas that are remote. These are only some of the challenges on the daily agenda of our companies, and of course, the success of every company will be judged on the immediacy of implementing all necessary decisions to move on in the new era. Allow me a brief presentation of our company. Our company, Attica Natural Gas Distribution Single-Member Company, is a distributor of our network by maintaining and expanding the network in Attica. Essentially, it's us bringing gas outside the door of each professional, of each industry in the area, and each final consumer, each household. Let me also clarify that we don't commercialize natural gas, thus it's not up to us, it's not due to us, rather, the increase of tariffs. To avoid any similar question, our grids today amount to 4,000 kilometers for average and low pressure, and they extend to 52 municipalities of Attica, serving more than 415,000 households, 230,000 users, and more than 5,500 professionals only for Attica are working to professionals related to natural gas. During the last 3 years, our company has achieved to increase its clientele by 68%, meeting, of course, the big demand for natural gas coming from all consumers in Attica. If we take into account the estimations on the closure of the year 2021, the distributed quantity will reach 4.5 terawatt-hours, and especially for the last 2 years, it's worth noting that we have achieved a stable pace of growth for our networks vis-à-vis the previous year that goes up to 15%. Lately, as you probably know, we have completed successfully the privatization of DEPA infrastructure, with the preferable investor being Italgas, whom the trust honors us. It is a vote of trust in the possibilities of our company, and we do believe that through their know-how, they will contribute to the further development of current networks and their upgrade, so that we can be prepared to welcome renewable gases. The 5-year strategic plan of our company includes an investment plan of 132 million euros, aiming to the increase of the geographic coverage at 68%, having as main pillars digital transformation, the upgrade in the modernization of our governance, extroversion, the decrease of our environmental footprint, and the maximization of our social benefit, helping the country to fulfill in the long run our national goals on the transition into cleaner forms of energy. In the framework that I have just described to you, our company is getting prepared for the next day by investing in the digital transformation, extroversion, and innovation. This is our way to do things to create value for customers, local societies, our employees, but also shareholders. When it comes to the digital transformation, Athens distribution company is moving on quickly through the upgrade of the system, consumer-wise and user-wise. Through our new website, the consumer will have the possibility to get updated through an email or an SMS about the development of their application. At the same time, we shall upgrade the services that are offered towards the disabled. Our objective is to wipe out bureaucracy and accelerate procedures of connecting the final user with the grid. Moreover, I'm happy to announce that shortly we shall have available a new application for mobile devices where each stakeholder will be able to timely get messages on the mobile phone vis-à-vis the exact timeline when we're going to start our works to expand the network for the specific street that he or she is interested in. Furthermore, we include in our plans monitoring of our systems with the inclusion of modern technologies and the installation of smart metering systems of high capacity with an aim to actively engage the consumer in the energy market, broadly speaking, in a more effective and more cost-effective operation. You can all understand that when you know the consumption of your energy at any time, you can also have an optimal use of it. At the same time, we do collaborate with scientific institutes like the NTUI, the Economic University of Athens, Pantheon University, as well as the Greek Institute on Welding, with an aim to offer specialized training for our staff. We are committed to upgrade and evolve the professional skills of our HR. 253 employees of our company and our partners. Our main priority is the upgrade of the upskilling of our people across all levels of the hierarchy, enrichment of knowledge and upskilling, staying faithful and loyal to the principles of our company, and diachronically I'm talking about progress and development. Recently, we should here say that our company organized, in cooperation with Pantheon University, certified seminar entitled Equal Opportunities in Work, followed by employees and directors of the company, with an aim to upgrade and raise awareness amongst employees in issues of prevention and fight against any discrimination, as well as the creation of a safe and inclusive working environment. Last but not least, our company participates in European bodies, along with top companies like in the European Eurogas organization, Marco Gas, and recently our company guaranteed its participation in the project Ready for Hydrogen, aiming to combine know-how and expertise or experience in the field of hydrogen with other companies, distribution companies in natural gas. Towards the same direction, we can see some initiatives that we are constantly undertaking, aiming to enhance extroversion in our company, an extroversion that was not taken for granted, I should say, but we built meticulously on that, evolving, developing, and establishing our relationships with the municipal authorities and local societies, but also the technical and professional world of our country. Already, in the many municipalities, we're implementing what we are naming the house of our company. What is this? Visits paid to municipalities at specific time intervals on a fixed basis, a visit that our personnel pays to them. In cooperation with the municipal authorities, we are ready to reply to any question pertaining to natural gas and guide all citizens vis-à-vis the interconnection procedure and offer to them any possible information about the activities of our company. Quite rapidly, we are programming an MOU with many municipalities in the region of Attica for the expansion of our grid, so that we can talk about fueling schools, pools, etc., and other municipal buildings with obvious benefits for local societies. The budget of these projects goes more than 6 million euros and will be financed by municipal resources. Along with the Ministry of Energy, we are organizing an activation to have a grant through the NSRF to expand the network by 40 more kilometers beyond our plan in less vulnerable areas aimed to address energy poverty for the period 2022-2023. Right now, we can see a big program pending, a subsidy program to replace heating infrastructure with natural gas with own resources of EDA Attiki in order to facilitate the interconnection between the final use and the grid in view of winter. Equally important, a strategic goal for us is the inclusion of renewable gases in the energy mix of our grid. For this aim, we work meticulously to finalize on time all necessary actions to prepare the grid and our infrastructure, our equipment, to be ready for the infusion of renewable gases into the system when they are ready commercial-wise. To that end, that is our company with the cooperation of Rafina municipality and the lab of the shipyard specialists are planning to implement shortly a pilot research program that through which we shall plan a polyethylene distribution network of 9 kilometers that will fuel specific users who will accept to participate in the program. This grid will be fueled with CNG through a phony pipeline, and we shall plan a unit of blue hydrogen with the use of natural gas. For sure, it's self-obvious that we must regulate certain issues from a technical point of view and from a regulatory point of view, since right now there is no infusion framework in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, our company invests in the future, building on solid ground. We move on, staying loyal to our mission. That is, get natural gas to every house, to every business in the region of Attica and offer to the final consumer the benefits of natural gas. Having as a vehicle digital transformation of our company, innovation and extroversion, we aspire to become a leverage of progress and innovation, respecting always the environment and human beings. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Hadjigiannis, and the last speaker is Mr. Saradopoulos from Iron Energeiki Gekterna Group. I'll try to be brief since I am the last speaker, so as to have some time to discuss certain things. Dear friends, dear participants, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say that it's a great honor to participate in this excellent conference covering investments via the spectrum of energy as well. Energy undoubtedly is a cornerstone of every investment action, and low energy cost is critical for the prosperity of the consumers and the businesses. It is important that in the last years our country has taken leapfrogs, recognizing that climate change is a threat. Extreme weather phenomena have increased by 90% compared to the past, whereas the cost of natural disasters has increased by 50% compared to the recent past. Delignitization is a priority, and as McKinsey shows, for full decarbonization, we need to have increased 500 million euros. And new capital will be part of that, so as our country by 2030, our country will be able to decrease emissions by 55% and reach net zero by 2030. Natural gas is a transition fuel supporting and complementing the all the more high penetration of recent hydrogen. In Ekterna, in cooperation with Motor Oil, invest 375 million euros for the construction of modern electricity production plant in Komoteni, 387 megawatts, the most modern one in Europe, where it will create 500 new jobs during the construction and 100 permanent jobs during the operation of this plant. This plant will cover the increased needs of the country in electricity, which will be created due to the gradual closure of lignite units. During the lignite phase out, the energy mix will allow the decrease of energy cost for the households and more lower than the EU average for the first time. But all these things prove that lignite phase out brings decrease in prices. Why do we have this crisis of increased prices lately? The natural gas price increased by 300 compared to the last years. How could we be more protected as consumers and businesses vis-à-vis this crisis with the existence of infrastructure, above all, of long-term storage of natural gas, like the one we have in the storage capacity we have in Kavala. In Greece, unfortunately, we don't have subterranean storage capacity. In other countries, we have this kind of storage capacity where they store 20% of their annual consumption in natural gas. Consequently, due to these storage areas, besides the supply, what else is guaranteed is lower prices during crisis. According to our estimates, the natural gas storage capacity in Kavala would help countries save 400 million euros on a yearly basis. So this infrastructure is an infrastructure that needs to be implemented in the years to come. Last but not least, infrastructures, technology, and smart energy products. Iron Energy is a pioneer, can create a safety net vis-à-vis energy crisis and a springboard for new investments towards a greener future.
Thank you so much. Let us come to our discussion, entitled this aspirational goal for country for decarbonization, and of course what will be the next challenges to address shortly. Two very important questions for this era. Let me start with Mr. Andreas Steger.
I heard you saying that energy is developing, is moving, so innovation is needed. But in the meantime, in your opinion, are there any further actions to be taken in order to avoid facing an energy supply problem this winter?
Well, first of all, energy needs are really growing fast. As I'm saying, normally China only is growing by 1 France per year. There is 40 BCM a year of natural gas consumption, and power crunches are there as well. I would say that the instability, the volatility we are seeing today is not the one thing that the industry is looking for. Also from a producer's standpoint, I think it's very relevant to recall the fact that in many parts of the United States, production was and is in the hands of so-called independents. And of course, in the last couple of years, especially last year, the COVID situation and demand destruction was bringing production down. So, of course, a better stability in terms of pricing is conducive to having the right investments in place. Again, it's not an easy topic, but I would say that there is appetite to continue producing. I would say that maybe a provocative sentence on my side, we have to avoid considering that all fossil fuels that we are using today are not needing any extra exploration and production. Maybe some of these, yes, coal, but indeed oil and gas could be playing a very important role going forward. And if I look at some statements of multilateral institutions, they are saying we can make out of this. And this is creating a vicious circle, not a virtuous one, in terms of pricing, because who's going to produce will be hedging their investment risk in a shorter time period. So I think we have a solid reserve base, so we have lots of investment there. I would say that the investment framework, as Margarita was saying, in terms of infrastructure, but also upstream, needs a little bit of perspective. So in that respect, the other angle is that we promoted in Europe and other places of the world a global and more flexible market. Again, flexible markets bring also some volatility. And I think the mentioning of underground gas storage infrastructures and availability is one of the insurance policies that we can think about.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steger.
Now, I would like to invite the remaining speaker because we have 15 minutes. Please be short with your replies. Now, let me come to Mr. Manouchakis. Mr. Manouchakis, lately we have undergone a discussion about to what extent Greece may achieve these aspirational goals about the decarbonization, if it is a very aspiring initiative, and how can we shift into a green energy. What is your view on that? Well, I will try to be as simple as possible because it is a complicated technical matter. Greece has taken a decision in 2019 to move on with a phasing out of lignite that is wipe out the old plants until 2023. When this decision was taken, obviously, in the minds of the policymakers, there was an initiative that there would be investments. The amount of energy that the system would miss with this phasing out would be replaced by other sources. As everybody said, the transition, the fuel transition, the fuel of the transition is natural gas. So we're waiting for the fulfillment of these investments to cover this gap in order to wipe out the lignite plants to achieve the target of 2023. What matters is the trend. In Germany, the political debate says that the goal changes from 2038, it goes down to 2030. As climate crisis will put pressure on the governments and societies overall, they will have more aspirational goals. To achieve them, it takes, at the same time, increase of investments in natural gas in the midterm, and of course, skyrocketed investments in areas. There should have been bigger flexibility? Well, no, I'm saying that what we are waiting is to finalize proper investments in order to avoid any gap in the demand. The administrator, the operator is not just interested in covering the demand when there is good weather or in normal days. No, an operator is obliged to cover demand even if we have adverse weather conditions, when there is when there are heat waves, for instance, or extreme cold. Mr. Manos, let me come to you.
Is there a defense line in order to cope with this adverse phenomena? And how can we tackle that? The energy crisis per se is an issue of price, if you mean so, which is not the object of the distributor. So you say you're not responsible for the prices. No, not at all. Well, the distributor's part is the increase of penetration of RES so as to have more autonomy. And when we talk about RES penetration, we need to distinct what is below 10 megawatts is in the field of the VA, above 10 megawatts is within the capacity of Mr. Manusakis. Within train of thought, we increased by 238% the positive answers in megawatts for penetration of RES in the distribution system. What controls VVE in low voltage. Well, in the VVE, we have planned investments of thousands of millions in order to assist this transition. The time of implementation is in heavy systems is extensive. You need to plan to have installations, and this thing demands for time. Yes, we are ready. We have a plan. We have relevant financing. A lot of projects have been completed. More will be done and completed soon. We have exceeded the goals set by the National Committee on Energy, but all need maturation time. Mrs. Galli.
DESFA going to be affected by this energy crisis? And what kind of investments can reduce the risk in today's market?
Well, let's say certainly our investment plan is not delayed by the situation as of today. Let's say, as I mentioned before, energy requires long-term planning, and therefore you cannot respond to short-term volatility when it comes to investment in a larger-scale infrastructure that require years from the moment you take the decision to the moment they will enter into operation. Quite the opposite. Let's say we keep running because there are a part of our infrastructure that are urgently needed, in particular in order to replace, as was said before, in 2023, all the lignite power plants will be out of use, and therefore we will have to have natural gas when it needs to be used. When it comes to which kind of investment, so in general, to improve the resilience to crisis, let's say what Europe has been doing and constantly is doing is increase not only the sources of supply but the routes of supply, and therefore what is happening in Greece also with the new regasification terminal of Alexandroupolis, the new interconnection with Bulgaria and in the past with TAP are going in the right direction. The second part, which is clearly a pillar that is missing in Greece, is storage. Greece, together with Slovenia, I think, is the only European country which doesn't have storage. And we need also to consider that the reliance on import corridors has increased quite significantly. There is one main import corridor for gas in Greece, which is Turkey, through which all the Russian and Azeri gas is flowing. And then there is LNG, which we know is also following the higher prices in the world. Therefore, having a strategic and operational commercial storage is something which is paramount for the Greek market to be able to cope with the future situation of volatility. Unfortunately, not this year, because it's not here, but needs to be really taken care of very seriously.
So important, more infrastructure for storage supplies. In this direction, among others. Thank you very much, Mrs. Galli. Έρχομαι τώρα στον κύριο Σιφνέο.
And now, Mr. Sifneos, with regard to what Mrs. Galli has already said, give us the overall picture on the regional dimension of energy security and how Southeastern Europe will become more independent. Single markets of Southeastern Europe don't have a critical mass. Interconnectivity of these markets will create the critical mass necessary that will be able to play a better role and more independent role in the supply of energy. So it will be more competitive. Moreover, interconnectivity and complementarity of market assures better energy security. Pluralism and flow in a market, differentiation of sources and routes, you become more competitive at the level of prices, and you can be better protected. I believe, as Mrs. Galli has already said, dependence we experience, right? Not only as Greece, but as Southeastern Europe from sources and better dependence from supply routes creates a huge problem. So two ways we can tackle that. Storage is number one and LNG is number two, when we talk about natural gas, of course. With the technology of energy storage, the whole framework of barriers will stop existing. So this phenomena, the present phenomena, which are, I think, are artificially created, temporary or artificial, it's the same. Thank you, Mr. Sifneu.
Now, Mr. Khatigiannis now. Mr. Khatigiannis, taking into account that the company is active in the biggest territory in Greece, there is huge potential interconnected with households and businesses. What could we say about the penetration rates of natural gas in your area? It is true, the previous years, there was no penetration rate expected in the biggest area, in the biggest prefecture of our country. However, in the last 2 years, taking into account the big demand of natural gas, we have greatly increased the pace. We must say that some years ago, we had an expansion of 30 kilometers and we installed some new grid. We had expansion last year and we installed 22,000 new meters. This year we will have 24,000 new ones. For sure, we are a regulated activity. Our plan is controlled by the regulatory authority, and taking that into account, there are areas that are more mature for this penetration. This does not mean that areas with low penetration that are linked by definition with energy poverty leave us indifferent. We must talk about the penetration under two pillars. First, the expansion of the network to reach the final user, and second, the connection of the final consumer with the grid. These are two different things. We are active and we're taking good care of both. First, we have increased in the framework of our extroversion our collaboration with the municipalities to guarantee a different budget to expand our network in municipalities with energy poverty. And second, in order to make more attractive natural gas for the consumer, we have subsidy programs either with own capital or NSR resources like the one I mentioned before, which is now available. Thank you so much, Mr. Hadjigiannis. And let me come to Mr. Sarandopoulos for the end of this panel, because we listened a lot about this energy crisis. The question is, how shall we tackle it? Could we hinder this skyrocketing situation of prices, and if there is any plan to tackle similar crisis in the future? Thank you, Ms. Sarafoli, for that. Energy crisis has been analyzed by previous panels quite eloquently. Energy crisis always existed, they existed and they shall exist in the future. Solutions, though, have two directions. First, a series of solutions is about brief and in the long run. The latter are not that cost-effective. The first reform, rather, are not cost-effective. We believe that the threefold infrastructure, which means storage, interconnection, since we have here the operators. The second pillar, which is technology, RES, hydrogen, biomethane, small-scale LNG. And the third pillar, smart energy products, is a threefold dimension which can help us in the long run, financially as well, to get protected against energy crisis. Especially, let me focus on that due to the future. This part of smart energy products is something that all consumers and businesses should take seriously into account opt for these products, that is, because in reality, like Iran 1 or other products, these products may decrease their exposure to the upward increase of prices for electricity and natural gas. Consequently, infrastructure, technology, smart products are our weapons to tackle the next energy crisis. So we need something more than traditional subsidies or grants. This is what you are saying. Yes, exactly. Because imagine that natural gas increased by 300 to 400% since last June and 2,500% since last summer. Then the policies of subsidies have a very limited possibility. It's impossible to cover this range. Thank you so much for that. I would like to thank all speakers here. This is the end of this circle, of this discussion. We shall move on with another discussion with the Associate Professor from the National Technical University of Athens, Mr. Haris Doukas. We are free to continue. Thank you for your attention. Thank you indeed. Hello, Professor. Thank you very much for being here. You listen to the views of our distinguished speakers. The problem is big. Many solutions are proposed. We don't know which ones will be fruitful. One of the questions that are up to your competencies is whether we are taking the bad turn, that is, a phasing out without decarbonization, that is, we set as priority an imported fuel like natural gas. Are we once again vulnerable vis-à-vis these exterior conditions creating the problem? Yes, you are right. Our objective is to go into a zero-emission economy. To achieve that, we must get rid of fossil fuel. So it's meaningless to shut down lignite plants, promoting decarbonization, but opt for natural gas, which is a fossil fuel again. What we should do is to shut down lignite plants and include RES. So the pace, the speed of transition into a zero-emission economy has this technological constraint. Can we shut down lignite plants and include RES? Otherwise, we shall create a new lockdown, not in lignite, but in natural gas. And another dimension, very important, of delignitization and the constraint is that as we move on with transition, this should be done in a socially fair way. Timmermans is talking about it. It should not be a bloody one. That is, human beings and local societies that for many, many years were based on lignite and other activities, they should have a next day. They should have employability and income. Yes, but putting on the table energy adequacy. Coming to the end of all these lignite plants, will there be any reserves for this winter or not? Well, this conjuncture has shown that we have significant problems and we are obliged to change our plans. We've seen what happened in summer. We had tremendous problems with fires and other destructions. We saw drought, no air. So we were obliged, in order to avoid blackouts, we were obliged to open a new plant that we had shut down in Megalopolis without the necessary conditions to guarantee adequacy. Now we're listening that we can open up the old lignite mines that were shut down. And we're moving on with the maintenance of all necessary machinery to be able to increase the extraction of lignite to work at the full potential with our units. This shows that in spite of the fact that we focused on that, and this is not just a Greek phenomenon, this is a European problem. The Council focused overall as Europe, rather, on the one dimension of energy policy, which is the environmental strand. And I would argue that we undermine the other two aspects, energy adequacy and tariffs. In other words, we must seriously focus on the following. How should we move on rapidly in this phasing out of lignite, but not too quickly, because at the same time, we should guarantee an overall access and good prices for the end users. Okay, so baby steps, as we are saying. Now, let us move on with other topic, that is traditional policy that you are implementing, something that we discussed with the speakers. The government usually is talking about grants or subsidies to face the crisis, as it happened recently. Do you think that these can suffice to cover needs, to meet all needs? Or would you say that it takes a visionary policy? Well, in the current conjuncture, having a difficult winter ahead, and with the prices being quite high due to natural gas mainly, we cannot do many things in the long run to safeguard households. Let me remind you that Greece is the second country when it comes to energy poverty. 1 out of 5 households, approximately, are saying that they find it difficult to keep warm in winter. If we don't give grants immediately, imagine that this percentage will be skyrocketed. So in this conjuncture, this is the only solution. But systematically, we must see how we will be able to solve the problem, because we need to extinguish the fire and avoid any relapse. This can be done through other means, because by giving grants, we are granting the companies, we are granting these imports which are playing geopolitical games. It's as if we extended the problem, yes, and we become more vulnerable. We started with 200 millions, 300 millions, 500 millions of subsidies. I don't know whether this will bring us to December or whether more months will be needed. In reality, it is a barrel without any end. What we should do is that we must move on with the full phasing out of fossil fuel. That is, no subsidies, no grants for fossil fuel. What do I mean by that? Let me give you a simple example. We have the heating oil. Each year we are saying that we must give grant to this oil for vulnerable households. Wouldn't it be better to make a decision, not now, but decide from now onwards and say, instead of subsidizing heating oil and natural gas, why shouldn't we create PV parks, and all municipalities should be granted, give dividends to the vulnerable households. So the end consumer would use pure electric energy to heat their home, and they wouldn't be vulnerable, nor would they wait yearly for the new grant by the state to heat themselves. This is a characteristic example which shows that it takes another approach overall when it comes to energy policy if we need to tackle energy poverty that right now is ante portas. Sure, but this has a specific timeline in the long run. What about the midterm? What about any tools that may facilitate the whole situation? Where should we focus on in the period to come? Thank you for that. A very important issue is that the regulatory authorities and the competitiveness committee should check what happens with tariffs, because right now the consumer, due to the readaptation clauses, they don't know what they will pay for. They have signed a contract, and at the end of the day, they pay double, triple. Second point that should be taken into account. In these uncertain times, which has become a new norm, there must be some clauses, and these should be included in the regulatory framework. Based on that clauses, there should be a fixed price for the consumer, and thus guarantee the producer, operator, so that if there are fluctuations through these specific clauses, we should not have only one who will lose everything. Moreover, there is a daily market for sure, but this is 100% affected by the stock exchange market. The consumer may not be 100% vulnerable to the stock exchange. In other words, the focus, even today, midterm-wise, should be given on the logic of long-run contracts with stable prices. This is a way for this transition, for this rather volatility to be an obstacle for consumers. Imagine that our country is the second most expensive country after Italy. Something should change with the markets as well. Well, coming to the end, let me ask you, are you optimistic? Are we optimistic about this winter? What will be the development of this energy storm that we have to tackle? What is the ideal way to protect ourselves? I firmly believe that this winter will be quite difficult. 1 month ago, I said that prices and tariffs will not become better immediately. Why? Because these companies are related to profit. In the pandemic, even oil companies had negative prices. They paid to store oil. So what about, they want to take it back? Yes, of course. There's an effort to take it back because companies want to hedge, want to take back profit. So they want to guarantee double or triple prices. What should we do now? We must see all this conjuncture as an opportunity to move on, being more decisive and move on with necessary reforms. What do you mean by that? RES, which means storage, which means networks, and of course, interconnection. So it takes significant investment. This exists in the framework of the RRF, but this should run in a speedy way if we really need to enhance that or make our energy system more resilient. What about the crisis? Will it become more acute? I believe that in the next time period, if we have bigger winter, that is, there will be increased tariffs in the wholesale, which means that is what will be the limit of that. Well, look, the situation is volatile in the market, but winter lasts until February, March of 2022. So I would argue that our policies and our plans should have as their foundation how we can cover, in the bad scenario, the increase of tariffs, not until December, but for the following 3 months, next to December. What do you mean by that? Some lignite plants will be wiped out on January 1st, 2022. In order to tackle adverse conditions, should we extend that period? It's not up to me to decide. Well, I keep what you said recently, that policies should be designed based on one certainty, that everything is uncertain. Yes, you're right. And I hope that the state can use this approach for the hard times that we are living. And every crisis should make us wiser. Thank you so much for that, Professor. Thank you indeed. We would like to thank you all now. We shall give the relay to my exquisite colleague, Mrs. Katia Makri, journalist, to be the moderator of the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Κλείσαμε μισόν αιώνα και ξεκινάμε. Όμιλος για εκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλό μεσημέρι και από μένα.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tiana Makri. I will be moderating this roundtable regarding the future of all renewable energy sources and new energy technologies, investing in clean energy. The main speaker will be Madam Alexandra Sdougou, the Secretary General of Energy and Fossil Minerals from the Ministry for the Environment and Energy, who will be coming promptly. But meanwhile, let me introduce you the dream team of investment and development that I have the joy to have next to me. I start with Mr. Christos Petrochilos, who is the Director General of Kiefer Tech, Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, CEO of PPC Renewables, Dr. Vasilis Grigoriou, President and CEO of Advent Technologies Holdings, Mr. Ioannis Karidas, CEO of the renewable energy sources of Kopelouzos Group, Mr. Victor Papakastodinu, CEO of Motor Oil Renewable Energy, and Mr. Lukas Lazarakis, Director General of Energy Unit in Intracat. I welcome you all. Welcome, and I hope that we will have a most constructive discussion. Now, on procedural issues, let me just tell you, and I will point out that each one has, Madam Zdoukou has 8 minutes. You have 5 minutes allocated to each of you for your original introduction. Let us please observe this time span so as to have an interesting and constructive discussion. I do have a lot of queries myself already. And at the end, we will be completing with a face-à-face, tête-à-tête interview with Mr. Ioannis Kaltsas, who is the CEO of Investment for Financing of Greece and Cyprus from the European Investment Bank. Now, I start by saying that no one would be imagine what Greece does currently, and we would not be concerned about unemployment. Unfortunately, we were late. We do a lot, but very, very quickly, yet we still have problems. I've written your speeches and articles of yours and interviews. I have understood which each of you, the stance of each of you, and there's a common denominator. Too much red tape still, too slow procedures still, while we'll have to make leaps now. Let us not delay anymore. We'll start right away with the first speaker, Mr. Christos Petrochilos, Director General of Kiefer Tech. You can speak from the podium or from your chair, as you prefer. Good afternoon. Congratulations on the event. Madam Company Kiefer is specialized in photovoltaic panels and construction of energy saving. We are an accredited company. We started in 2014 our activities. We currently are present in 18 different cities all over the country. In 2020, we had 120 megawatts installed. In 2021, at the end, we had 140. Therefore, in 2 years, we have completed almost 300 megawatts. We have 120 personnel, and we are currently in 4 regions, in Athens, Doliana, Kozani, and Thessaloniki. For us, the area of Kozani, Western Macedonia at large, is an area, a target area for us, because there decarbonization will be affected, and new jobs that will be created through constructions will help the area, Kozani and the general adjacent area. We started in 2015, one of the first companies of bio-air. It's something different. It's not like the other renewables. Now we are innovative and trailblazers in the biogas. In 2020, we constructed within 4 months the biggest photovoltaic complex of energy communities in Agrinio, where 2,500 families from the area participated. And in 2021, we will be completing by December a photovoltaic park, again a complex of many stations of 120 megawatts. Our business plan is development of renewable energy sources, maintenance and operation. We see here the completed works of 2020 and the works under construction. We aim by 2024 to install 1 megawatts. We have already signed signs of 300 megawatts in the area of Kozani. And the aim is also to be active in storage as well through bio-air. And if the state assists us on biomethane, we will not be waiting for 5 years or 10 years to create the first units of biostorage, because biogas is a basic storage means. certain other elements. The goal of the company is not only the implementation, but also the development of various softwares that will help in the operation of IES systems. Technology is very complex with regard to biogas. Therefore, Greek softwares must be created so as to develop those storage stations. At the same time, we are more active for the energy units, and we have currently contracted 100 megawatts in the energy stock exchange. Another important factor for the company is corporate responsibility. Quite a number of actions were affected in Kozani, such as the Environment Day 2021. We try to inform people on renewables. Unfortunately, we lately witnessed a lot of reactions from local society, and this is perhaps would be the greatest difficulty in touching the target of 2020. Our philosophy is environmental protection, development, trust. Our human resources are excellent. We are one of the few companies where the average age is 30 years. We believe in young people, and we consider that we should always have the interlinkage between the academia and the companies so as to absorb the personnel. At the same time, we have strong targets, as I said beforehand, for Kozani. We want to create new jobs, to develop RES, to be trailblazers in that. Indicatively, let me show you some projects such as biogas in Sofo, Thessaloniki, some others in Central Macedonia, the biggest photovoltaic built for 2020 of 100 megawatts in Amphilohia. Bottom right, you see from Kozani the plant. Some hydroelectric projects. As you see, these are very complex projects, not only photovoltaic. We consider that technologically speaking, we need great specialization. It's not a simple construction of photovoltaic. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Petrohilos. I kept notes of two things, and I will resume with questions. Now, let us move to Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, who is the CEO of PPC Renewables. Mr. Mavros, you have the floor. Can I use the podium? Yes, of course, you may. Let me also thank, good afternoon to all. We witness a major change. The energy transition is at a global scale, and Greece is amongst the countries that has set very high goals. Energy crisis is at the red, putting to a test the European Union at large and Greece as well. But for the member states, we speak of the development of green energy now and in the future. The reply with regard to this session's title, the categorical and unanimous position is yes, of course, that renewables are the solution to the problem, and we must move with great determination and speed. What is the situation currently, however? Currently, the prices have reached at the wholesale at unprecedented levels. This causes overall concerns, and the quantities of electricity to be delivered in 2022 are more than 100 euros per megawatt hour. Today, as it is currently discussed, these high prices in the summit, a real differentiated debate in the European Union will contribute to dealing with putting at ease these concerns. The current situation, and this has to be clear, and we must communicate that, was caused by the increase in the prices of fossil fuels, not by the energy transition. It is the transition that might have diminished and will diminish the impact and the high price of mineral fuels. Therefore, we must accelerate our efforts to do away with fossil fuels. And these efforts will reduce CO2 emissions and will reduce also the dependency of the European Union, which is at 90%. We heard that already in the morning. So this is the best way to avoid successive repetitive such rises of prices. Today, we see some clear proposals, and amongst them, PPC has already tabled hers, so as to have a normal transition. We must have a reduction of taxes on the bills. The bills we pay for electricity are far higher than any other forms of energy. This can be attained by the review of the current directive, because the current directive is obsolete. It was designed in 2003. Therefore, I believe that it's up to the various organizations in Europe to proceed towards that direction. There must be full implementation of the dispositions on clean energy. We also need an onset of the efforts for the integration of the market. Thus, the markets will offer to the participants opportunities for offset for stable energy in the industry and as well as to individual consumers. Something equally important, perhaps more important, we must accelerate the transit to clean energy through RES and other forms of clean energy. Again, the big electricity companies, amongst them they, BBC, have asked for retardation of this process and other forms of energy in order to offset the unstable prices of mineral fuels from Europe. We must reduce this dependency from imported gases, and we must all support the aspiration of the European Commission for the CO2 emissions by at least 50% until 2030. This can be attained through the development of IES with effective distribution and transfer networks and grids, and with the storage of energy. For this, we should also do away with the various hurdles. We saw what happened in Italy. There were contests, there were tenders, and there were no projects. This must be avoided at any expense. Structural hurdles must be done with. Another important is accelerating the energy efficiency projects. The acceleration of those works, to my view, democratizes, if you like, makes more accessible, makes more democratic the energy market. It can fight poverty in energy, and of course it serves the most vulnerable parts of the society. And finally, the fifth point is the improvement of the investment environment. I listened very carefully to the head of a bank in the previous session speaking on investment. Indeed, planning can offer an effective implementation and terms. This has to be accelerated, however, and the fuel for that, the catalyst, is funding, financement instruments. In conclusion, I refer to Greece. The effort for decarbonization will greatly assist the economy. I was listening yesterday to McKinsey that there would be 500 billion euros inflown into Greece so as to attain the goals of 55% CO2 emissions by 2030 and 0% emissions by 2050. 60-70 to RES, 60-70 to the networks and grids, and of course the rest of the building, refurbishment, so forth. This is huge figures that will change the map dramatically, because it will create jobs, will enhance GDP, and we speak of 5 billion euros. The energy sector that we represent here in this session, but also in other panels, will double its size in the next years, while the change in the energy mix will allow for the first time the reduction of the energy cost for the households, even below 50% of EU average. We emit 16 billion euros of CO2, with the energy sector accounting for 32%, and we live at a period where 90% of our imports of natural gas. Therefore, it's full dependency. The development of IES will eventually reduce the energy cost and, of course, will be led to a dramatically different energy market with different technologies, such as hydrogen that's expected to be developed along with others. The PPC group, and more specifically the branch PPC Renewables, has committed itself to lead that change. Our plan is extremely ambitious with many megawatts, while currently we're building one of the biggest portfolios of 300 megawatts at the same time, unprecedented figures for the company and the country. In conclusion, we must move ahead in a decisive manner. There's no room for leniency. Storage, networks, grids, new technologies is a one-way through, the only way we can proceed dynamically in the energy transition with an environmental, social, and financial benefit for all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mavros, for your intervention. And now I welcome Madam Sdoukou. I had already announced you, Madam Sdoukou. What do you say? Shall we all have the representatives of the market and you will be closing? Perfect. Yes, that would be better, says Madam Sdoukou. I totally agree. So let us move to Mr. Vasilis Grigoriou, President of CEO of Advent Technologies Holdings. Mr. Grigoriou, you have the floor. Thank you. I'm glad we've had Mr. Mavros before me, because I agree totally with what he said, so I will not elaborate on this part. That is, to what extent IES will indeed be the energy not only of the future, but also of the present. And I'll give you examples for that. Advent is a textbook case. We started from universities and laboratories.
Κάναμε πιο θεσμικούς, μετά πήγαμε στο χρηματιστήριο, μετά αγοράσαμε άλλες δύο εταιρείες ουσιαστικά για να πάμε πιο γρήγορα εκεί που θέλουμε να πάμε και το καλό.
The good thing is that we're at an excellent stage now and lots of money, but because there is
για την απολιγνητοποίηση και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ με τα λεγόμενα του Πρωθυπουργού χθες, ο οποίος πραγματικά δείχνει τη θέληση της κυβέρνησης και νομίζω και
we must move ahead to the right direction. What we've done is that we have discovered one of the four typologies of fuel cell. These electrochemical machines that emit hydrogen. What does that mean? A battery is a fuel cell. It's something similar with a battery, but there is a collector. What is good with us is that although the cell is based on hydrogen, it operates on high technology. It uses other fuel as well. Because the transition, as it happens with natural gas and so forth, allows us to start.
Επίσης, επειδή μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τη συγκεκριμένη τεχνολογία από -20 συν 55 βαθμούς, έχουμε
We have quite a number of applications. We have quite a number of applications, and you'll see the company with its buyouts.
Διαφορετικά μέρη στον κόσμο, βασικά πουλάμε στο εξωτερικό, αλλά για πρώτη φορά και είμαι ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενος και περήφανος σαν συνειδητής εταιρείας ότι έχουμε μια ομάδα.
We have technology. And now we increase the markets. What are these markets? At this stage, we actually speak of portable. That is, portable cells and stationary that one can put on a building where there's no issue of weight. But if we want to move ahead, we must slightly change the technology and make something which, in cooperation with the American laboratories, because as a chemical engineer, I always believe in chemistry. Half of the world is okay with batteries due to the effort made.
αλλάξει όλο το πρόσωπο της αυτοκινητοβιομηχανίας. Τώρα μιλάμε για ηλεκτρικά αυτοκίνητα και συζητήσεις με Γερμανούς αυτοκινητοβιομηχανούς. Είναι 2 φορές.
Ναι.
Για πιο μικρά οχήματα και πιο μικρά.
When things grow, one must bring something else. Now, we refer to hydrogen, because there's a whole discussion whether technologies are mature, whether the project is mature, so forth. Someone mentioned that. It's 228 projects, of which 136 are in Europe, and 17 are giga, so as to understand the size. So it's not issue whether we have hydrogen or not. This is forgiven. I mentioned 2 things. One for 17, that is giga, and the other, if you see the points, the dots, are numerous dots in Europe, none in Russia, none in Africa, and we don't have any dots either. So I hope, dear Alexandra, that next year we'll also place a dot there and we'll be in the big league, in the first league of people that indeed see hydrogen as, again, another fuel. It will not solve all problems, but already solves a lot because it's zero-emission technology. Now, because we are chemical engineers, as I told you, we started from the heart of the system. We created the membranes, the electrodes, and with the exports, buyout, we have export products on specific goals: telecommunication, defense and security, and now we start gradually with the car. The main product.
Ανακοινώσαμε χθες ότι έχουμε μια.
We announced yesterday we have a cooperation with Smart, one of the big companies of mobile telephony in Philippines, and this, to an extent, is our main unit. Something else that I believe will succeed, we're currently in a trial in Alberta, Canada, that there are huge emissions in the oil wells. That is, there's huge waste of methane emissions. So if we change technology and put energy on our own fuel cells on the pumping, that is, pumping wells of oil, the pollutants are less. So there's a huge activity there, and I hope that this will be also successful. Now, with reference to defense, those small machines, our fuel cells, are far better. Indeed, they are a bit more expensive. That's why we currently have no contract with for military applications. But gradually, the more things we build, the better they become, because all products are the same. We have a broad spectrum of products with a longer lifespan, and they become less costly. Now, with regard to the systems, as we saw in the previous maps, most projects are on power and gas. So everybody wants more energy. And therefore, we work now on a new concept for 1 megawatt fuel cell by using various different gases, and as small as possible in volume. And I say that that's the conceptual idea, because upon that we'll be building the new product. Those small heating powers, for instance, as the one you see, it's a major program, Draco, and we are at the stage. We went through application. We went for validation and accreditation from the European Commission. All big companies follow, and we are actually supporting both in fuel cells and electrolytes. That is, the overall idea of going from sun and wind, getting energy that can now be stored in a way, because batteries do not have this capacity, to be honest, to support such big projects, but through hydrogen to have some kind of solution. This will allow to have energy autonomy. Second, we'll have Greek know-how and Greek jobs, And third, most importantly, as we say there in small print, it was one of the 10 big key projects in Europe which can be easily transferred somewhere else and be copy-pasted somewhere else. We expect, as time will have it, we will be able to announce something important. Thank you. I warmly thank you for that, Mr. Grigoriou, for your presentation as well, and for observing the time. Everything was extremely interesting. We'll proceed with Mr. Yannis Karidas, who is the CEO of IS of Copelouzos Group.
Sure, go ahead. Let me remind you, your timeline, 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Well, I will try. I will try that. Congratulations for this organization. Thank you very much for the invitation to address this very important topic. Well, it's a commonplace. It's new that RES are a one-way street for tackling the climate change. A, B, achieve the goals that have been set, the phasing out of lignite, and of course about dealing with the high energy cost. Only the big penetration of RES that will produce cheap energy will counterbalance the increased tariffs for natural gas that we are experiencing today. And as quite rightly was mentioned, this is not a result of the energy transition. A quick and effective achievement of this energy transition into a greener economy will be to the benefit of not just the climate and the environment, but also a source of refreshing the Greek economies and local economies and the domestic economy as well. It will lead to the increase of labor and the quality of life amongst all inhabitants. Copelouzos Group is one amongst the pioneers, investment-wise, in Greece, dealing with RES since 1998, both in Greece and in the Balkans. We have planned, developed and implemented, as well as made operation, more than 450 megawatts of RES projects, that is PV parks and small other projects. And today, moving on with our investment priority, we have a portfolio of more than 2.5 gigawatts in wind parks and PV parks, the traditional RES sectors, but also we have a multifaceted portfolio of RES projects in new technologies. Let me mention storage capacities with special equipment and green energy, of course. Now, in the offshore, since 2012, we saw their future, and we were granted a license for production, one out of the two valuable and valid rather for the Greek territory. Offshore parks is an old technology in Greece, not yet developed, and we are waiting quite impatiently the new regulatory framework that is being planned by the ministry. Well, let me tell you that there's a trend worldwide. Only in Europe, today, we have more than 26 gigawatts of wind parks offshore. So it's a pity for Greece, with our seas and our clean wind, not to take benefit from this dynamic. Furthermore, our group, looking into the need of the storage units to store energy, which is a strategic key for the speedy penetration of RES, which will produce adequacy and safety to the system. We are the first group that has issued production licenses for these autonomous units for the storage with special equipment. Already we have a portfolio more than 3,400 megawatt hours, and we are developing that even further. Yet we are waiting the regulatory framework, because right now this is being drafted by the competent ministry. For the last many years, our group has created internally a green hydrogen department. We are testing applications, technologies for specific projects. We do believe that shortly the production of green hydrogen will play a key role when it comes to phasing out lignite. Green hydrogen becomes more mature. The more mature it gets, the better it will become, the better alternative it will become, and it will be a locomotive in many factors of the economy, like transport and maritime affairs. The group, studying many different projects, participates in the scheme White Dragon, that is combining PV for the production of green hydrogen, storage and use of it for teleheating, the transport of buses, and part of it will be infused in the system of transport natural gas so that all Greek consumers might enjoy the benefits of green hydrogen. Now, lignite phasing out is a big challenge. Of course, there are many projects to be done. For sure, there is know-how in Greece, but also it is obvious that many actions should take place and a proper strategy should be followed that will allow a speedy and more effective penetration of RES. Furthermore, we have the Secretary General here. Let me tell you that licensing is a thorny issue, but we believe that bureaucracy should be solved as a topic. But Secretary General, not by wiping out criteria or preconditions, because this creates a fictitious interest investors-wise, not helpful for the market. So preconditions criteria should be kept intact, but let us fight against bureaucracy. Another problem faced, which was mentioned, is the following. We're talking about the good things of green energy. We all need energy, but not next to us, not in our backyard. We have to see how we can achieve social acceptance. We, as a group with the different stakeholders that we have established, we are taking initiatives. And then we think that the state should convey the proper message across all levels of the administration, including local administrations. Copelez's group, with its know-how, its investment efficacy, and its multi-faceted portfolio on RES, covering a big spectrum and a big range time-wise for the next decade, it can become a pillar of our transition in our country, helping our society to achieve its goal, that is zero emissions until 2050 and clean, cheap, green energy. Allow me just another statement, Mrs. Macri, to demonstrate the vision in the long run of our group. And since an MOU was signed between Mr. Skrekas and his counterpart in Egypt last week on the connectivity between Greece and Egypt, this started in 2009 by Copelez's group. In 2010, we signed an MOU for this project with the Egyptian Company of Electricity. It's about the electric connectivity with a reciprocal cable of 3.5 megawatt, which will give significant geopolitical assets in our country, making it a significant energy hub in southeastern Europe, but also significant privileges for Greece and Europe to achieve their goals and get rid of lignite. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you deeply, Mr. Karidas, because you gave much food for thought. Now, let us go to Mr. Victor Papakostandino. He is Managing Director of Motor Oil Renewable Energy. You have the floor, sir. Let me stand as well, please. Thank you. Let me go to the podium. Hello. Thank you very much for this invitation and this participation. Now, prior to me starting, let me repeat 2 or 3 things that have been said by Mr. Mavros and Karidas. They talked about the cost. They talked about the social acceptance, which is related to the spatial planning and the positioning. They talked about the positive impact that this activity has for the Greek economy. Starting, I would like to show to you the 4 pillars of our strategy in motor oil. 2 out of those, number 3 and number 4, are exclusively dedicated to RES and renewable alternative fuel. The reason for which this is meaningful is the following. As I'm going to share with you in the next 4.5 minutes, it replies to 4 questions that we are facing in energy transition. 3 challenges that we are facing, which are the following. First, infrastructure. Infrastructure for the production of energy needed, but also for that energy to be able to reach the final consumer. Second, spacing. and where this energy is going to be produced, and what about the infrastructure needed for its transport and its transmission? What will be the impact of that in the surrounding area? Third, cost, not just for the investor, but also for the economy overall, cost for the final consumer. Alternative forms of energy and alternative fuel for Greece have a specific character and have a multiplier effect, as Mr. Mavros said. I will not mention the traditional forms like PVs or solar energy, but I will mention 3 points developed right now in Greece, just to explain to you, or rather present our own view when it comes to the impact that this may have on us. Offshore wind parks. It's not just about, or rather, let us not look just at the development of one form of energy production, making use of a very efficient dynamic that is the wind at sea. We must combine them with the fact that this development will boost and will work in a cooperative way along with different sectors of the Greek economy. It will boost transport, it will boost ports, the different establishments or the cables, interconnections, and then it will support the geopolitical aspirations of our country. So this activity that is meaningful, it goes without saying, about the targets to decrease emissions, it has a multiplying effect in Greece and for the Greek economy. The same goes with hydrogen. Hydrogen is a type of fuel which is quite clean and is suitable for transport distance, trucks, trains, and coastal shipping. All 3 of them are very important for Greece and the Greek economy, especially the last one. This works closely with existing infrastructure. Renewable fuel that come and are based on biological raw material, that is liquid fuel that will benefit from a source of energy, from a source of richness that remained intact up to now. That is agricultural waste and forest waste, the waste of the food industry, meat industry, and so on and so forth. It will produce a form of energy, a fuel that easily may be transmitted using the current infrastructure. Tanks, pipelines, stations, and ideally, this shall create new financial activities related to the collection and processing of all these raw materials, which right now in Greece have not been used. Let me add something to that. All 3 of them will replace the important until yesterday forms of energy with energy that is produced domestically using domestic raw material. So, replying to your initial question, when it comes to infrastructure, all 3 of them can use existing infrastructure, create domestic financial activity, work hand in hand with the existing financial activity, decreasing thus the fuss or the need for investment and decreasing the overall cost for the economy, as this financing comes along with the offer to the financial contribution. Now, space-wise, many out of these forms of energy do affect, at a minimum level, the existing spatial planning, as they can be based on existing infrastructure. Different plants that already exist may turn to something else for the production of hydrogen or alternative fuel. We can use existing infrastructure like the pipeline of transport. Until yesterday, they used to transport hydrogen, natural gas rather, and tomorrow hydrogen, different networks, grids, stations, etc. Furthermore, this will give a multiplying effect to the positive impact of this energy transition for the Greek economy. What I would like to keep for the end is the following. This positive impact makes even more imperative the acceleration of having clear lines between different institutions. It's something simple for me. Let us first build the framework, even if it is imperfect, but a framework must exist. I do agree. In order to avoid some fictitious investment opportunities, as Mr. Carina said, and let us develop this activity that can only bear positive fruits for Greece as a whole. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Constantino. Thank you indeed. Thank you so much. Let us move on. Before Mrs. Doukou, we shall listen to Mr. Lucas Lazarakis, General Director of Energy Unit, Intracat SA. You have the floor, sir. Hello, I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. We see from summer onwards, we keep on wondering about how the price of electricity has been skyrocketed. We're trying to analyze it in vain. We see that we can skip the pandemic, we leave behind the pandemic of COVID, and we shall experience an energy pandemic. If somebody said 1 year ago, when we quarreled about what would be the extraordinary contribution of RES to cover the gap of the other sources, in 1 year's time, the price will be at 250 euros, then we would say that this person was crazy, undoubtedly. Well, a crazy guy, he's still, because this person might argue, next year this is going to be double. Is this crazy though? Will this happen? We don't have any indication for limiting down the demand, nor is there any indication for the increase of the production of energy, unless we skip this whole endeavor of phasing out lignite and decarbonization, which we don't want. Nobody can predict the future, in my view, and the whole planet is taken by surprise. From 1 year to another, we see that developments cannot be predicted and are taking the form of a storm. We need more RES, this is certain. The stable production cost should mitigate the cost of energy. Only thus could we protect inhabitants and businesses. We shall guarantee the ascending course of our economy. But how can we get there? How quickly? We work in a place, in a framework where state services are in delay. Let me give you some examples. There's another problem. The equipment cost gets skyrocketed daily, and the delivery timelines are quite indicative. I would say that there will be a new extension in tariffs and in the implementation timeline for a project. Lately, for the last 2-3 years, many steps have been taken. The improvement of policy and the target policy in favor of RES have led to the multiplication of new infrastructure of RES, which are not a burden for the consumer. Furthermore, today we have a normal free energy market working in a competitive way, largely. Shortly, there will be bilateral contracts without any support by ELAPE, by the authority, and we're examining the possibility to directly bargain the production of energy. But if we need that to be sustainable, a sustainable model of energy that will be based on RES, we must study a mix by combining storage, energy mix, new clean technology like hydrogen, of course. If we just design PVs for the system, it's not a solution, because some other problems will be created. It goes without saying that we must focus on the offshore wind parks. We must also take advantage of this endless source of energy at sea, but the international experience suggests that the development of wind parks, of offshore wind parks, takes 7 to 10 years to deliver. It's not related to the onshore projects. So this is not something that we can reach tomorrow in our energy mix. It takes quite long to deliver. In all this mix, I can observe during the last years that we neglect wind parks to the benefit of PVs. For sure, they're easier, they're less troublesome for local societies, and they are less of a headache for the administration. But whoever is monitoring the daily energy market, the wind parks will lead to better price, not PVs. Furthermore, self-production by RES should be a big incentive through a strategic way and through proper calculation. Another problem that we're having is the possibility of the capacity rather, of the transport system. We need a strategy for the development of the system. New investment is needed. How this investment would be synced with RES, because right now, small RES projects are invited to take big investments for the expansion of the network. There is here a sync problem, and to what extent each investment may shoulder this expansion of the network. Equally important, it is to develop an energy consciousness, both in each individual and in each company or in the state sector. We cannot afford any energy waste. We must manage our energy needs, understand how much we consume and when. I doubt that an average Greek citizen understands what they pay for electricity and how much electricity they're wasting. They know better the units on a mobile phone, how they're going to use them, and what they are paying on a mobile phone, but they have no clue about what they are paying to use energy. Our country is very attractive right now because the government is friendly to investors and RES is a magnet for investors. Let us not waste this opportunity. Let us monitor the effort to develop these projects and let us intervene when needed. There are projects, there are companies, and mainly domestic ones. There are the investors and the capitals. We must give that fight and keep that momentum and use all these added value for our country. At the same time, let us give to our country the possibility to have cheap and clean energy. In this framework, Intracat, our company, will be the pioneer, of course. When it comes to RES, we have a portfolio, a big portfolio, more than 1.5 gigawatt, target projects, strategic ones as well. And there is a shareholder, one of our shareholders rather, supports this activity. 100 megawatts are being built now with an aim in the next 3 years to reach 300 megawatts. We are doing so, having proper HR in-house, of course, thus combining that with the construction capacity we have, being one of the biggest companies in the Balkans, we believe that quite rapidly a big part of this portfolio can be further developed and constructed. Thank you so much for your attention.
We also warmly thank Mr. Loukas Lazarakis. Well, now we've listened to the market. We listened at least 6 times the word acceleration, another 6 times licensing process. So we give the floor to Madam Alexandra Zdoukou, Secretary General of Energy and Mineral Fossil Fuels from the Ministry of the Environment and Energy. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you because they gave me the opportunity to appease my breath as I was running from Mesogion to come here. And I secondly thank them a lot because they said everything. Everything was very timely, appositely said, and I cannot but agree. Of course, there's a huge discussion open, and I'll try to be brief so as to say a couple of words more, elaborate on the subject. Of course, I thank the organizers for the invitation. Let me start by a personal testimony. I'm a little bit 15 years in this field. This is the most thrilling period, I might say, but very demanding as well. Tremendously demanding for all of us, for the state, for the government, for the market, for you. The challenges are huge. But we have had this vision, what we say that this is not something that we repeat ad nauseum just like lip service. It's indeed that we believe in this vision to move towards a new energy mixture, a new paradigm, where we believe at the end of the day that this energy would be sufficient for all, would be cheap, would be accessible to all, that we will have not the anxiety of whether we'll have to go back to lignite, whether natural gas will suffice for this year or not. This change is imposed, but in order to make it a reality, 2 things are needed, I believe. We need a lot of accurate planning and lots of money, great funds. Let me start from the latter. because let's be sincere, no matter what you plan, if you have no money, it just remains in paper. Do we have the money for this energy transition? I was looking some days ago when an International Energy Agency published the War Outlook, and I kept some notes and some conclusions that give food for thought. They said that even in the pandemic, IS and electricity movement kept on progressing during the previous year. Nevertheless, the demand for fossil fuel increased in 2021, as well as the CO2 emissions. And of course, the alarm was set because global action on climatic change definitely lags behind the needs. The current goal set by the member states of the agency to reduce CO2 emissions by 2030 is a mere 20% of the necessary emissions to be reduced if we want to attain the goal of less than 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. $4 trillion per year must be invested all over the world. Up to 30%, this can come from state funds, and the remaining 70% has to come from private investment. Therefore, we need huge sums of investment so as to attain what has been set as a goal. In Greece, we started making some kind of exercise in 2019 while we elaborated the national plan on energy and climate change so as to assess how much that cost, and we made an estimate of 44 billion euros needed to be invested. But as you know, the national plan must be again reviewed. We must increase the intensity and our goals, make them even more ambitious. And with regard to the end investments, we'll need definitely higher funds than this original 44 billion euros we had estimated. Additionally, however, I believe we are at a very beneficial and extremely rare conjuncture that we also have funds available for the first time in order to cover those needs. Funds such as a lot of instruments, a lot of funds, some billions in energy green transition, the new NSRF, the RRF, the fund for decarbonization of the islands. If we sum up all the available, we get some 15 billion euros in grants, subsidies on green activities. Money is even far more if we add the low interest loans of the recovery fund, and this of course can be leverage of private funds. So in order to make this political, very timely, if you like, and in fashion catchword, there is money. So since there is that money, let's go to the tough thing, which is planning. How are we to bring those investments, attract them into Greece? Where are we direct those investments? How can we create a secure investment framework? And how can we promote new investment opportunities, new markets? In this planning, the planning of our ministry, we move upon three axes. The first one is to have those investments more streamlined, more simple, more secure. I listen to various views, and I share the concern of investors. Too much red tape, too much bureaucracy, too long procedures, a lot of redundant procedures. This is for us is a basic priority, how we will be killing this monster of bureaucracy. A lot has been done of a more reformist character, or merely putting away smaller hurdles that are not seen. Second, what do we do for investments to be more simple and safer? We continue supporting investments in IS for 3 gigawatts power at least, and another one for special tenders for saturated areas. We expect and wait for this approval from the Commission so as to announce, even over the next weeks, the next announce the next call for tender. Beyond those interventions, main desideratum is to enhance the grids of the country because there's continuously a grudge. How can we have IS if we don't have the grid for the distribution? The other axis is to promote new technologies, the great importance of storage, for instance. We do, Mr. Karidas, unless I was here now, I would be writing down this bill. That's what we do currently, the framework that is for storage, along with what we want to put it into public consultation over the next weeks. We expect the approval from the DG Competition of the support scheme for the first 700 megawatts of those fuel cells. And they have asked the European Commission to accelerate a little bit, so as by the end of the year, at the latest, to have their approval, so as to move forward to tender within the first semester of 2022. The same for the hybrid systems in the islands. Again, I believe that we do have the green light from the Commission, and we want to move forward quickly for hybrid systems in the islands. You mentioned the various offshore wind parks, that they start becoming not only a trend, but actually they acquire substance. And we conclude with the third axis, which is to create new investment paradigms in the country. We want to aim at fields which are difficult to reduce their emissions. And such a sector is definitely the energy-consuming industry. And therefore, in our narration, we forget that we speak of IS, but there's also energy-consuming industry. That's why we have planned and proposed to the European Commission a scheme that offers incentives to the industry to become greener in its production through IS, so as to maintain its competitiveness as well at the global scale. This green pool scheme, as called, will mobilize industrialists to buy energy directly from IES producers through bilateral contracts and therefore cover part of the cost to be covered by the purchase price. This is the new scheme that is demonstrated by the market that it's not only a cleaner form of energy, but also a more effective and environmentally friendly. New activities are launched. We have a project at Halki that is to be inaugurated soon. I don't say anymore. So we do have the constituents needed. We have secured, as I said, the public funds for the funding of this transition. And on the other hand, we have planned and already implement policies that make this energy part of Greece a more attractive sector, not only for Greece, but also at an international scale, because this vote of trust of the international investors in the energy companies, the new IS, and all the planned policies, such as the offshore, is there. It's very powerful. It's visible. We have a vote of confidence, both from the Greek market and the foreign capital markets, but this vote must be continuously corroborated by the government. We must keep it steady, and this is our pursuit in the ministry. We will pursue the dialogue with the whole of the market in all those aspects, but at the end of the day, I believe that Greece will attain this green transition. So I stop here so we can have some discussion. We warmly thank the Secretary General, and we wait for her to come back, resume her seat, so as to launch this discussion, because indeed I would like to start with you. You said that you try to kill on a daily basis bigger and small dragons of red tape. Let me ask you the following. On the 18th of October, I was reading a circular of RAE, of the authority on the renewable energy sources, of 1,200 words, which is an ode to bureaucracy. In the first stage, it needs 8 certificates. Even if you have them, you don't go to the second step. They must all be examined, but you might be excluded for various reasons and so forth. I want to ask you, is this how we are moving on? It is a self-evident answer that you will say, no, I believe you that you made an effort, but this effort doesn't suffice because you have problems in each turn of the way. Well, I will be sincere. When I started in this capacity 2 years ago, that's a little bit an oxymoron, and it's irrational to have this narration of green transition, development paradigm, and so forth, and on the other hand, to spend 3/4 of our day conversing with companies and prospect investors, trying to identify what's the hurdle in every dossier. I realized that we could not be productive thus if we tried to solve problems ad hoc. And of course, it's no solution to phone the political party, the office, the bureau, the minister, the cabinet on to move ahead. That's why we launched an effort 2 years ago, the various licensing procedure steps to be simplified. There are many services involved, many agencies involved, and the usual thing is that it is a great delay to overcome the habits of the past. We made a start by simplifying a process. Of course, here I must raise a question. I occasionally feel that with a bit of the extremities. On one hand, we grudge and say that the state is pestered by too much of bureaucracy. But on the other hand, when the state tries to reduce red tape, it is led in overheating of investment interest, which might be fictitious. Therefore, we don't want it that much. You said it so from Copelouzus. Mr. Ficarida said so. We want the specific terms and presuppositions and prerequisites and so forth. This is our goal as well. Things are done, but I believe you are to say better if the situation with regard to what used to be. I didn't say that we reached the perfection or the last mile, but I must tell you, in very few days, there will be a next stage to be in public consultation of another series of procedures that make your life difficult. And we want these procedures to be further simplified. The last mile of this effort that really demands a lot of work, it would be what I call digitization of the process, of the licensing process. And in that, I must tell you that the big tender currently published from our ministry is for the contractor to integrate the licensing procedure of various authorities. There's another licensing authority in the ministry, another one in the region, another in the decentralized administration. Nobody knows how many licenses are to be issued where. So this digitization will be perhaps the gist, if you like, of the whole licensing procedure. And there we can keep that balance to have mutual obligations of the state and the prospect investors, and have a respect of the toil and time of both. So allow me to go to Mr. Lazarakis, because I was reading to an interview of yours, I don't remember which one. I remember, however, the gist. He said that there are directors and officials who are they are against such investments. And so I would like you to tell Madam Zdoukou whether what you said there, that the view is valid or not.
The regulatory framework is not that bad, but services do not abide by it. During the consultation process of a feasibility study, and since this is uploaded online, the services have 2 months timeline to reply. Nobody replies in 2 months' time. Based on the law, the environmental authority should neglect the service and issue the relevant certificate. It doesn't do it. There are, for instance, for a forestry service, if there is only 1 man with 1,000 dossiers, if he manages to have 2 dossiers per day, how can we abide by the timeline? Can we have 10 people in this forestry service? We must do something else, that is cut off phases. For instance, when we have something in consultation and there is a phase of the forestry licensing, the licensing authority, that is the environmental authority, transfer the decision to the forestry service, which is the competent service to say if there is a problem or not with the project. The forestry service will send its opinion to the Directorate of Forests, which does what? They are conveying the same opinion to the coordination service and monitoring of forests in the prefecture. Then they give their own view, which goes back to the beginning, to the ministry. We can change that. If you change that, a significant step will be taken. You know how much time this takes? 6 months time, let's say. Being behind each employee, Ms. Duku, I wish you change it. Now, Mr. Petrokilos, you have submitted a proposal. You are in favor of letters of guarantee so that serious companies could move on rapidly and let us not have any confusion with others that don't have the same background. Do you believe that this could work? Mrs. Duku is here with us. The ministry lately, during the last month, has decided upon that because if we have a overpopulated network, there must be some rules. There are some developers, they submit a proposal, a demand rather, to RAI, the grid authority. There's an overheating, 100 giga in the market right now. Therefore, there must be a rule, move on with investments, and investments should have a capacity, rather should have a place in the network through the letters of guarantee. Let us take a step further. We included the letter of guarantee, yes, and now in the second simplification phase, the letter of guarantee given in the terms of connectivity at the end. I will ask the market, that is, through consultation process, of course. We would like that to come a step earlier, that is, have it upon the demand, instead of examining it at the end. But I will leave it open. It will be up to you. Yeah, but then the operators will have some time to reply. Yes, so I mean that the part of letters of guarantee nowadays creates something else. Mr. Caritas, you highlighted, along with Mr. Petrokilos, I will ask you, though, about the reactions of local societies. You put it as one of the most important points that you have to tackle. Please tell me, in your view, how can we mitigate these concerns and local societies can accept the necessity, because it is a necessity, to have RES, am I right? Well, look, first of all, the main tool is information. Because during the reactions, we are listening to this type of arguments based on misinformation. For instance, radiation or radioactive sources. People were telling us that in Areopolis, the cave of the Iran will get out of water if we are installed there. There's misinformation, huge misinformation. For sure, there must be an action with clear messages for the society in order to have social acceptance. Mrs. Duke, what about you? Do you get it, this problem? Yes, of course. More and more reps of local societies come here accepting green, clean energy. They came to me today to tell me how their territory can be reached in wind turbines. A quite tourist region, but these are demands, but they can create a distorted impression. This burden that you are saying of updating should be shouldered by two sides. Of course, the state is obliged to do so, that is, to update about the assets of clean energy. On the other hand, you understand that the ministry, in every territory where there is an RES project, cannot replace the local update, that is, start explaining geographically what are the pros and cons. Of course, a bad thing is that we don't have a clear spatial plan, which should have been there. If we had it, we would be at a better positioning. However, this invitation should be made towards companies performing RES projects. You know, many times an investor comes to the ministry to assist us in speeding up licensings. When we ask them, does the mayor know that you're going to perform 100, 200 megawatts? Well, they're mumbling a bit, rather not, something like that. In other words, the logic is not for the project to be mature, waiting for something, waiting for the news to be spoken out. Yeah, I understand. So you are talking about the partnership of all to convey the message in a proper way. Because I remember during the wildfires of August, we saw a deterioration of the bad atmosphere when we were saying that they burned that area to install RES. This was a bad reputation for all. Well, let me turn to Mr. Mavros. The aim of PPC renewables is to quadruple the power until 2024. Am I right? And let me ask you, as a consumer these days, if you get to that target, we wish you that besides, what about the tariffs, the bills? Will they decrease for the final consumer? That is, will something good, will we get something good out of it? I'm happy because this has been multiplied even better, even better. We're talking about something more than a 4 times multiplication. It depends on our scale. From 19 to 26, this target might sound too optimistic. We are talking about 10 times more in the years to come. We are having an intense trajectory. We are decided to make it happen. The question should be addressed to all, because here, vis-a-vis what goes to the end consumer, we are on the same side of the table. We are fighting together. What we're trying to do, we need to channel everybody jointly. We need to achieve energy transition. RES drop the price. And before, I mentioned something that should be at the back of everybody's minds. It is related to knowledge and education on conveying info. When we achieve that, a Greek household, since Greece has these sources, might enjoy prices lower than the ones in Europe, most probably. To make that happen, we need more RES. It's crystal clear. This was said about the wind parks. I'm talking about all RES, though. It's clear today on the system that wherever there is RES, price drops. The more the RES, the more the price will drop. As simple as that. Let me tell you another thing. Before households, we shall manage to have inherently an asset in our industry. The industry shall enjoy low prices. If you see articles, well, this is their fixed demand, produce cheaper. So both the industry and the households, yeah, because this is the productive model. Processing or transformation, one of the problems of transformation is high prices in energy. Mr. Grigoriou, you have gone beyond borders. Your activity is international. Greece, is it included in the new investment projects? And what is the difference that you see abroad compared to Greece? Yes, not only because we started from here, but I think that it is a very nice scenery. If our targets succeed, we shall have a serious activity in Greece. As we said, we are a construction company, machinery of clean energy. We're not energy per se, but we believe in all these things. That is, young people have the knowledge, they have the love to learn, they have been updated. Now, how long we will go, it will depend on the assistance that we will get by the government. I'm saying so, not to be simplistic. I don't mean that everybody else shall pay for us. No. Everywhere you go, there is a tremendous support of the local society, which turns into governmental support. Even in the US, the states want jobs, because what do you want in reality? You need good jobs. This is what we need, and this will become obvious in the next period. This is our intention. Thank you very much, and I come to the end with Mr. Papakonstantinou from Motor Oil Renewable Energy. Let me ask you, what about all companies? Do you all fit the network? Because the interest is too big. Can you all fit the market? Can it be exhausted? And which are the ones that will prevail at the end? A very interesting question. Thank you. Well, indeed. As we are moving on, we skip the traditional RES and we move on with more and more complicated forms like offshore, like RES, alternative fuel. We're moving on towards a hydrogen economy biofuel. These projects needed to implement these forms become more and more complicated from a technical point of view. We're talking about very complicated technical projects in their operation, in their interconnection and logic. First point taken. Second point, they become more complicated in financing. Their financing is not easy because these projects cannot be financed through simple bank loans. They take more and more complicated forms and different sources. Third, as we move on from RES and as we move on with energy forms that have their own mindset, then health and safety become more and more complicated. If you produce and transport and transfer the hydrogen is not a simple task. Fourth, all these forms of energy should get one way or another to the wholesale market. So access to markets, the trading part of this, is of paramount importance equally. These four elements are not easy to be achieved. Either you like it or not, I will say that this is a good scenario coming from one of the big groups in Greece. Well, this can be seen in big firms. It might sound cynical or cold-blooded, but some of these projects are not for everybody. You must rely on the ones that can make them true. When Germany decided to develop offshore, one of the ones he picked was RWE. RWE until recently had no involvement with RES. They are a late entrance, but the German regulator of the government said that in order for me to perform these complicated projects, I must opt for somebody who has the knowledge of the market and the depth to support. We must have that in mind as well when we are planning things. Thank you so much. Secretary General, Mrs. Luku, gentlemen, thank you very much for this very interesting, in my view, discussion. I wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we will be with you again with Mr. Ioannis Kaltsas. Let me keep something by Mrs. Luku. You might have good plans, but nothing can turn into practice without money. So Mr. Kaltsas, EIB, Investment and Energy, shortly. Thank you.
Δεν μπορούσα να φανταστώ ότι είστε εκεί.
Γιατί μου είπε η γραμματέας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαστε εδώ με τον κύριο Γιάννη Καλτσάη.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Mr. Yannis Kaltsas from the European Investment Bank, head of funding for Greece and Cyprus. EIB was the first international financial institution who stopped funding natural gas projects and decided to focus exclusively on RES projects. But because all plans were reverted the last year, is it perhaps that the prices of energy and the great impact on more vulnerable classes will change your views? Well, listen, when we made the decision to stop funding natural gas projects, it was a difficult decision to make because in many European parts, as in Greece, there was no infrastructure vis-à-vis natural gas. It was the period when Greece, indeed, especially areas which are faced with strong extremely cold climate as the northern Greece, started founding the infrastructure. Nevertheless, we consider that that was the right decision, because when we fund 30-year projects, it is important during that period, those 30 years, for those works to have an extended life cycle. In other words, if we are to be funding a project till 2050, it is inconceivable by the end of that paying off period for that work to have no economic value. And suffice to say that the Biden administration of the USA also decided, USA that has already made important investments on natural gas, decided not to support anymore, either domestically or abroad, works having to do with natural gas, with some small exceptions in very weak countries or countries that cannot be interlinked with other countries. Of course, we follow the policy of the leaders of the European Union, and currently the overall direction of the European Union is steady, and this is that we want a Europe which by 2050 will be fossil fuel neutral, and thus will have a very strong contribution in the struggle in the climate change. So, as I understand, your policy is not changed, and I hope that things do not deteriorate. Now, let me take you to the RRF, because a lot of our hopes and expectations are based on the money and investment funding on IS in the RRF. Where would you see the most important problems for the implementation of such project? It is true that the Recovery Fund is one of the major opportunities that both Greece and other countries have, the most sensitive of the European Union, in order to be able to get adapted following the coronavirus crisis and reach the growth rates that exist in the remaining Europe. And it is the will of the European Union that that money, at least by 40%, will be invested on projects regarding climate change. So with that in mind, renewable energy sources are we expect that will be greatly benefiting in three ways. The first way is building some infrastructure, be it interlinkage of islands or the increase through DDE of the grid, so as for various IS projects to be interlinked. The second way has to do with some projects that we will be funding in a pilot form, such as some energy storage places in lakes in Greece. And the third way is projects, innovative ones, that the ministry will be supporting through certain grants, so as for new innovative ideas to be implemented. We will try to support this effort of the government. You know that we committed with regard to loans that an investment up to 5 billion euros. But as you've heard in the previous most interesting discussion that took place, you know that on many occasions the problem is not the money. Money is there. The problem has to do with procedures, with red tape, the fact that we try to unblock certain things and have that money absorbed. Now, since you've said of loans, you recently signed a funding contract of 100 million euros for the upgrading of the distribution grid and the use and introduction of smart measures. What does that concern, and what do we attain? This is an excellent question. You know, smart measure terminals, be it on whether it has with electricity or natural gas or water. These are digital technologies that indeed can help in saving energy and natural resources at large, and they can also offer knowledge, better knowledge, to the system operator, so as in crisis, in time of crisis, to better handle difficult cases. We started in a pilot stage this project with PPC. Now it is a big opportunity for this program not to be a pilot, but ideally to reach all households in Greece. Now, Greece also announced a very ambitious goal of decarbonization of abandoning lignite until 2023. But those units need new investments so as to adapt to the new conditions. Will EI be supporting investments in Western Macedonia and Megalopolis? Well, the European Investment Bank has committed itself with regard to what we call the just transition mechanism through loans, where the European Commission will be adding on these loans of the European Investment Bank subsidies of 287 million euros. That is money that will be offered gratis, hand in hand with the loans of our bank, and will also support private investments in the area. What I should tell you is that there's quite a number of investments, such as in IS, that are obviously legitimate, but they are not the only ones that should take place in that area. So what else would that be? If I'm not mistaken, your experts should perhaps move ahead with that procedure. So please tell us what other kind of investments should be done there beyond the IS, and at what stage are we? How quick would that be? Well, we are in a process where with the heads of regions of Western Macedonia and Peloponnese, we expect by the end of next month to send us the final list of projects they have at hand, so as to launch the funding, even of small projects, which will support employment in the areas. There are various scattered ideas in agriculture, in nutrition cycle, but there are also ideas, simpler ones, having to do with social housing or teleheating, which is also a great necessity for those areas. Yes, you're absolutely right in that, and I warmly thank you. I thank Mr. Ioannis Kaltsas, who is head of funding for Greece and Cyprus from the European Investment Bank. We warmly thank you too for your attendance, and I will pass the torch to the excellent colleague Panos Polyzoidis for a most interesting roundtable that takes place on digital transformation. And the head speaker, of course, will be Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, the minister in charge of that field. Thank you.
έργο, ο σχεδιασμός, η υλοποίηση. Οι άνθρωποι, οι ικανότητες, η τεχνογνωσία. Το όραμα, η επιτυχία, η υπερηφάνεια. Εμείς στην Ιδρακάτ πάμε την Ελλάδα ψηλά.
Hello, good afternoon. 5:30 for Greece. This is the last session. This is the last part of our conference entitled Digital Transformation. This digital transformation of the state and the economy as a growth accelerator. We're going to see, we shall try at least, to see how this transformation of the state and the economy may work as an accelerator for growth. The keynote address will be given by the competent minister, Mr. Kyriakos, who is a Minister of State and Digital Governance, but we have with us a panel of very significant speakers. Mr. Yannis Koradidis, Chief Strategy, Transformation and Wholesale Officer from OTE Group. Hello. Mr. Harry Tsavdaris, National Technology Officer, Microsoft Greece, Cyprus, Malta. Mr. Ioannis Mitropoulos, General Manager, Fysiko Aerio, the Hellenic Energy Company. Mr. Yannis Detsis, President and CEO of Choose Strategic Communications Partner. And we will have Mr. Paschalidis. Mr. Nondas Paschalidis. Okay? And Mr. Paschalidis, yes, Mr. Paschalidis, correct himself. Now, let us not wait for Mr. Pierakakis, who will be the keynote speaker, but let us start this session anyway, unless he's here with us now. He's here. All right. All right. So we shall start from Mr. Konstantinidis. Please, you have the floor, sir. Oh, the minister is here. Good, perfect. Now let us follow the normal flow. He will be delivering the keynote address.
Ο κύριος Πιερακάκης θα μας μιλήσει για 8 λεπτά, λέει, σημείωση.
Mr. Pierakakis, for 8 minutes, please. I will be on time. Hello, hello. Apologies for this delay. This is not a habit of mine, but there's too much traffic, as you know. And let me tell you that I'm pretty happy to be here in this 4th Athens Investment Forum, co-organized by the Technical Chamber of Athens and Solutions. I should congratulate my friend Mr. Asinos for his exquisite work when it comes to digital transformation, digital governance. Too many projects are co-designed with him, and I think that there will be the catalyst pertaining to the core of our conference. RF, obviously, is a game changer for Greece, a catalyst of huge changes, a Marshall Plan for this era. 25% of this plan, as you know, is dedicated to the matters of digital transformation. You talked about green. This is a panel about the digital factor, and you can see some tangible results on which we can focus as a gift for the President, as the best possible proof about what will come next. Because allow me to say that this is just the beginning. We have 150 million of digital transactions 6 months for the first semester of 2021 out of 8.8 million euros in 1 year's time in 2018, an exponential curve. We have approximately 1,300 services, offered services, from 501 the previous year, and there is a digital gateway of the public sector, gov.gr. We rank first among the first countries in 5G. We rank among the first three. One of the first countries equally that have already a big rollout of the network when it comes to all the providers at the pan-Hellenic level. We following an auction that was innovative at the European level with the creation of Fund Festos. We have encountered 455 projects from the Bible of digital transformation. 155 out of them are undergoing. There are tenders of public works from our ministry. However, very rapidly, let me stress a series of examples pertaining to how we believe that digital transformation plays a key role as the catalyst of the growth factor. Twofold dimension. One, decrease the red tape, the administrative burden, the 6.8% of the GDP that we have seen as an excessive burden of bureaucracy. We can decrease in practice. Second, increase of productivity through the new infrastructure. Allow me to say in a recorded way 7 examples. First, smart cities. Related to this discussion, the Minister. Smart cities. At KEDE, we announced 420 million euros for all municipalities in our country, for all those tools that municipalities lack right now through a big flexibility. And these are at the heart of Green Digital, a series of actions that can truly improve the daily routine of each inhabitant. Second, smart infrastructure. Investment, more than 174 million euros plus VAT for the RRF. Digital bank for transactions of blocks, measuring of atmospheric pollutants, smart infrastructure for public buildings, interactive portals, and production of digital tools. Third, smart bridges, a synergy with the technical chamber. You know, as engineers, that there is an issue pertaining to the safety and credibility of our infrastructure. When it comes to bridges, we have a targeted project that will allow us, when it comes to bridges in our country, to have real-time statistics vis-à-vis the static character and the possibilities that our infrastructure has. Fourth, microsatellites. It is a project of 161 million euros. Greece will be the first, possibly, country in the EU that will participate in the scheme of Commissioner Breton on microsatellites, and the latter are useful not just to monitor the Earth for scientific purposes, Earth observation that is, but they're equally important for telecom. Mr. Livanios, the competent minister, along with Mr. Tagaras, they co-signed the first ministerial decree. Before that plan, this will allow to microsatellites that can offer services like Starlink to be available for our country, and these will boost coverage and competition. Let me continue with example number 5, 5G corridors. That is wireless networks in the motorways. 2,011 kilometers will be covered by 5G antennas as a necessary point of infrastructure, a neural network to be able, for example, in due course, to have autonomous vehicles, for instance, at the level of trucks. This is one of the RF projects that I would say that's wishful thinking, because at the same time we can solve the needs of the past, for example, in medical folder, but at the same time we invest in all these things about the future, the next day. So 5G motorways is such a plan, 130 million euros plus VAT. 0.6, the creation of optic fiber infrastructure, fiber readiness that is in buildings. This solves the problem of the market. To adopt an optic fiber, the inhabitants of a block of flats find it hard to share this cost for the connection of the different flat with an optic fiber. So the state comes here with RRF, and we are saying that we shall cure this market failure by using this budget so that part of the equation of the telecom industry in our country will be tuned. And example number 7, digital transformation of SMEs. More than 300 million euros through the form of specific projects coming from cybersecurity, cloud, or simple systems like ERP. SMEs, and this is what we're doing in collaboration with the Ministry of the Development, Georgiadis. SMEs will be able to use technologies of scale or top-notch, top-edge technologies, things that we should have used for the last many years, and thus they can contribute to digital transformation. The latter is about four things. First, digital public services. We have taken the leap. Second, telecom. Many investments are pending, but already institutionally, many changes have taken place, like 5G, because at the mobile level, mobile telephony were better than fixed line. Third, skills. For real, there is much budget from the recovery fund, but at the pan-European level, it takes a new plan vis-a-vis how we can get to this budget in a flexible way. And fourth, digital economy. Here lies the targeting of SMEs, that is, support digital economy, mainly because all this budget, all these programs, all these 405 projects of this Bible are necessary pieces, necessary variants of an equation. And if we sum it up, we will be led to what I said before, a game changer for the country, a big change that is not only quantitative, not something that is echoed in the indicators of decreasing red tape, increasing productivity, but it stays at a qualitative level, creating a state that will offer a service to its citizens, saying that this state will respect all citizens. This is why it's an absolute commitment of our government, our PM, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis. It's a pending issue that became a necessity, and all this happened in due time. Thank you.
We thank the Minister, who unfortunately have to leave us, so we will continue the discussion. Obviously, this first introduction of the Minister has laid down the basics of what we are discussing. He gave very succinctly also the main elements, what the digital transformation consists of. Mr. Konstantinidis will be our first speaker. You have 5 minutes at your disposal. Mr. Konstantinidis is Chief Officer of Strategy, Transformation and
Να πω καταρχάς ότι είμαι πάρα πολύ χαρούμενος που βρίσκομαι εδώ.
And operators of the OTE group. Thank you. I enjoy being here with such excellent speakers and in this venue. Thank you for the invitation. The subject is digital transformation, which is obviously one of the strategic priorities that our country has set within this decade. And as we said last year in the respective conference, digital transformation is the basic prerequisite for the survival of the country and its further growth. In the meantime, during this 1 year, a lot has been done, a number of which were presented by the Minister. The most important element, however, is that currently we have this happy conjuncture of the important funds of the Recovery Fund, 32 billion euros, of which 25%, as mentioned, will be channeled to digital transformation activities. And additionally, we have the new NSRF of 21-27. Therefore, we had the vision, we had the digital Bible, where the actions where we should focus have been described. We had the plan, now we also have the money for the implementation. And obviously, as it has been said, that money will be the basic catalyst for the acceleration of digital transformation of the country. At the same time, that money is a blessing, but also it's a huge challenge, because as we said, if we think that the previous 30 years as a telecommunication and IT sector, we absorbed 5 to 6 billion euros. Now, within the next 5 or 6 years, we have to absorb the same amount. So you realize what's the huge challenge ahead of us.
Το καλό είναι ότι η πρόκληση...
What is good is that this challenge finds fertile ground, because as we've mentioned in the past, over the last years, at least in the field of telecommunications, all the main stakeholders of the market, that is the state, the regulator, the providers, the operators, have already operated on a common and joint agenda, and we have made a rally so as to attain the desired effect. Within this framework, our group is the biggest technology company of Greece. Therefore, we play a determining role in this digital transformation and transition of the country. And we focus on three main axes. The first has to do with the development of optic fibers networks. I'm glad for the fact that the minister mentioned this critical issue of optical fibers in the buildings. This will be critical for the upgrading so as to move further ahead in coverage with optic fibers and in penetration of the market. The second has to do with the development of 5G. The titanic effort made last year for the whole tendering process last year was mentioned. We are the first company that launched that in the market. And the third thing we did is that with the know-how we have and in cooperation with all the market stakeholders, practically all the IT companies of the country, we are now in place to effect complex projects, ICT, information technology, that is, and communication, which we know that they play a critical role in the digital transformation, both of the Greek state and the Greek companies. Some examples given, the recipe, the e-prescription, the COVID registry, COVID patients registry, the implementation, we have My Health 112, a lot of projects. You realize that they have dramatically changed our daily lives. Now, in conclusion, I believe that what is at stake is quite clear. The strategic priority is well inculcated by the stakeholders and the society. The challenge is huge. Therefore, what lies ahead is the critical choice not to waste any time, not to waste one single euro, to absorb the last euro on the table so as to exploit this huge opportunity. And if we manage to do so, it is obvious that our country really is radically upgraded and changes. We have the opportunity to discuss in due course. So we've listened to an introduction from the first of the representatives of operators, the first in this panel, and with a very strong ICT business, true. So let us move now to Mr. Stavros, who is one of the two guests representing the software, the implementation, therefore. He is the National Technology Officer of Microsoft Greece, Cyprus, and Malta. Thank you. I'll speak from my seat.
Να πούμε καταρχήν ότι καθώς...
Well, thank you for that. Since the pandemic will come to an end, as it happens with all the pandemics, they all came to an end. It could have been at a speedier way and more rapidly. Our country is deeply touched because there were human losses. There were serious also financial losses in the economy and when it comes to businesses. Nevertheless, there is an indicator that in our view as Microsoft, where the country ranks higher than at any other moment in the last decade. I'm talking about the brand, the reputation of this market abroad. How important it is, how important this is, we shall understand it if we see historically the development of our reputation since 2004. To us, this transformation that took place during the pandemic, and this also due to other factors, not just to digital transformation, it's about the fact there were some agreements of the country with big powers like the US. There is an investor-friendly environment we can see in all its aspects. The effort to simplify procedure, facilitate investors in the way through which the government speaks with investors, saying the proper things to them. It was what incentivized Microsoft to come to Greece and perform this investment, which, and I'm talking about the data center, which is not just an approach in materials that is constructed data center, it is a multifaceted approach. First, let us take step by step. Construction-wise, we must build 3 data centers. There is a triple data center because there are different availability zones, not just one. The company, for those who do not know it, has been already established with a huge capital. Let me say, as a joke, as an anecdote, that to establish this company, we had to import capital in a country that until recently had capital controls, and it was asked to have the import of capitals. There is the taxation of capital import. If you bring money from abroad for investing purposes, you are paying a tax. It's a paradox. They must look into that. Then the investment moves on. Shortly, there will be some announcements. Already, the first plot has been found. Let me also tell you that in Greece, in an industrial zone, if you need to find a place to build an investment, it's not the simplest thing in the world. It is something that the country should look also into. There is a huge acceleration by the political institutions, yet it is a procedure that takes time. Apart from the data center, Microsoft brings a skilling program for 100,000 Greek citizens, out of which 20,000 will be people coming from the public sector. Because if you're about to do only one infrastructural services without investing in the HR, as the minister said before, this would be meaningless, because there wouldn't be the results that it would be supposed to. The skilling part is the multiplier effect of this investment in infrastructure. Third point, Microsoft has some other symbolic investments in Greece. The one that has been heard and will be announced shortly is the investment in Olympia with the virtual reality system that will be built. Somebody from Athens will be able to see the representation of the ancient site of Olympia. And the last part is that we, as Microsoft, as a company, we do invest in our HR. We have become greater in the last year from 140 people to 240 people. These 100 labor posts are added posts, HR, who are highly skilled, people whom we keep in Greece, people who get paid in the best possible way in the market, and just for the Greek standards, but worldwide. We are amongst the best employees in the world, employers rather, in the world. All these investment is not, as I said, an investment related to financing, or it doesn't mean that we shall educate some people. It's an investment to the benefit of Greek reputation. Wherever we go as Microsoft, we are followed by other people. Why? Because they keep on wondering the following. In order for Microsoft, for the second largest company in the world, to go there, something is happening. So our investment is an investment in something which is very difficult to buy. A reputation cannot be bought. Goodwill, it is built, yes. Now, coming to the end, on digital transformation of the public sector and the state, what has taken place for the last 2 years. Obviously, this has gone beyond expectations. It is a change without any precedent. What seems ahead through the budget of RRF is also a huge opportunity. But Greece, in the past, has been at a similar point. It was in 2004, after the Olympics, where Greece had one of the best brands on the planet. And again, we had in front of us a huge financing program. After this period, in 6 years' time, Greece became one of the worst brands on the planet without any money. What does this mean? Money does not suffice. I believe that this time we should focus on the change of mindset and culture. Thank you. Well, okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Stavdaris. Let us stay with the IT sector. Now we're going to listen to Mr. Nodas Paskalidis, CEO from Neurosoft. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and for giving us the opportunity to be here today. The last 2 years have demonstrated the value of digital technologies. The minister have said so, our conversants have said so, since organizations and companies had to work remotely and seamlessly. Despite the disagreements and dismay due to the pandemic, we all agree on one thing. It was the great accelerator for digital transformations. Changes that were launched, but we had to introduce in a more quick pace and far more effectively. It is estimated that the expansion of digital economy and the integration of companies in the new technological era may bring about an increase of the GDP up to 1.4%. For $1.4 trillion by the end of the decade, on the basis of a survey conducted by Accenture in developed economies. The new era shows that companies that have integrated digital solutions and practices have far greater probabilities for sustainability in the very demanding stage of economy at the global scale as it currently stands. In April of 2021, the European Parliament approved the program Digital Europe, the first tool of the European Union that aims at accelerating digital transformation of the European societies and economies. This program will invest in digital solutions with a view to strengthening competitiveness of Europe and securing technological supremacy. 7.6 billion euros will be invested in 5 critical sectors, of which I point out cybersecurity, the developed digital skills that were mentioned beforehand, and the expansion of the use of digital technologies in the whole society. The Greek government has committed itself, on the basis of what we've heard from the minister as well, through the program Hellas 2.0, that exploiting this crisis and opportunity will continue promoting the development through more innovations. The minister elaborated on that, and supporting digital transformation, which is one of the 4 development pillars. The mobilization of investment resources of 57 million euros will definitely accelerate the recovery of Greek economy. Greece, however, is amongst the countries that have quite a low ranking in the digital maturity of companies. It is in the 26th position, while the highest position is held by Denmark and then Sweden and Finland. Companies in Greece have not managed to sufficiently integrate the digital technologies in their internal operations. Things are slightly better in the issues of in the issue of cybersecurity, where we rank 23rd. The main impeding factor in the digital transformation of the state and the companies is the lack of technical skills and digital infrastructures. In Neurosoft, we were challenged to support both our digital organization, where our readiness was higher, as well as the abrupt and pressing needs of our customers. The changes that accompany the pandemic, especially with regard to teleworking, have disorganized or they have operated as a disruption for many professions, but not for IT, of course, which to a large extent already operated on terms of agility. The great necessity currently is the creation of multidisciplinary and multifactional teams that will combine a plethora of skills and primarily digital ones. In conclusion, I consider that in order for digital transformation of the state and of the companies to operate as an accelerator of growth and development, investment does not suffice. investment in technology. What we must gain is the participation of the end user, both the employee and citizen, full commitment in this transformation. So there's a dire need for the development of both digital skills through a coordinated training plan and something that I consider we forget, the continuous information of all stakeholders on the benefits of digital transformation, the renowned storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pascalidis, CEO of Neursoft. And I think, having heard two people from the ICT, let us now listen to somebody who represents the supply of services in the field of energy. Not the energy per se, not the digital transformation per se, or maybe not. Mr. Ioannis Mitropoulos, General Manager of Physical Aero, the Hellenic Energy Company. You have the floor, sir. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for this honor to be a part of this conference. I do represent them, and I would like to thank them for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to discuss the development in energy, and mainly in the retailing of energy. My name is Ioannis Mitropoulos. I'm General Manager of Physical Aero, the Hellenic Energy Company. This company is the one with the biggest history in Greece. Our ancestor was founded in 1857 in Athens. Back then, he built the gas utility, and back then he used this form of energy to lighten the streets of Athens. We are an old company, having this long-lasting experience and the philosophy to serve our clients. We are offering services of energy, being present in 600 points of service throughout the Greek territory. In spite of this age, in spite of the fact that we are 164 years old, our spirit is modern and fully digital. We do use some years before the pandemic technologies that, at least for the Greek standards and for sure for the energy sector, seem unconventional, because the totality of our systems, infrastructure and processes worked on systems, software as a service and cloud, which allowed to us to be fully operational from the very first day of the lockdown, and thus we offered 100% of our services towards our consumers 24/7. That is, without any interruption, without any discount when it comes to the quality of our services. The planning of our systems is based on the needs of our customers mainly. What we're concerned with is how the client perceives himself, what are his needs. Our services are evaluated based on the experience offered to the client. We're trying to create internally a culture of digital DNA. Ideally, our target is to get some parts of the DNA that have companies like Amazon or Google. I will explain later why I'm talking about it. It seems irrelevant with what we are doing with our business, today at least. We do apply new technologies in current systems and, of course, in current successful systems for our business. We're trying to take decisions based on information and data available only. We do partner and we do innovate through our partners. We are trying to cooperate with companies that work in a complementary way, but for sure having the same philosophy pertaining to consumers. What does not change in our DNA is our objective, which is to make our customers happy. Through the use of cloud infrastructure, we can have the availability of our systems with a simultaneous flexibility. Critical operations of ours for the last many years are about software as a service and platform as a service, whereas we choose and we do use the top cloud providers in order to achieve credibility and high quality of services. These can be used to offer qualitative services towards our consumers. At the same time, this type of services offer high flexibility for all our needs. Indicatively, let me mention some of the innovative digital services, at least for us in energy. We're not Vodafone, we're not Cosmote either. At least even today, our mindset in the market is that we can buy commodities and we sell commodities. We buy and sell with prices. This is our mindset. We get out there and we argue that we have the lower prices, as gas and electricity is the same for all our competitors. Today, the totality of the data about documents and info used in the company is digitized and is immediately digitized. This is a reality for the last many years. Both the analysis and the control of documents are taking place automatically, largely, by machines, something that minimizes errors and, of course, greatly increases the speed of service and the quality of service towards our clients. There is extended use of new technologies like RPAs, robotic process automation. That is, RPAs are machines who learn how to proceed with human activities in an objective not to replace humans, but in periods of workload, which is frequent in our market, we must be able to meet these needs without having to find dozens of people, train them, find systems, and make them do the job. This is the job of these technologies. This offers huge flexibility and minimizes errors. Moreover, it offers speed. We automate the transactions with third parties. For example, the use of platforms, distribution systems and transport systems of the electricity and natural gas. Our systems cooperate with these platforms in an automated way. That is, no human intervenes in this operation. A latest development, which comes from the last 1 year, it helped us a lot during the pandemic, and of course it still does, is the full automation of the selling procedure through the use of digital docs and digital signature by the client. This fact helped us even during the pandemic to produce new contracts. That is why we achieved a record high even amidst the lockdown. It is pretty helpful even today for our partners, our commercial partners, by decreasing at a minimum red tape and at the same time allowing to our future customers to sign contracts without getting out of their comfort zone. By way of conclusion, let me stress that the present and the future of the energy retail is digital. This is the reality. And I believe that all our competitors and ourselves, of course, should understand that, and we must evolve and develop further our companies. For instance, technology and services like energy saving, energy efficiency, that is, or even the creation and operation of energy communities. Something that exists as a provision in the EU directive, yet it cannot be implemented in Greece. We need technologies like IoT, artificial intelligence, and, of course, energy blockchain. What does this mean? It means that the bet to be won by companies like ours and our competitors, of course, is to be able to transform the whole culture of our organization from buying and selling at cheap prices, as we're arguing today, into offering high-tech services, taking some parts of the DNA of companies like Amazon or Google. Let me give you an example to come to the end of my speech as the speaker. Imagine a future where thousands of houses can produce energy on their roofs. They can store energy in batteries that we will place and then get services of energy efficiency or immobility, either to charge a car or to participate in pool sharing. The service that we're going to offer to them will be the following. One mind, one machine, that is, that will decide at every given moment whether it's going to sell or buy energy from the one produced or needed by the houses at the highest or at the cheapest price, at the same time, real time. What I'm telling you is not a science fiction. No, this will happen, if not in the next 5 years in Greece, for sure in the next 10 years in Greece. Those companies that will manage to change the way through which they think, if they can adapt to that, these companies will prevail in the next decade. Thank you so much for your attention.
We warmly thank Mr. Mitropoulos, and having heard introductions from the field of networks and solution production, we also listened to Mr. Mitropoulos from the field of companies that make use of such solutions. Perhaps Mr. Detsis may, since he comes from the field of consultancy, may enlighten us on a more integrated picture, perhaps. Mr. Yannis Detsis is the President and CEO of Choose Strategic Communications Partner. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, actually. We make use of this opportunity, of the invitation of this conference, and in cooperation with Vertical and we have made a survey, conducted a survey that tries to explore to what extent the GAPGR digital administration, the first pillar that the minister has mentioned, has really embraced the Greek citizens, or in the other way around, if you like, to what extent Greek citizens have embraced this reform that have been witnessing these last 2 years. This is a pan-Hellenic survey, is first in this conference, was completed only some days ago and was conducted exclusively for this event. The members were 1,200, and of course it has been weighed with regard to gender and age. We see therefore 62% of citizens acknowledges that this GAPGR, they say they know it. Here it is interesting to see that 36% replying that they don't know it is quite high vis-à-vis what one would expect. And the whole communication campaigns and the use of infrastructure on GovGR that the citizen has had to have recourse to over the last 2 years. Of those that have know it, the vast majority, 71%, also use it, and actually use it very often. We see, therefore, that over the last year, more than 60% has used it at least once per month, while 30%, almost 1/3 of the specimen, reply that they have used it at more than 20 times the last month. And that's how we can account for the 150 million transactions that you mentioned. Equally interesting finding in this survey is that we explore to what extent people are ready to accept the single citizens number, which is still in evolution, in a work in progress, but nevertheless 60% of the people know of it, and 50% of them already embrace it and wait it impatiently. Quite remarkable element vis-à-vis a reform that will really expect to be integrated in our life. Now let us see what are the services that people responded that they make use more. We made the classification certain categories. The first was business reasons. We see here especially issues of certificates, of claims, taxes, and so forth. These are the ones that the citizen works. These are very analytic. And the citizen, and you may see them because there's no time to present all the slides here. A lot of family issues, such as marital status certificate, death, birth certificates, marriage certificates, and very other typical procedures are covered. Personal issues of citizens' transaction with the state, such as the land registry, the tax returns, payments, but also amongst citizens, such as transfers, purchases, and so forth, where almost all the interviewees that have used GovGR in the last year have used it is with regard to COVID. That is all the certificates of disease or vaccination, the PCR test that we had to present. This is an operation by excellence where citizens have recourse to gov.gr, all the self-tests that we need in the jobs and schools and so forth. During the GOD, 90% of satisfaction with the use in their vast majority. They are very satisfied, and this 90% is one of the highest percentages we see with regard to citizen satisfaction from the service of the public administration, and reaches actually satisfaction rates of private companies that really put the emphasis on the customer service. So we asked them, since you are so satisfied, what are the main reasons for this satisfaction? Most said that they save a lot of time, that the bureaucracy has been curtailed, and is a very user-friendly service. And as a direct consequence, we see that gradually the overall image of the state, of the public sector changes. In our question, what is your view following the use of GovGR? Now, 65% respond that now I have a positive stance vis-à-vis the state. And this is important because traditionally the Greek society is against the public administration. And definitely in all political research, these levels, 65%, are those that are regardless of political affiliation. Now, for what reason do you believe that things have improved? We asked, and they said because red tape curtailing red tape is open, and we touch upon some European standards of operation is another answer. And what is equally interesting here is that people have gradually understanding or accepting that the public administration is not built and created for the civil servants, but actually it is at the service of the citizen. And they also suggest that this is extended to other field of services, that is beyond the card, the single number, citizen's number. They want an extension in issues of health, of pensions, which is a huge challenge, other certificates, such as changes for cars, for permits, driving permits, and so forth. A lot of these things are already in the pipeline, as we know. So the citizen follows suit of those developments closely. Or, if you like, the state pays heed to the needs of the citizen. Now, let us see what is the profile of the people using gov.gr. There is no great difference between genders, mainly in the age group 25 to 44, 90%, of course, of those citizens are users of this platform. And the same applies, the same percentage, for the university degree holders. This, to an extent, of course, was always also expected. That is, above the age of 65, they don't use it that much, or citizens who had access to have only graduated from the elementary school are those who have the biggest problem in using this platform. The very few are the citizens that have never used this platform or who have used it and say that they are not satisfied. And as the main reason that they give is that it's a little bit complex, that I don't manage, I don't go through. But it's only a 10% of the overall specimen. So let us see what is the profile of citizens that do not use the platform gov.gr. Mainly women, mostly women, actually. Definitely senior citizens, and of course those who are at lower levels of education. And what are the reasons for non-use? We asked them, what reason don't you use gov.gr? A large percentage, and this is interesting, 1/3 of the specimen, 60%, they replied that someone else did it for me. My accountant, my son, my daughter, my boyfriend. So this is important. So are they indirect users? Yes, they can be deemed as indirect users. No, not users. They are indirectly served by gov.gr. And an equally large percentage, and there's room for use from the third pillar, is that I don't know how to use computers. So we asked them, what do you need in order to make use of that? Well, 1/3 of that is 10% of our specimen, they say nothing whatsoever. I'm never gonna put my I will never use. The others, with a small support in digital literacy, they are ready to make use of that platform. I will limit myself here in the most important finding of that research, of that survey, because many might be afraid that the danger of personal data or the fear that if I give my data to the state, then I will be controlled more. We see that this is a minimal. It's of no concern, is non-existent, even amongst those who do not use the platform currently. For the others, the users that is, there's no issue. We see percentages 1.7, 1.2, 1.5, 2.5. Therefore, the platform per se, the platform gov.gr, has built the trust even of those who do not make use of it. So the main conclusion, it is crystal clear that the citizens have embraced gov.gr with a plethora of digital transactions. They are satisfied to a great extent, and beyond the satisfaction they declare, the overall picture, the overall image of the Greek public administration has improved in the way that this platform serves them and gives access to digital transactions. They want more. We haven't reached the peak. There were also other services, such as the single citizens number that they look forward to. And it is equally interesting here is that an important percentage hasn't even heard of gov.gr. So we need more of information campaigns. An indirect and last conclusion has to do with the profile of people who have never used gov.gr to date. They are senior citizens who have limited access to education to date. We realize that if we continue evolving this process, probably a digital gap will be created. Two-speed citizens will be ensued, who will be served quickly. So here, according to the third pillar of digital skills, this is a good point where we place the emphasis over the next time, so as for all to be equitable and have access to a modern public administration on equal footing. Thank you.
Πολύ τον κύριο Δέτσι.
Thank you, Mr. Dettis. Now have some time for Q&A. I've kept some notes from what we've heard. Let us start by the very last. I think that these 36% of those who were asked who have never heard of gov.gr is an impressive figure. What do you think? If it were 36%, the percentage of those who were asked who have never used it, then I wouldn't be impressed. But the main thing, in my view, is this digital illiteracy. how can we tackle it, to what extent, and how could we tackle this big digital gap that Mr. Detsis described, meaning that, yes, there are some groups of people who, due to specific elements or trading features, do not participate in this process. Is there any way to incentivize them, to invite them, or train them, teach them? Or should we simply wait? And then, over the years, the percentage of participants will increase. Do you have any comment on that? The percentage of participants in these services is quite logical to increase in the next time period, especially when the plethora of services increases. The issue is that the gap will also increase. Digital transformation may not solve everything. It's not a panacea. It will be very important to see that the ones having a problem, or the ones who have never heard of it, or the ones who do not use it, we can find an audience across all ages. It's not an only issue of the senior citizens. Therefore, there are social problems, education issues, which should be also included to be able to guide the digital, to lead rather the transformation of the state, of our households, and in the companies, of our companies, into the future. It seems that the next period, and using resources from the third pillar of digital skills, we can enhance either through education or through update or through access to these procedures. They citizens across all these categories, smaller ages, younger ages as well, so that this gap will not get any bigger. I would like to ask Mr. Stavros, since we heard about the investments of his company in Greece, and in these investments, you highlighted the need for skilling or upskilling, reskilling, name it. What about the environment in Greece? Based on what we said to Mr. Detsis, do you think that the whole environment is favorable towards this sector? That is, in other words, we'll be able to see in the immediate future more people getting digital skills that will allow them not only to use the service of the digital state, but also contribute, or rather become an incentive to attract investment. First of all, allow me to say that digital transformation, by definition, must be inclusive. Why? For a very simple reason. For Greece, first of all. Greece is a small country. Nobody can be left outside. Either you are white or black, either you're male or female. The whole range should be included in that. First things first. Then, if I'm optimistic or not, of course I'm optimistic. There is ahead a huge budget on skilling or reskilling. We have our own program. There is a program coming from the RRF, so it's up to us to sit down and execute it or implement it in the best possible way, in a way that this will deliver. Let me give you an example. There is audience amongst the senior citizens participating in social media. They are doing so out of social interest. If you train them, if you give them the proper incentives, the proper triggers to participate, if, of course, you give them the tools that will be for their age groups, the simpler tools, more comprehensive tools, of course, I'm optimistic, and this can be done, and it should be done. And since it should be done, it will be done. Okay, this is a deterministic view, rather optimistic. Yes, but if we really need to achieve, we must do it. There's no optimism or pessimism here. Besides, the only thing that we can have is to be optimistic, as somebody has said. And this motto is used by the minister quite often. Optimism is the only thing that we can do. So yes, I am optimistic, and let us do it. And of course, we will help in all our forces. Mr. Paschalidis, I remember, you ended up in your presentation with the following. The participation of the final user is a critical aspect. Do you see any gap there? I think that we were all able to say that. It is obvious that we must reach the final citizen, the final employee, either at the level of a company or at the level of the state. The storytelling that I alluded to during the final part of my presentation, exactly that. Storytelling is related to the following. We must convey the message, and everybody should be a participant in digital transformation. The results of this survey were very interesting. It's about gov.gr, which is not the whole story of digital transformation. By the latter, we mean something broader. Gov.gr is just a part of this adventure, which came delayed in our country. This happened in view of the pandemic and having as a head a minister who delivered due to the pandemic. The pandemic on the planet has been an accelerator of development, yes, quite rightly. And this happens without headaches or problems. If we take the example of Estonia, a very small country and a northern one, I would say, the steps taken at the level of digital transformation versus the ones that we've taken, of course, are more advanced with us when it comes to what extent the citizen and the world have entered the digital era. Moreover, if we are talking about the citizen and the employee, I don't think that this is a matter of age, because as it was said quite rightly, I see people, starting from my mom, people who had no relation with technology. Now I see her quite active on Facebook lately. She found a way. There's no way to switch on a computer. Her way was the tablet, and for many more, the way is the mobile phone. There is the medium to enter gov.gr. There is connectivity as well, because providers, Cosmote, Wind, Vodafone, Nova, they have done their job, and there is connectivity everywhere at satisfactory price, I would say. I believe that there is connectivity, there is a way, and I do believe that we must focus on training. There are similar actions, but Microsoft alone or Amazon alone does not suffice. The state should also have a well-organized plan. These capitals from the pillar number 3 should be channeled in a proper way. Then there must be a proper storytelling. I believe that there are many ways to get better. Good. Since we talked about networks, and this is something we'll discuss later on, prior to that, I would like us to insist a bit in the field of Mr. Mitropoulos. Let me ask you, you are experienced, Mr. Mitropoulos. You have the experience of digital transformation in a big company, the biggest, not the biggest in Greece, but a big company, which does not belong in the IT sector. So I assume that internally, the counterbalancing, or the difficulties that you have encountered in order to turn your internal operations within the company to digital solutions would be quite interesting. Am I right? Well, look, as a company, since we may have a big history, but yes, you are old and young at the same time. Yes, yes. Meaning what? In 2017, in January, the previous form of the company, we were one single company. Our job was to construct networks, to build networks, and commercialize natural gas. So this company split into two. One company that dealt with the pure technical part, construction operation of networks, which is named EGA, that is the company for distribution of gas in Attica, and the other part is this company, Φυσικό αέριο, the Hellenic Energy Company, the commercial part. In January 2017, the new form of our company was founded. We got the possibility to staff our company almost from scratch. How did that happen? Practically, from 20 people back then, today we are 240. The biggest part of these people are youngsters and even people who are older. I am one of the oldest in the company. I am 53 to 54. Other 3 colleagues have my age. All others are younger, much younger. But the totality of these people, they wanted to achieve certain things. They were interested in getting trained. Let me tell you that we started in trainings within classes. Rapidly, within a few months' time, there was a need, and given that we should go away from Attica and go all around Greece, what does this mean? There was the need from training 20 or 40 people in Attica, we should train only for one partner of ours, 3,500 employees in a very brief time period, less than 10 months. We got it, and these people, these people didn't have the features that you people had. They had a profile, yes, they had a profile of belonging to this company. So in other words, we should get evolved rapidly. We used to present through PowerPoint, but from that point, from PPPs, we used tools, training tools, e-tools of training, trainings that took place online, and at the same time, some of them had as an audience thousands of people. This happened in a few months' time. We had to get there rapidly, and in practice, we had no reaction. The bet to us was how quickly we could implement it and start learning from that, because the whole organization should learn. Then practically, after 4 years' time, I can tell you that this mechanism works in a remarkable way. Since our market is one of the most competitive in Greece, that is the energy sector, especially retail, the retail sector of energy, and constantly there are new things change, new things evolve, there are new products, there are new developments at a regulatory level, at a legal level. We are able, for any type of change or novelty, to create a training material and educate almost 10,000 people across Greece in a timeline less than 1 month. When it comes to your contact with your clientele, there are some indicators. For instance, how many have asked you not to send a bill on paper? Well, let me tell you, the 30 to 40% right now of our clients, Mr. Konstantinidis might talk to us about more mature markets, technology-wise, but when it comes to us, they use my account and similar apps either on a desktop or on mobile devices. 30%, you said. Yes, 30%. Something that is, for our sector, is a brilliant figure. I don't know what happens in other markets. Well, do you know what happens in your clients? Do you have any idea for your customers? Well, our difference is that we started earlier. We started with whole internal and external digital transformation. Internal, we mean our internal procedures and structure. External, by developing the digital channels to serve our customers. We started in 2016 all this effort, which is underway right now. We have reached a 75% in e-bill penetration. That is, 75 out of 100 clients get an e-bill. So I wonder the following: 75% of your clients, of Cosmote, that is, why don't they ask from the energy provider the similar, the relevant service? That is, in other words, one could imagine that if there is an e-bill penetration 75% in Cosmote, in the telecom industry, okay, why the same clientele, the same people, wouldn't they ask for the same service? Why would they say that to you or to the PPC or to any other energy provider? please send me an email. Well, having said that, this is our new objective. This is our new target. We know that the threshold today, the ceiling rather, is there, so we can pursue it. Consumers, we're all consumers, you know. We work in a very impressive way, an impressive mindset. That is, for example, before, during our discussion, it was mentioned that the elderly are using the social media. I know people in my environment, in my entourage, I wouldn't say elderly, but amongst the ones that Ioannis said that they don't use gov.gr, in spite of the fact that they don't use gov.gr, in spite of the fact that they don't use our own mobile app, in spite of the fact that they may use the app of Cosmote for other reasons, they are brilliant users of social media and they post in an impressive way. For sure, I can't do it. So everybody may learn, provided, but some things seem more interesting than others. These people are consumers of Cosmote as well. When they use these technologies, they are very evolved, but when these issues are related to energy, for some reason, and as in now I know that the ceiling is 75%, we shall pursue it, for some reasons related to the way through which they behave on energy matters, then they are more traditional. There is another element that I thought now, the 75% that Mr. Konstantinidis said includes a bigger percentage of young consumers compared to yours. Yes, look, this 70, because in a household there is only one electricity bill, and mainly this will be paid by the older people in a house. Whereas everybody has a mobile phone. Yes, 75%, since Greece, unfortunately, is an aged country. The average is quite high. So when we see that the 20% alone, the 20% are using, just sorry to interrupt you, to talk with statistics, the 30% is more than 65. Okay, good. So when the 30% is above than 65 and the 75% already uses it, since we exclude the 30%, only the 5% are using it. So it will be most probable, since I'm a mathematics lover, the 10% is using it, 20% is not using it, if not half-half. This was a huge figure for people aged more than 60 years. I would say more than 50, but no, I will skip it. More than 60 years of age, I would say. There is a perspective there. I do agree that everybody should be included in this digital transformation of our country. Everybody should learn, if given the possibility. Everybody should learn how to do it. And, of course, this is a truly new world for these people. For all these services, we depend on networks, and the biggest infrastructure belongs to you, to your company, Mr. Konstantinidis. 5G is something that was mentioned before by Mr. Pierakakis. The development of 5G is following a good pace in our country. Well, we can say a few things about it. Yes, why not? What seems that is not achieved by our market is to decrease the final cost, rather the cost for the final consumer. We are amongst the most expensive countries in networks, at least amongst the 27 of the EU. What about any hopes for the future? Can we hope that through the capitals of RF
και ανθεκτικότητας θα...
Could we see a decrease for the final consumer? Because we live in a competitive environment. Your market is very competitive. It is week after week, there are different offers. Yes, I'm happy to listen to that. We are a very competitive market. And the issue of prices is indeed very important. I will talk to you about prices, but before that, let me tell you a few things about networks infrastructure, because I believe that people who are here are interested in that. I see that Mr. Astanidis is here, so we are under time pressure. Let me be brief. What has happened in telecom lately is indeed a digital leap. What do I mean by that? Both the state and the regulator, as well as we, the operators, we work having a common agenda. What does the state do in the areas where the investment plan is not viable? They are creating PPPs. Some examples can be rural broadband, where we participated and which we fulfilled success. It was about 300,000 citizens, co-citizens of ours, living remotely. There were three axes. Three axes. Two out of them were managed by us. Yes, exactly. Well, in this spirit, there is now a big PPP, ultra-fast broadband, where we also participated, as well as another participant. We were two companies that will implement this big project. It is about 800 to 850,000 households and businesses in our country. I am saying so to link it to the previous discussion about the digital gap. The digital gap, on the one hand, has one parameter related to digital skills, but on the other hand, the role and the duty of ours is to give the opportunity to all the citizens to have access to the good of broadband, to the asset of broadband. This is what we're doing now. Let us talk about the private plans. Ultra-fast broadband, you said, well, I imagine that since we talked about 850,000 households, to have a big part of our country, it's a network that will offer upgrades until up to 1 Gbps. So it gives a timeline for broadband speeds that goes beyond 10 years or 20 years time. It's a future-proof technology. In another discussion, we shall talk about content producers. Yes, they will do their job. They'll do their job equally. Don't worry. In order to cover broadband connections. Now, let me come to private investments. This is very important because we, as providers, we are paying lots of money to develop the next-gen networks. These networks, which have digital infrastructure, on which everything is based about the digital economy. This is pretty clear to all. The investment plan of OTE Group alone is more than 500 million euros yearly. We are a systematic and punctual investor. Even in the years of crisis, we kept on investing in the modernization of networks infrastructure. Our investments echo something more than the 60 to 63% of our total investment, of the total investments of the sector. What is interesting is that we are the 2.5% of the total investments taking place in our country. So we're talking about a big investor domestically. What are we doing with this investment? This is important. What is the final result for the citizen? What we have managed to do, both ourselves and in cooperation with other providers, something that has not been showcased, is that many households have access to good broadband speeds up to 100 Mbps. This is the result of vectoring. You're very happy, I imagine. Yes. If Cosmote serves you, then guess why not? This is the result of vectoring. To make that happen, we needed a partnership with the regulator. Let us move on with the next big plan. As Cosmote, we have started for the last 3 years to implement FTTH networks, bring fiber in the home of our client to give these speeds that I mentioned before, 1 Gbps progressively. In this plan last year, when we were in this conference, we had achieved a coverage of 250,000 lines, 250,000 households and businesses. Fiber to the home, yes, fiber to the home. The investment plan, our investment plan of OTE Group, now this has gone double. We are more than 500,000 these days. Our objective is, within the next 4 years, we have committed the necessary resources to get into a coverage, including our participation in ultra-fast broadband that I talked to you before, more than 1.5 million households and businesses. This is the investment plan that we have, through which we need to modernize the building stock of our country. This for the fixed line, landline. Now, let me say a few words about the mobile telephony. For the latter, we have 5G. We didn't have it before. The minister talked about it. There was a huge effort by the regulator, by the providers. There was also the tender, yes, of course, the tender for frequencies. We paid for that, and still we are investing in the development of the network. We reviewed the coverage objective from 50% to 60% for the end of this year. So 60% of Greek citizens have access right now, or shortly they will have access to the possibilities of 5G. Moreover, on this depends a recent announcement that Cosmote is included in the list with the 6 speediest networks of mobile telephony in Europe. We're talking about an innovation at the European level. Now, let us come to prices. Yes, very briefly, because we have Mr. Astanidis with us. Yes, very rapidly, please. Why? Why is this problem of the relief? Why don't we see the development of networks? Why in Belgium networks cost less for the final user compared to Greece?
Well, the issue of prices has to do obviously with the cost for the development of a new grid, but also the way the market is shaped has to do with the capacity and purchasing power of the society, as we know from the textbook, depends on many variables. Of course, whether there's a rumor that the prices in mobile data are too high in Greece, I would challenge whoever is interested to watch the studies that create this impression.
Φέρω μία συγκεκριμένη, δεν θα πω το όνομα, η οποία είναι και πολύ πρόσφατη.
Let me give you an impression that said that the average cost of a gigabyte in Greece is 3 euros. As you very well know, if we look at our bills, if we see the packages that we buy, without including the various offers, the seasonal offers and campaigns, we offer, for instance, unlimited gigabyte on 10 euros for 2 months, and we offer megabyte and gigabyte in Christmas. I think this has nothing to do. And I'm not the only one saying that. According to the official data, published results of the National Telecommunication Authority, the cost per gigabyte in Greece is 1.3 euros. According to the data of 2020, I can inform you that it's even cheaper today, even below 1 euro. So you consider that there is a sliding trend in the cost. Thank you. We thank Mr. Yannis Kostadinidis, who is Chief of Transformation Strategy and Operators of OTE Group, Mr. Yannis Detsikas, who is the CEO of Use, Mr. Tavdaris, who are the National Technology Officer of Microsoft Greece, Cyprus and Malta, Mr. Notas Pascalidis, the CEO of Neurosoft, and Mr. Yannis Mitropoulos, who is Director General of Natural Gas, Hellenic Energy Company. We warmly thank you all, the discussants. Good evening. We continue with the last part of this fourth session. of this event today on the subject of digital transformation of public administration and of the economy, and the evolution and exploitation of this transformation as an accelerator for development. And we will have a 10-15-minute discussion with Mr. Stavros Niarchos, who is the CEO of the Information Society. Since we are the last, I believe that we have all the time in the world. We have all the time. Well, you are the ones who actually manage all these wonderful things, well, most of them, that we listen from politicians, most of them, that we listen to at government and trade union. What do you precisely do? It's a public company, right? Yes. The name is Information Society SA, with a single shareholder, the public. We celebrate our 20th anniversary, so we came to adulthood. Well, now you can vote from the age of 17. You definitely got into adulthood. Well, it was established in order to effect the operational plan Information Society. It was the first plan that was integrated, the first NSRF on the actions of digital of IT at the time. It has now both good and bad moments, but mainly good ones. If you think that currently works that we have been using for long, such as taxes, LNCs, the National Registry Office, and others, they all have been implemented through the Information Society on a funding both national and EU from the various EU funds. Since 2019, that our minister, Mr. Kyriakakis, took us under his umbrella, along with all other similar companies of the state involved with the digital, such as IDIKA, IDEA, so forth. We have become what we call the executive branch of the ministry. That is actually most of the projects that are currently implemented in the field of digital transformation go through the company with regard to the maturity, the tendering process, the contracting, the execution, delivery, and operation. Mr. Kyriakakis said beforehand he delineated 4 pillars for what we call digital transformation. Digital transformation of the state, of the networks, of the communication networks, of skills development, and of digital economy. Of these 4 pillars, where are you involved? Almost all of them. Digital economy as well? Yes, including digital economy. The program for the support of SMEs through digital transformation will be executed through us. Now, with regard to digital transformation of the state, we saw beforehand a study, a public opinion survey that showed 36% of the interviewees that didn't even know what gov.gr is, which became far more user-friendly than any other service. Well, I'm not impressed by that. So, I wondered how they never heard of it. Well, I'm not impressed by that. The digital gap of in the country is quite big. We usually forget that. So let us move to the other pillar, which is skills. And here lies the most important subject. You, perhaps through funding of RRF and other national resources, you may perhaps build pharaonic systems, new services, whatever. Why pharaonic? Why do you call them pharaonic? Well, yes, pyramids, huge pharaonic projects, but They lasted, yes, says the moderator, but there were 3,000 workers at all. Yes, but these are other conditions now, says the speaker, says the discussant, Mr. Astenidis, some 5,000 years later. Well, true. Will we have a constructed training program for the employees? But what about the general public? How will we train the general society so as for them to use gov.gr? Well, this is not that easy to go to ages above the age of 70. It's what some of the speakers said beforehand. You should make engage through other ways, through the social media. Or through other services which are more well directed. Now, taking someone, a 70-year-old, to train him, it's a little bit difficult. Now, involving a citizen in this process through in other means, we must view that. We have done something in the ministry. There's the Digital Academy that concentrated various resources, training material available to all. There is such kind of mobility. And there's also a broad spectrum in the RRF that is high funds for training. I believe that this gap will be covered. It will shrink. Okay, it will not be covered, it will shrink. Already, what we saw already in the survey mentioned, we saw that ages from 15 to 45 or 50 have no problem using digital services, making use of digital services. Now, let us move to the macroeconomic picture. Can we trace the real benefits for real economy? We speak of investments here at large. Now, the criteria on how someone will move in a direct investment is, of course, the tax regime, labor legislation, justice and the speed, the penetration cost in the market, including various parameters that exceed, of course, the current discussion. Some of these, however, have to do with digital transformation of the state. In other words, indeed, can this transformation make Greece more attractive for foreign investments by curtailing red tape? And can we quantify that? Well, eventually it will be quantified. We already make measurements of certain things. Yes, it's a multi-phase, it's a multi-variables affecting it. This simple example that the minister mentioned in the beginning, that of the 8.8 million digital transactions we've had in 2018, now have 150 million transactions within the first semester of 2021. This is a token, a tangible token. This is an exponential increase. Imagine if we render these 150 million transactions in time hours, in man hours that would be lost for people to go to the counter to get served, all that waste. Imagine the huge benefit we have. This has to do with gov.gr and all the services that are under this umbrella, and regard the immediate servicing of the citizen and the companies. But there are also other interventions that will eventually lead us to improving this business environment. You mean legal? Yes. Legislative initiatives? Yes, it comes in mind. If you like, in the RRF, there's a great intervention in the field of justice, 200 million euros, of which a large chunk concerns the digitization of the judicial archives. Another large part regards the digitization of the processes of justice. having to do, that is, with the operation per se of the courts, be it administrative or civil law or penal law courts. All that will come through new platforms that will be affected in cooperation, of course, with the ministry at hand and responsible. Yes, of course, because you mentioned that this is a critical factor for any prospect investor. Can I give you a direct example what currently is in the pipeline? We have already finished the tendering process for contracting a major intervention concerning the work of the court hearings. Something, of course, not in the TV, no, but it will be remote court hearings. That is, witnesses could be heard remotely. That is, the witness in the Malandrino prisons, for instance, will not have to be transferred to Rhodos so as to offer his witness. Yes, you also spoke of digitization of the archives, of the jurisprudence. Not only that, but also of the cases. RRF, what are the margins offered in your field? Huge. What are the major projects that you have in mind?
Well, digitization, of course, is of major importance. One part was mentioned in the judicial. Another part is about the health archives. In collaboration with the Ministry of Health, things are more advanced there. Yes, you're right. Because right now there is the My Health application moving on. There is the file for each patient, other types of infrastructure for hospitals, and many more interventions. A big network of telemedicine that will cover the whole country, focusing on remote areas or insular areas. So it also depends on the development of networks, obviously. Yes, of course, especially the ones about remote areas. Yes, of course, these things are interrelated now. You cannot set apart IT from networks. These are interrelated. We're talking about one thing, what Mr. Konstantinidis said before about 5G. Without proper networks, these applications have no meaning. Here there is a problem. I believe that 5G overall can be understood by the people as speedier internet. No, we don't have enough data to understand yet why this speedier is a revolution, is something that will bring a change. For instance, a movie instead of 1080 4K now, no, it's not the case. But this has not reached the wider public because there is not the propagation of these applications that will set the example. For instance, in 5G, it's not just about the speed to download a movie on a mobile phone or on a mobile device, but it's about the immediate response that a system might have, a sensor, for instance, in a vehicle with a server that will lead me to get information that will save me from an accident. It's a bit high-tech or science fiction. Yes, we are off schedule. But since you talked about this futuristic aspect, a sensor sometime will stop my car and I can be saved from a car crash. What is the image? What is the digital future of Greece? It's a very generic question. The digital future of Greece will be the digital future of Europe as well. Bright future. A bright future, provided that we shall catch the right wagon on the train, provided that we shall be reaching the final destination. Is there any risk of getting off the train? Well, the risk is about not losing the opportunity through bureaucratic procedures or through other time frictions or time delays. We must, in other words, use the projects and benefit from the resources coming from the RRF. This is a big bet, this is a big challenge in essence. Otherwise, we're not lagging behind. I don't remember who was the one talking about Estonia. We're not lagging behind from Estonia. No, I disagree with that. Estonia started from zero, and they took a decision when they became a state. They took a decision to follow the digital future. We have a presence of 180 years as a state. 190, yes, 190, you're right. We have many things already developed in this timeline. You cannot delete all this course. Yes, but rapidly starting from zero, things are easier. Am I right? That is, if you see a new bank has all the latest technologies. Why can't we say that for France, for instance? Because they have been a state for many centuries, but they're lagging behind at the digital world. Thank you very much, Mr. Stavros Niarchos, for our discussion. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Information Society SA. This was the end of this session, this fourth session of Athens Investment Forum on the transformation of the state and the economy as a growth accelerator. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to thank all people who participated. We had no lady, unfortunately, this panel. But last was Mr. Athens. Hello, wish you all the best. Bye-bye.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Κλείσαμε μισόν αιώνα και ξεκινάμε. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Και τώρα παρακαλώ τον Πρόεδρο και Διευθύνοντα Σύμβουλο της Vertical Solutions.
Now we'll give the floor to the President of Vertical Solutions to conclude this conference. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Φτάσαμε λοιπόν.
So this is the end. This is the end of the fourth AIF. And since I would like to keep it short, and since we are 7:15 now, according to the schedule, we were quite tight schedule-wise. The last session took us a bit off, but perhaps because this 65-35% ratio from the study that didn't know anything about gov.gr, these people should be among us. That's why we were in delay. So I will cover this gap, this delay, that is. In few words, I'm absolutely confident that the future will be bright. On the internet, we had many spectators, many discussions were held, panels were created. As I said before, in the opening ceremony, we had invited, we'd like to thank the dream team of Greece, the political arena and the economy. Many news were there today from the announcement of the shipyards of Elefsina, announced by the Minister of the Development, a recent agreement, until some announcement by the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Finance in the morning that are at the cover pages of all newspapers. Now, what I would like to tell you now is that I would like to deeply thank all our sponsors, from Platinum to supporters, because each one of them contributed greatly to the success of this conference. Let me thank all speakers, both male and female, because they were with us today and they contribute to this high level of discussions. Let me also thank the partners, the companies of Amnews, Vertical Solutions, Choose, everybody for our great collaboration that led to the success of this conference. Let me promise that, with God's will, let us all be healthy and strong. The fifth conference next year will be even better in this framework, following this logic. As I said before, I consider that somebody should be compact. There is no reason to be in delay. There could have been more speakers, but you have to choose some of them, and you must move on. Thank you so much. Once again, see you next year. Bye-bye. Take care.
Αυτή είναι η στιγμή που περιμέναμε καιρό τώρα και ετοιμαζόμασταν. Αμφισβητήσαμε το παλιό. Ανακαλύψαμε δυνάμεις που έχουμε μέσα μας. Αυτή είναι η στιγμή να κάνουμε το άλμα. Εκθετική και βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Νέες επενδύσεις και και νέες θέσεις εργασίας. Για όλους. Στην Alpha Bank είμαστε έτοιμοι. Όπως και εσείς. Έτοιμοι για το αύριο.
Ενισχύουμε τα θεμέλια του τεχνικού κόσμου. Συμμετέχουμε στο Ταμείο Εγκυοδοσίας ΕΑΤ-ΤΜΕΔΕ και ενισχύουμε τη χρηματοδότηση Ελλήνων μηχανικών, μελετητών και κατασκευαστών, προσφέροντας νέα δάνεια κεφαλαίου κίνησης εγγυημένα κατά 80% από το Ταμείο Εγκυοδοσίας της Ελληνικής Αναπτυξιακής Τράπεζας και του ΤΜΕΔΕ. Ανώτατο ύψος δανείου 200.000 ευρώ. Διάρκεια δανείου έως 5 έτη. Δυνατότητα επιχορήγησης της προμήθειας εγγύησης. Για αιτήσεις επισκεφτείτε το www.επενδύσεις.gr/MIS. Attica Bank. Αλλάζουμε μαζί για κάθε νέα μέρα που έρχεται.